but bulk data stolen from corrupt businesses. Data was currency in her world. She entered the right passwords and went through some verification steps, and then she was in. There was one very useful site called Rat Nest, which was wired in to channels used by the CIA, Interpol, and other groups. She posted some vaguely worded questions asking if anything juicy was happening in the 2K, shorthand for North and South Korea. But there was nothing newer than 61 hours ago, and that was a nothing thing about a defector claiming he had photographic proof of human rights violations. Nothing that related to the island of frogs. She chewed her lip. Was no news a good thing? Did that mean the ambassador was actually working on this? Trying to put the pin back into the grenade, so to speak? Or had she been naive and helped the South Koreans and Americans cover up a crime? The lab, 25 nautical miles from North Korea, Sea of Japan. I learned that the barge was nicknamed simply the lab. Bet it took a committee 6 weeks and a few hundred emails to come up with that. Dr. John Kamar, the director of the floating team of mad scientists, was a thin, angular guy with steel-rimmed glasses, a black ponytail, and short beard. He looked like the kind of cool professor kids would relate to in college, but there was a cold anger in his eyes if you looked close. He's seen firsthand some of the horrors that governments, terrorist groups, and rogue scientists have cooked up as WMDs, and he's worked on a bunch of DMS cases that had broken his heart and stoked his fury. When he saw me come out of my sterilization cubicle, he smiled and came forward, offering his hand, not to shake, but as a fist bump. Guys who work around diseases tend to go for the more antiseptic bump. Tell me you've already figured this out, I said, and that there's an easy cure that will allow me and my guys to go home, drink beer, find companionship, and be happy. John pursed his lips and gave me a long, assessing look, then pretending to dictate examination notes. So, the patient presented with symptoms consistent with delusional behavior, possibly a deep-seated psychosis. I'm recommending heavy doses of clozapine and 4-point restraints. I'm a living weapon, you know, I said. My hands are knives, my legs are swords. I could have you locked in the quarantine cube for 72 hours and pipe in nothing but Nickelback's greatest hits, he countered. Taché. Come on, I have coffee, said John, gesturing to a structure like a double-wide trailer at the far end of the barge. And it's real coffee, too, not the... Wait, what is it you call decaf? Brown sadness water. Right. This is definitely not that. And it wasn't. The coffee he brewed was so manly that halfway through my first cup, I wanted to chop wood while wearing a checked flannel shirt. Rudy would have hated it. The trailer was, in fact, a house trailer, bolted to the deck. 3 others were set behind it, each marked as BSL-4, Biosafety Level 4, which was only used for the direst biological threats. Through the reinforced glass windows of those, I could see technicians in hazmat suits. John led me to the only one marked with a much less scary BSL-1, 2/3 of which was a lab with a cramped kitchen in the back. To answer your question, Joe, he said as he slid into the booth across from me, no, we don't have an answer. I spoke at length with Doc Holliday. We have lots of theories, but nothing concrete, which means we don't have a protocol. Not a ghost of one, beyond erring on the side of maximum security precautions. You saw the video of how fast Sergeant Chung turned? I did, John said, shaking his head. I've never seen anything work that fast, not even Saif al-Din. It's freakishly fast, which is suggestive. Suggestive of what? That we're in the sequel to 28 Days Later? There already was a sequel to that, he said. It sucked. No, what I mean is that it's suggestive of existing exposure. We're testing Chung now to see if he was previously exposed to something that was triggered on the island. Like the super rabies thing? Possibly. What about the drone? I've got a team on that. Too risky to ship it to Doc Holliday until we know more. So far, all we've determined is that it's a drone. Oh, very useful. We're doing metallurgic and materials testing. That may give us point of origin, said John. As for the tank mounted beneath it, it's weird. It has a big fan behind a screen with a very tight mesh. Whatever was inside was clearly blown out through the tube mounted beneath. We don't know what was ejected, though, and unfortunately, the tank is contaminated. By what? Flies. Nasty, persistent little bastards. The whole village was swarming with them, drawn by the onset of decay, no doubt. Why would they climb into the tank? I asked. We're working on that, he said. Could be that there was some component in whatever was discharged that drew them. Something with a sugar base, perhaps. But that's just speculation, Joe. We don't really know anything. So, I said, any horseback guess as to what we're dealing with? Offhand, mused John. It beats the living gosh out of me. It's not a drug, and so far we haven't found an active virus or bacterium. No mycotoxins either. It acts like a chemical imbalance, but that's hard as anything to induce in a group of people. Age and gender differences alone make that tough, and besides, it acted on Sergeant Chung like something airborne. We are processing the samples and sharing that data with labs around the world. There are a lot of people working on this, Joe, and Doc Holliday has her people on it. He gave a wry chuckle. I'm not actually sure there has ever been a larger or more aggressive coordination of medical research focused so quickly on a single biological threat. Church? I suggested. Church. We had more coffee. He opened a refrigerator and gave me a wrapped sandwich, which was supposed to be egg salad. It tasted terrible. We ate. How come it didn't register on the BAMS units? I asked. Add that to the list of questions that need answering. Maybe it's not a virus, I suggested. Maybe it's some kind of genetic stuff. Couldn't transgenics or CRISPR or that stuff make people go all wonky? He grinned. God, I love it when you demonstrate your incisive grasp of the realities of science. Bite me. You're saying it's not that? Genetic manipulation can accomplish significant changes, including radical behavioral changes, but not quickly. Not like this. Gene editing isn't something you can fit into a pill, Joe. So, no.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. What if it was some variation on the rabies thing? Genetic manipulation controlled by nanites? He was shaking his head before I even finished. No, not a chance. The speed of onset and the uniformity of reactions are the keys here, and right now they're not unlocking any useful doors. Well, really, I said. Without a doubt, he agreed. The one good thing, I began, then stopped and tried it a different way. None of this is good, but the only thing that is the closest to a break we got here is that this happened on a tiny island far away from the mainland. How is that lucky? It seems obvious that this bioweapon was delivered to the island, which means that someone has more of it. True, and my job will be to find those people, I said. But it seems pretty obvious that the goal here is to either start a war or destabilize the region. They chose this place pretty carefully, knowing what the political ramifications would be. It could have been much worse. Or they were test driving it, he suggested. I shook my head. You don't need a team of phony baloney Navy SEALs for that. No, man, this was a strike. Deliberate, calculated, and successful. John leaned back, sipping his coffee, and studied me with his dark eyes. Then he abruptly stood up. Then I'd better get back to work. Hyatt Regency, 1000 Boulevard of the Arts, Sarasota, Florida. 10 months ago. They sat together in the dark. Adam and Eve snuggled together on a big chaise longue, and Daddy sat on a rattan chair with a huge fan back. The table between them was littered with wine bottles and glasses and spent joints in a ceramic dish. The boats in the marina thumped gently against their fenders. The staff left them alone because everyone who mattered on the night shift belonged to Daddy. Eve said a name aloud. She said his name. Daddy's real name, Rafael Santoro. Eve pronounced each syllable, making the Spanish name seem wonderfully exotic. Rafael Santoro. Yes, he said, beaming at her, and at Adam. This is a great sign of my trust, yes? To know my name means that I indeed trust you. Do you understand? Adam licked his lips, then nodded. Eve continued to smile like a happy child on Christmas morning. And, continued Santoro, I know your names, the ones you each left behind. They nodded. It had terrified them when he first revealed that he'd managed to uncover what they each thought they'd erased from the world. At the same time, it was somehow exciting that Daddy was that powerful, that smart. He was their father now. Will you tell us who Kuga is? Asked Eve. Santoro pursed his lips, then shook his head. That is not my secret to tell. But besides, children, how do you know Kuga is a single person? He could be many men or women. He could be 1,000 people all using that name. You called him he, said Adam, when you told us about him. You always use male pronouns. Santoro gave a small shrug. I could be saying that for convenience sake, or as a distraction. For all you know, I could be Kuga. They frowned. But you're not, said Eve slowly, are you? Santoro laughed. No, my sweet girl, I am not. Kuga? When do we get to meet him? Asked Adam. Daddy sipped his wine. When and if he decides to. Why is he so cagey, though? Complained Adam. It's not like we're likely to tell anyone. Daddy shrugged. It isn't about what you will or won't do, he said. It is all about what he wants. Well, if we're not going to meet him, then why are we here? Asked Eve. Ah, said Daddy, nodding as if it was the question he'd been waiting for. He reached into his jacket pocket and set 2 thumb drives on the table. It was a peculiar habit of his never to hand things directly to them. You will find your next assignment on there. Details, identities, account numbers. Physical papers for travel will be delivered to you at the appropriate time. Travel? Daddy smiled. Neither of you has ever been out of the country, yes? We will change that. There are some things you will need to do here in the States, and then you will take up residence in Tokyo." "We're going to Japan," said Eve, suddenly excited. "Yes, among other places. A language coach will be in touch. You will need to acquire some basic conversational Japanese and Korean. You will be diligent in your studies so that you will not disappoint me." "I was never all that good with that stuff," said Eve. "They made me study French." Daddy shrugged. "Whichever of you comes along most quickly will be the point person for certain aspects of the operation. The other will be backup and have other tasks." "What's the operation?" asked Adam. Daddy sipped his wine. "We're going to make a lot of people very angry," he said quietly. "Yanpyeong Island, South Korea. Tony Kim loved the place. Yanpyeong Island had history. It had drama. It was going to make a hell of a location for his movie. It's freaking gorgeous," he kept saying, to his location scout, to the cinematographer, and to the scriptwriter. None of them were Korean. None of them thought the place was exceptionally pretty, or interesting, or convenient. Tony figured that you had to have Korean blood to have the right kind of insight. "It's less than 3 square miles big," said the location scout, named Hector, a mousy little guy who looked like Peter Lorre, except that no one knew who Peter Lorre was anymore. That broke Tony's heart, because Peter Lorre would have loved this place too. "It's self-contained," said Tony. "It's a really shoebox," complained Hector. "How do you expect me to find enough location angles to make this look like Seoul?" "Meh. Well, green screen some of it if we have to." The screenwriter rubbed his fingers together in the time-honored way that indicated money. He did it every time Tony made a suggestion like that. "Somewhere back in L.A., a line producer was breaking out in hives because shooting here was going to pop the cherry on the budget." Which was the opposite of the actual point. The reason they weren't shooting on the mainland was the skyrocketing cost. Yanpyeong was supposed to be much cheaper, which would allow them to put more cash into casting and special effects. CGI dinosaurs did not come cheap, not good ones anyway. And they wanted someone topping the credits who the general public had at least heard of. A solid B-lister, but someone who'd won an award for something somewhere. Like Cuba Gooding Jr., who had an Oscar. It would allow Tony to shout the phrase Academy Award winner in the press releases for the rest of his life. That was the plan. The screenwriter, Noah Bixby, was trying to hold on to his optimism that there was at least a Cuba Gooding Jr. still in the budget. His optimism kept slipping gears, though.
He liked acting as his own location scout and often micromanaged the cinematography. He was everywhere, clicking pictures. The locals watched, amused. Everyone knew who they were and why they were here. It was no secret. Everyone liked the idea of American dollars flooding into the economy. Hector slapped at a biting fly on his forearm. "Got these little bastards to deal with, too," he complained. "Stop complaining," said Noah. "Shoot a film in Maberry, Alaska, and then you can talk. They got mosquitoes up there who'll pick you up and carry you off." Yeah, whatever." "Hey," said Gerhardt, "can we stop for some lunch? I'm dying for some kimchi. We just passed the place." Hector tapped his wristwatch and said, "Light's gonna be different by the time we're done." "So what?" said Gerhardt. "We're not actually filming, man, and I'm hungry. Tony, Noah, what about you guys?" "I could eat," said Noah. "You good, Tony?" Tony, though, was looking at something across the street. "That's weird," he said. "What?" asked Gerhard, scanning the street to find the restaurant. "Look at that kid." "What kid?" asked Hector, who was still focused on finding locations and wasn't really looking. "What's wrong with him?" said Tony. Murmured Hector distractedly. He had a small lens with a frame inside, so he could view the street as it might appear on the screen. By adjusting it, he could tighten focus. Maybe this wouldn't suck too bad. It was pretty, after all. "Goodness!" cried Gerhard. Hector looked up, annoyed, as Noah stopped the golf cart with a jerk. "What the heck, man?" His words trailed off into nothing because nothing he could say would make sense of the moment. Across the street, a few doors from the noodle shop, was a boy, 10 or 11, dressed in jeans and a Ninja Turtles t-shirt. He was eating something that looked like a big, sloppy sandwich, something covered in too much hot sauce. Except that wasn't what it was. Hector and Tony, Noah and Gerhardt all knew it wasn't, but none of them could force themselves to accept what it was, because this was the real world, and what they were looking at belonged to the kind of movies they made. Monster movies, horror flicks. No, said Noah. God, said Gerhardt. Hector turned aside and vomited into the street. Tony Kim just sat and stared. The boy held an arm, forearm and what was left of a hand. Tony couldn't process it. He could not even blink. This wasn't special effects. This wasn't a rubber prop smeared with food coloring, corn syrup, and chocolate sauce. This wasn't that. Wasn't that. What made it worse, what made it impossible, was that people walked past him and did not even glance his way, as if the child and his grisly feast existed in some parallel dimension, as if it was on a TV screen in a Best Buy and they were shopping for something else. That rooted them all to their seats. It was wrong in more ways than Tony Kim could calculate. "I don't," began Hector. "I don't." He didn't finish his sentence, because in the very next second he screamed as Gerhardt, still smiling, leaned over and took a big red bite out of Hector's cheek. He did it suddenly. His shriek was so sharp, so loud, so awful, that it froze the whole street for one moment. Then the passers-by seemed to be punched out of their mute indifference to what was happening. They stopped and turned, not toward the boy, but toward the men in the golf cart. Noah and Tony were shocked to immobility. Hector shrieked, and Gerhardt, no longer smiling, began punching him. Short, hard, vicious punches. To the face, the throat, the eye, the chest. The skin on Gerhardt's fists ruptured and burst. The bones in his hands cracked and shattered. He kept punching, though, which is when all of the people on the street threw back their heads and screamed, like a flock of furious birds, like a pack of hyenas, high, throat-ripping shrieks of pure, unfiltered, towering fury. Then they broke into a run. One moment they were still, and the next instant they were in full, mad flight, tearing across the street toward the golf cart. Tony and Noah did not try to run. Noah didn't start the cart. No, because by then they were screaming too, in madness, in rage. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. Hell has 3 gates: lust, anger, and greed. The Bhagavad Gita. Sachon Airport, Gyeongsang-namdo, South Korea. Mr. Bug? The woman wore an official uniform and a tentative smile. Just Bug. They stood on a windy tarmac. The woman met him at the foot of the jet's fold-down stairs. 2 hulking soldiers stood by an SUV parked 40 feet away. She introduced herself as Lieutenant Annie Han and stuck out a hand, and Bug shook it. He figured she had to be at least in her early 20s to have an officer's rank in the Republic of Korea Army, but Han looked like she was 14. Tiny body, huge eyes, and obvious nervousness. "I'm honored to meet you, sir," she said as they walked toward the SUV. "Really? Why?" Han looked surprised. "You're him." "Not following." "You're Cole Tiger." Bug jerked to a stop and cut her a sharp look. "What did you say?" Han flushed a sudden and furious red. She leaned close and dropped her voice to a hushed and confidential tone. "On the dark web. You're Cole Tiger. I'm right, aren't I? What makes you think that? I've been studying you for years." "Wait, what? Studying me?" She shifted so that her back was to the male soldiers, and using one finger, drew a small half circle in the air, an arc. Which is when Bug understood. This young Korean soldier was more than that. She was Arclight. My musician friend told me about you, said Han, and that was another code. Musician, violin. Bug took a breath, then nodded. Very few people on Earth knew about his dark web persona, Cold Tiger, a name drawn from Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's original name for the character who became the Black Panther. Okay, he said uneasily, but let's not slang that name around too much, okay? Bug is fine. Sure, sorry, she said, but stared at him with a fangirl glow that made him deeply uncomfortable. It was the way he probably looked when he met the actors from that movie at a private party in Brentwood. The soldiers opened the SUV doors. Once Bug and Han were settled in the back seat, she pushed a button that slid a heavy glass panel closed, sealing them in privacy. Soundproof, she said. You know I have to check you out, right? Oh, sure. Han did not seem offended in any way. Bug tapped his comms unit and cycled to a private channel. Mr. Church was waiting for him. Before Bug could even say much, Church said, Lieutenant Han is in the family. Lilith gives her high marks, and she is very close friends with Violin. Okay, said Bug. Good to know. Her computer skills are such that if you decide to hire her, you have my full approval. Thanks. He disconnected from the call, turned to Han, and smiled. Have you seen the Punk Press video? I have, and I was told that it was likely sent from here. Good, he said. Then let's get to work. She nodded. You're my hero, you know. I'm not joking. You're the absolute coolest of the cool. Bug's face was suddenly hot as flame. He mumbled. Thanks. Han gave a musical laugh, punched him playfully on the arm, and pulled out her laptop. The lab, 25 nautical miles from North Korea, Sea of Japan. They let Andrea out of containment. His blood work was clean. So were his brain scans, CT, MRI, X-rays, and urinalysis. The clincher was when Seamar's people tested his visor and determined that the cracks did not go all the way through. They tested it with gas, dyes, and high-pressure chemicals. The barrier between him and the pathogen was less than 3/100ths of an inch. You better go to church, said Top. Thank baby Jesus for protecting you. Andrea snorted. To hell with that, he said. When we get back home, I'm going to cash in my retirement funds and buy as many Super Anal Lotto tickets as I can afford. Yeah, said Bunny, that actually sounds like a good plan, because you are officially the luckiest freaking person I've ever met.
He offered his fist and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing, utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range.
Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He offered his fist and Andrea bumped it. We all grinned at one another. Even Belle scowled less, which was her version of a smile. Then John Clemar came pelting across the deck toward us, waving frantically. "This is not going to be good," muttered Top. It wasn't. He yelled, "There's been another incident." Andrea closed his eyes. "Marta," he groaned. "Say, mi amici, I'd be okay with going right back into isolation if it's all the same with you." In flight over South Korean airspace, Yeonpyeong Island was on the other side of the Korean peninsula, which meant we had to get there ASA. The Chinook that brought us was the fastest way of getting there. Those big birds have a top speed of 195 miles per hour, and 195 was about the distance between where the lab floated and where the outbreak was happening. However, we couldn't go straight to the island. All of our gear was contaminated, and the hazmat suits on the lab were not suited for combat. We needed a full refit, but Church assured me that our logistics wizard, Bird Dog, was already at Osan. So we bundled into the Chinook and were wheels up before we'd finished buckling up. Ho wanted to come with us, and I agreed. Once we were in the air, though, I had to call Church to make sure he could finesse the clearance. The big man turned it over to Scott Wilson, and before you knew it, it was done. Now, if everything in government could work with that kind of common sense efficiency, we would be a happier species. Just saying. I went into the back and had a private conference call with Doc, Bug, who was in another part of Korea, and Church. The Chinook didn't have an ORB function, so I put on VR goggles and there they all were. Doc Holliday was dressed in a cowboy shirt that was about 2 sizes too small and embroidered with flowers and hummingbirds, bright blue horn-rimmed glasses, and shocking red lipstick. Her blonde hair was piled high, and there were a couple of novelty Harry Potter magic wands stuck in the bun. Don't ask. There was no humor or playfulness on her face, though. Beneath the makeup and concealer, she was drawn and pale. "Before you ask," she said, "no, we don't know what it is yet." "I keep getting that answer, and it's not very useful," I groused. "When we know, you'll know," she said. "For the moment, we need to proceed as if this is every bit as dangerous as it appears to be." "Roger that." I glanced at Church. "What do we know about the new outbreak?" The island has a population of 1,790 people, plus roughly 300 tourists, crews of fishing and commercial boats, and others. We believe that this disease has spread across the entire island. "Gosh," I growled, "is everyone already infected?" "We don't think so," said Doc. "Police and military helicopters are in the air, maintaining a safe distance. But from what we can see through long-range cameras, some people are fighting back or hiding. What matters most is that the infected are aggressive vectors. Any contact with them causes a rapid onset of symptoms." "Serum transfer?" I asked. "That's likely, but we can't rule out airborne. The infection rate is so weirdly fast that it's almost like just being in the presence of the infected does the trick. And that shouldn't be the case, because cameras have picked up people getting infected while they are clearly outside of the range of exhalation, spitting, or sneezing. But we can't get close enough to understand how this spreads." "Which is what you want us to do," I said. "Yes," said Church. "We need to know what we're dealing with. We've never seen anything spread this fast before, and we need to know what the red line is in terms of how we approach containment." His face was also haggard, and there was a deep sadness in the set of his mouth. He wears tinted glasses, so it's hard to read his expression, but from the tense set of his shoulders and the tightness of those frowning lips, I thought I read fear there. But I could be wrong. People always misunderstand Church. They see how strong and capable he is. They glimpse a towering intellect and a commanding nature, and they take from that a lack of emotion and a freedom from human reactions. That's not accurate, and it isn't fair. Church formed the DMS and the RTI because of fear. and anger. Those emotions are stoked by his deep understanding of the nature of the threats he asks his people to confront. Church has walked through the burning darkness way too often to be blasé about it. No, his outward calm in most situations is all game face. He needs to be the eye of a hurricane so that the people around him don't panic or lose faith, so that we don't falter in our resolve. The very first time I met him was when a terrorist group was releasing the Saif al-Din pathogen, though by the time he and I had our first conversation, the disease had already been released in a few select places. An infected terrorist had been brought to a hospital in Baltimore, and Church was on site when the infection began to spread. It spread so fast that one of his crack field teams was overrun, and then it swept like wildfire throughout the hospital. To stop the infected from breaking out of the building, an event that would have created an uncontrollable global pandemic, Church had his people burn down the entire hospital. Everyone who was inside, even those not yet infected, died. It was a horrible act of murder, but I went over all the footage, all the reports, every scrap of information, and concluded that there was no plan B. He did what he had to do to save the world. When I called him on it, he gave me the same look I was seeing here, and he said to me, "To stop this thing, I'd burn down heaven itself." I believed him too, then, and by implication, now. "You said that there were helos in the air," I said. "Where do we stand with containment of information?" Gosh," said Bug, "this is all over the net. People were uploading pics and video from their phones almost from the start. There were news choppers up there before the cops even arrived. They've been chased out and there's a no-fly zone now, except for authorized birds, but that's closing the barn door." "The public does not know about the island of frogs, though," said Church. "We're still containing that, but expect that grace period to burn off soon. I've been on the phone with some of my associates, and they have been on the phones with all 4 heads of state. So far, we are keeping the punk press footage of the SEALs and rock soldiers under wraps. That's one element of this we can control for now, as long as punk press doesn't release it elsewhere, and so far they have not. They will, though," said Doc. "You can count on them chickens." "Add this to the math," I said, and told them about the conversation I had with Ho, where he hinted at making sure word about the drone never got out. That gave them a moment's pause. "Colonel Ho is a good man," said Church. "This squares with what I've heard about him. It's also a good suggestion. If the drone is American," I said. "And if that video doesn't get out," said Bug. "Regardless of containment," I said, "Frog Island was an act of terrorism. I don't have a shred of doubt about that. Not one." "But who are our bad boys?" asked Doc. "It's more than rogue SEALs, if that's even who they are, and it's more than drones. Somebody had the brights to cook up some new kind of pathogen. When's the last time you heard of Johnny Klemar's bug hunters standing around scratching their heads? When's the last time you ran BAM's units in a hot zone and got Jack in a mess? No, campers, somewhere in all this is an actual mad scientist, and I would dearly love for you and your crew of thugs to bring me his head on a platter." "Count on it," I promised. "One final thing," said Church. "Because this second outbreak is on a South Korean island, I've agreed to have one of their officers join havoc for the duration of the Embassy Suites by Hilton, Fayetteville, 4760 Lake Valley Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina. 6 months ago. Adam and Eve sat on the bed, eyes wide, attentive as schoolchildren. The curtains were drawn, and there was an iPad playing a noisy football game, with small Bluetooth speakers facing the door to the hall and the wall to the only adjoining room. It was the middle of the afternoon, in that gap between the last of the housekeeping rounds and when people in town for conventions returned to their room. The guest next door had been studied and was on day 2 of a 3-day presentation at Fort Bragg. He wouldn't be back until well after 6, and later if he went to another dinner on the base. There was no one to bother them, and the staff at the desk were wonderfully indifferent. Rafael Santoro stood by the dresser, carefully cleaning his tools and instruments and replacing them in their little fitted slots in the big leather case. It amazed Eve that Santoro had not gotten a single drop of blood on his clothing. Not one. The blood on the floor was all on the big plastic tarp, and on the man who sat sweaty, panting, and defeated on the chair. The man's soft, fractured sobs were muffled by the ball gag he wore. His tears mingled with the blood, turning a pretty pink as it wandered down through the dense forest of his chest hair. Santoro took a small utility knife from the kit and sliced through the padded ropes that held the man to the chair. He cut them all and pulled out the ball gag and handed the man a towel. "Thank you," mumbled the man. Adam and Eve exchanged a wide-eyed look. The man had thanked someone after everything that had been done, and worse, said to him. "You may use the bathroom," Santoro said. "Wash thoroughly. Shampoo your hair. Use the toothbrush. There is antiseptic and some Band-Aids. You won't need many. Everything will heal. Nothing will leave a scar. If you are in much pain, there are some aspirin and a bottle of water on the sink. Your clothes are folded on the toilet tank." Without saying another word, the man rose, naked and trembling, and shambled off to the bathroom. He was a large, muscular man with military tattoos and some scars earned in combat. He met no one's eyes. He looked down at the floor as if afraid it would drop out from under him. The door closed and they heard him vomiting. Then a flush and the shower. They sat in silence. Adam and Eve held hands while Santoro finished packing up his equipment. He hiked himself onto the bureau and sat. He stared into the middle of nowhere. After 15 minutes, the big man came out of the bathroom, dressed in his camouflage ACU pants and jacket, his cap in his hands. He lingered at the door, looking uncertainly at the three people without actually making eye contact. He began, and faltered. "No," said Santoro, "just go. Remember our agreement, and go. We're done here, yes?" The man lingered for a moment, and Eve thought she could see the ghosts of his rage and pride and need to kill everyone in the room. Then his gaze crumpled, and he looked down at the hand he twisted between his trembling fingers. Without another word, he turned and walked out. The three of them looked at the closed door, then at the bloody and sweat-stained chair, then at each other. "And that," said Santoro, "is how it is done. He will do exactly what we want, in the precise way we want it, and he will do it with all of his earnest diligence. He will, in fact, let nothing or no one get in his way." "Won't he tell someone?" gasped Adam. Santoro did not answer. He studied them both with his dark eyes. His irises were so dark brown they looked black, giving him a demonic cast. "No," said Eve, "he won't. Because this isn't about what you did to him. It's about what we'll do to the people he thought he could protect, but now he can't." "Clever girl," said Santoro. After a moment, Adam licked his lips. "You weren't joking when you said extortion and coercion were art forms, that they were beautiful." Santoro pushed off the bureau, walked over, and kissed them both on the head. "There is so much more I want to teach you," he said, with the gentle affection of a father. "There are so many gifts I want to share." "Thanks," said Adam, nearly tripping on the word. He was awkward, uncertain how to properly react. Until now, he and Eve had always been on their own, making things up as they went, taking whatever they wanted from whomever they picked. Now this strange man was trying to change that, to control them, to recruit them, to make them part of a system. He wanted to tell him, thanks but no thanks. Adam wanted to grab Eve and get really out of there, to get really out of there, to get off the grid and make very sure they fell off the radar of this man and his organization. He wanted to. Eve stood up and put her arms around Santoro's waist and laid her head on his chest. She was smiling, and there were tears in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Thank you, Daddy," she said. Adam felt the floor of his stomach drop away, and into the black hole beneath all of his hope and his resistance tumbled down into nothing, into yesterday. This was what Eve wanted. This was the home she'd been looking for all her life. He got slowly to his feet and wrapped both Eve and Santoro in his arms. "Yes," he said. "Thank you, Daddy." Osan Air Base near Songtan Station, Pyeongtaek, South Korea. We landed at Osan again, but this time Colonel Epps was a little less persnickety. Now it was a major outbreak that was all over the news, so he was able to take overt ownership. Havoc was still running under the cover story of a WHO hot zone team that just happened to be in the area. Epps' boss called us a lucky break and a godsend. Whatever. Epps met us just beyond the rotor wash of the Chinook. We shook hands as we jogged away from the noise. "We have the entire island quarantined," he said. "Are there survivors?" "We think so. Communications went down on the island about an hour after things started happening." "How?" I asked. "Well, that's still up for debate," said Epps. "We know that there are a number of fires burning out of control. No active infrastructure in place. No word at all from police or fire. No contact with the hospital. But I think there's another element in play. Seems pretty clear that something is actively jamming cell and radio communications. If that's the case, it's something high-tech, because it's interfering with some drones launched from the Choyong, a Chungmugong Isunsin class destroyer. Military-grade jammer? Has to be, but it's weird," said Epps. "My people tell me that it's not stopping civilian radio or cell communication, but it's playing all kinds of games with the drones. Explain that to me." "Targeted jamming," I said slowly. "Now that's interesting, as all vary." "We can do some of that," said Epps, "but not a lot of other countries can. China, Russia, maybe France. Not too many others. We can beat most jamming attacks, but not this difficult one." "Gosh. What about satellites? They should be well above any useful jamming range." Epps rubbed his eyes. "They are considering retasking one, but you know how it is. Hard as very to convince the CIA to shift eyes from the North Korean missile factories. And so far, no one further up the food chain knows about the other thing." The other thing was the island of frogs. "Understood," I said. "Okay, there's someone I need you to meet," said Epps, shifting gears. He led me over to where a Korean woman dressed in unmarked black fatigues stood waiting. She was about 30 and unusually tall for a Korean, maybe 5'9". "Outlaw," said Epps, "allow me to introduce Major Mun Ji-woo." Mun held out her hand, and when I took it, she gave me a very firm, very formal shake. "Special Forces Brigade?" I ventured. "Which unit?" There were 7 primary units within the ROK Special Forces, but Mun shook her head. "I am on special detachment from Kingdom," she said. "Ah," I replied, and Epps looked a bit lost.
Kingdom was a very special and highly secret organization that was similar in structure to Barrier and the old DMS Mall. Elite, ruthless, and untethered by the red tape that grinds most military to a stumbling walk. "I had the honor of working with Taleo a few years ago," I said, and watched her eyes for a reaction. Taleo was the call sign for Captain Kim Daeshim, who was one of the all-time great international special operators. Fierce, smart, and surprisingly funny. We took apart a North Korean factory that was developing DSRVs, deep-sea remove vehicles, capable of delivering small nukes into industrial shipping ports, or right in the middle of the 7th Fleet. Taleo and I shook the pillars of heaven on that one, but then he was critically injured. I got him out and brought him home, however, as a paraplegic. Still has that sense of humor, though. Sends me the most hilariously obscene Christmas cards. Major Mun's eyes were dark brown pieces of polished stone. Not a trace of emotion flickered in them. It was like looking into the eyes of a store mannequin. Odd and a bit disconcerting. "Taleo is a great loss to my country," said Mun. "I believe you were in the vicinity when he was injured." "He saved my life," I said. "Yes," she said, and left it there, allowing me to infer what I wanted. Epps looked from me to Mun and back again, waiting for an explanation, got none, and sighed.
"Your gear's over there," he said, pointing to a hulking Marine Corps MV-22B Osprey, a tilt-rotor vertical takeoff and landing bird that could punch along at over 300 miles per hour. Fast and big enough to carry us and a lot of gear. "Thanks," I said, and turned to go, but Epps held out his hand. "Outlaw, is there anything I can do instead of sit here idly?" "Prayers would be useful," I said, and no, that's not a joke. Munn and I headed toward the Osprey. "Are we going to have some kind of problem, Major?" I asked. She walked 3 or 4 steps before she replied. "I respect your authority in this matter, Outlaw," she said, "but no buts. I will do my duty and serve my country." That was the end of the conversation. We joined the others. The RTI logistics man, Brian Bird Dog Bird, was sitting on one of a small pile of equipment cases. He was drinking a Dr. Pepper and didn't look happy. Guess we weren't happy either. I introduced Munn to everyone and noted the brief mutual evaluation and instant dislike evident between her and Ho. They gave each other bows so tight I wondered that they didn't each tear their back muscles. Pretty sure if either was on fire, the other wouldn't spit on him to put it out. I stepped close to them and said, "Play nice," in a tone that was not nice at all. Ho looked embarrassed and mumbled something. Munn merely turned away. Bird Dog got up and offered his hand to Ho. "I heard about your sergeant, Colonel," said Bird Dog in about the worst chopped-up Korean I've ever heard. Even Ho looked confused and asked him to repeat it in English. "Hope he's okay." "Thank you," he said. Bird Dog handed out new comms kits and caught my eye before giving one to Munn. "Going to need a combat call sign so I can wire her into the network," he said, giving her an almost apologetic smile. "We can pick one for you if I have one already," said Munn. "Mudang." I smiled and nodded, and she cocked an eyebrow. "You know what that is? A female shaman?" "Very good," she said, in a way that was supposed to be complimentary, but sounded very condescending. Top cleared his throat and made introductions to everyone else, using only call signs. We all put on the comms units, which consisted of the tiny mole-sized earbuds and mics and little power packs that were about the size of 6 stacked quarters. Then Havoc Team boarded the Osprey. We were in the air in under 2 minutes. Once we were on our way, Bird Dog opened a big equipment case and began handing out hammer suits. We stripped to our skivvies despite the cold December breeze and pulled on the suits. If Ho or Munn were uncomfortable changing in front of everyone, they kept it off their faces. Points for them. Once we were suited up, Bird Dog began opening weapons cases. "Okay, kids," he said, flipping open 2 identical boxes. "All the weapons are pretty much generic to the mercenary community, and that's still the cover. Pick your handguns and long guns of choice." I smiled and took a Heckler Koch G36, which I was very familiar with from my days with the Baltimore PD. It was our assault rifle of choice. And there was a modified Navy Colt 1911 Model 45, an old favorite. Then Bird Dog opened a long case marked with a stenciled image of a horse. "What are those?" asked Munn. Bird Dog lifted out a pistol. "This is a Snellig 22A Max gas dart gun. Proprietary tech. Has very high compression for decent range and solid hits. Will penetrate most clothes except leather or heavy denim. Long internal barrel for accuracy." The guns were about the same dimensions as a Colt M45, but half the weight, even with extended 30-shot box magazines. Mags are loaded with gelatin darts filled with a nifty new cocktail of goodies built around the veterinary drug ketamine, but with a little bit of BZ to cause intense confusion, and DMHP for muscle weakness so bad victims have trouble standing upright. Also some benzodiazepines and chloral hydrate, and some other stuff that Doc Holliday calls Brand X, meaning you don't need to know what it is. We call it Sandman. 1 dart will put anyone up to and including Bigfoot down right damn now. No one shakes it off, so don't stick yourself. You go down and go out, and the psychoactive compounds will give you some peculiar dreams. Goofy over there accidentally shot Pluto. He waved to his two burly assistants. Goofy and Pluto were not their official combat call signs, but Bird Dog refused to call them anything else. Pluto went down and had very vivid dreams about a talking cantaloupe. True story, said Pluto dryly. It was great, very interesting melon. We bonded. It was awesome, agreed Goofy. He and Pluto exchanged a fist bump. They looked like a pair of mouth-breathing Neanderthals, but weren't. They did enjoy playing those roles, though. Who is Doc Holliday? Asked Munn. She's the head of our Integrated Sciences Division, I said. Would that be Joan Holliday, formerly of DARPA? It would. Munn's expression was unreadable, though a bit unpleasant. Does that mean you are still tied to the United States government? No, it does not, I said. Why do I find that hard to believe? Why do I not give a gosh what you believe? I countered. Colonel Ho cleared his throat, then took the magazine from Bird Dog, removed a dart very carefully, and studied it. Is there any chance you could share the formula with me? Sure, there's a chance, said Bird Dog with a smile. There's two chances, actually, and they are slim and none. Ah, I said. Doc Holliday suggested these non-lethal rounds, and I'm all for it. These are civilians infected with something, and the world is watching. We want to contain the situation so that we can study it and offer aid. What if there's no cure for whatever this is? Asked Munn. Ho turned slowly to face her. We have no proof of that, Major. We only have one living infected right now, and he is my sergeant. Are you suggesting we simply kill everyone who is infected? She was unmoved. I'm asking about the rules of engagement. What if these darts don't stop them? They will, said Bird Dog, not joking when I said that you don't shake one off. You get hit, you go down. All you need is a central nervous system and a circulatory system. Fine, she snapped. Then what are we expected to do if we're facing too many to be stopped by drugs? If we can't fall back to safety or otherwise control the situation, I said, then we do what we have to. But the point is to establish and maintain control. Hoo-ah, said Top very softly. Munn's eyes locked on mine for a moment and then flicked away. She bent and took a Glock 17 from the first case. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping braying flesh, cavernous tunnel. The structure of modulation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "I'll keep that in mind," she said. That killed conversation for the moment, so everyone simply began selecting weapons and stuffing as much ammunition into their belt and pouches as they could. Everyone took a lot of it. Bird Dog scowled at us. "You do know this stuff's expensive, right? I mean, I have to budget all this crap out. Suits, weapons, bird drones, all that. You have any idea at all what my accounting nightmares are?" Top slapped a magazine into his pistol, and the barrel almost, but not quite, pointed in Bird Dog's direction. He said nothing. Bird Dog sighed. "You make a compelling argument." The chopper flew on, taking Havoc Team toward another island filled with death. Hotel Rumeikan, Tokyo, Japan. When the phone rang, Eve actually screamed. She also peed a little in her pajamas. Adam flung himself forward to grab the burner phone on the nightstand, clumsied the grab, and overcompensated trying to catch the cell as it slid out of reach. The phone, the lamp, the nightstand, and Adam all crashed to the floor. He cursed as his elbow struck hard despite the carpet, but he snatched up the phone and hit the button. Yes. Line clear. The scrambler was already jacked into the charging port, the small light glowing green. "We're good." "What's wrong?" asked the caller suspiciously. "You sound out of breath." I was doing push-ups." There was a beat. "Whatever," said Rafael Santoro. "Are you ready to act?" "Absolutely," swore Adam. He glanced up at Eve, who was peering over the edge of the bed like a frightened child checking for scary, leering clowns under her bed. "Are you sure? I'm not hearing confidence in your tone, boy." Adam drew in a steadying breath, and in a more confident-sounding voice said, "Yes, Daddy, I'm positive. We're ready to do anything you need." "Then I need you to do this." Santoro quickly explained what he wanted done. "Sure," said Adam, "that's easy. It'll take just a little time. I need to go to the storage locker and get my other laptop. It has the video editing software." "Do it. Make it convincing. Yes?" "Yes, certainly. Absolutely. You can count on us, Daddy." "Then there is a second task for you. Anything. Clean up the back trail on this. Be thorough." "No problem, Daddy." "And one more thing," said Santoro. "Yes?" "Don't call me Daddy." The line went dead and Adam sagged back against the carpet, exhaling slowly. Eve slithered like a nervous reptile off the bed and curled against him. He could feel her heart beating as fast as his own. "Is he mad at us?" she asked in a tiny voice. Adam took a moment with that. "No. You're sure?" "Yes," he said. "If he was really mad, he wouldn't have called. He'd have knocked." Arclight Safe House, Gyeongsang-namdo, South Korea. Lieutenant Han was as good as her billing. She had her men take them to a small house that did not belong to the military. Nor, as it developed, did she or her guards. Everything about them was a very clever fraud, intended to smooth things at the airport. "We're all in the system, though," she explained. "If anyone checks, they will find unshakable identification and histories. We officially belong to Department 81, which is an ultra-secret investigative group that really exists." "I know about D81, said Bug. "I helped set that up 7 or 8 years ago, before Kingdom was created. We needed DMS teams to be able to operate in country with the appearance of approval from so high no one would ever risk the career backlash to question it." "That was you?" Han gazed at him with pure love in her eyes. "I should have known. Who else could have made something like that? The structure of misdirection and obfuscation is so... She fished for the right word and couldn't find one juicy enough.
"Okay, you really need to stop that," said Bug. "Why?" she asked, with such frankness that it gave Bug nowhere to go. And he suddenly wondered if the fangirl thing was a trick to keep him off balance. Probably. If so, it made him like her a whole lot more. He cleared his throat and began unpacking his gear. "Arclight uses this place now," she said. "And those two guys. I didn't know Arclight had any men working for them." She shrugged. "Allies. Not all guys are jerks." "Kinda have to agree." They set up at a big kitchen table. The fridge was filled with Red Bull and the cabinets stuffed with junk food. One of the allies came back in 20 minutes with pizza and soda, left it on the table, nodded, and went out. Neither man had so far said a word. Han had several monitors set up on a network, and they watched the Punk Press video a couple of times, then went through the information set aside as definitely or possibly pertaining to the case. She had an Oracle station, and Bug had a Mind Reader Q1 remote field unit. Han stared at it with naked lust. "That's the actual quantum system, isn't it?" she whispered. "Kind of. Did you marry it to Mind Reader? You know about Mind Reader? Mother Lilith told me." Mother Lilith? Bug shivered. Violin was, as far as he knew, Lilith's only biological daughter. But Lilith was the head of the Mothers of the Fallen, of which Arclight was the militant arm. There was something odd, though, in hearing her called Mother with actual affection. Bug knew that the stories told about Lilith, about the things she and the other senior Arclight women had done to the men they hunted, were all true. All of them. Although Bug knew that Church was probably the single most dangerous person on Earth, it was Lilith who actually scared him. At the same time, he had an admiration for her that ran miles and miles deep. It was so very sad that the world needed women like her and the Mothers. It was worse that things like human trafficking and slavery were happening in greater numbers now than ever in history. Ever. He cut a covert look at Han, who did not look like the kind of damaged, lethal, righteous warrior he'd come to expect of the Arclight members. It made him wonder what kinds of scars were beneath the glowing eyes, luminous smile, and peppy attitude. They got to work. As with the former DMS, the RTI used nicknames for these cases, and this one was given the obvious name of Rage. Bug went through the steps he'd taken to try and crack apart the source of the Punk Press emails. Han had a lot of very good ideas, and she knew the local networks, the tech specs for this part of Korea, and had insight into the fringe culture. She was also very, very good at slicing her way through rerouting programs. No one uses that software more than those involved in illegal human exploitation, she said, especially the ones who sell illicit content to European and American customers. It's mostly dark web stuff, but they have to do some stuff on the regular web, and that leaves a footprint. If you know how to track them. She sat back and smiled like a kid who'd cracked the hardest level of the latest God of War game. "Gotcha, you jerk." "What?" asked Bug, bending forward eagerly. "This is where it was sent from," she said. Bug frowned at the information on the screen. "Wait, a dinosaur museum?" "In flight, South Korea. I sat in the back of the chopper and watched Havoc Team go through."
So, I moved my comms mic closer to my mouth, cycled over to the TOC channel, and made a discreet call. "What do we know about the new kid in school?" I asked. Scott Wilson seemed to be anticipating the call. "She's absolutely top of the line, Outlaw." He ran down her credentials as a first-class officer whose rise through the ranks was meteoric. Enough medals and commendations to fill a wall. She is fifth-generation military, seen action all over the world, first with the ROK and then as the first active field operator in Kingdom. If they ever cut her loose, she's high on our list. "Uh-huh," I said, unconvinced. "Psych profile? It's solid, no issues, devoted to her family. Oldest of 3 sisters, parents and grandparents still alive. Father, mother, uncle, and grandfather are all military, all served or are serving with distinction. Uses her leave to go home for holidays. Is godmother to her twin nieces." I stared across the cabin at her and tried to square what I was hearing with the Iron Maiden sitting like a vulture in the farthest corner. Her face was a stone, and her eyes clicked from one person to another and then out the window. Mr. Spock is 10 times more gregarious. It was truly like looking at a robot. No, that wasn't quite right. I could see the muscles along her jaw clearly defined as she sat there, clenched and tight, clamping it down, keeping it in. But what was she fighting to control? "Dig deeper," I said. "Why?" asked Wilson. "Is something wrong?" "That's what I need you to tell me." I signed off and tried not to be seen watching her. Pretty sure she was doing exactly the same thing. Wildlife Road above the Point Dume Bluffs, Malibu, California, 9 months ago. "We should not linger so long in one place," said Santoro. He stood in the sunlight, naked to the waist, glistening with sweat, chest heaving from exertion, but his eyes calm. The yard was large, with trees and tall fences providing excellent cover from distant neighbors. A tiled patio stretched outward from an indoor gym accessed by a section of wall that opened like a garage door. It provided Santoro with 5,000 square feet of training area. Several men and women, all of them equally sweaty and some of them badly bruised, were working through yet another set of demanding drills. Santoro was a brutal taskmaster. He set very high standards, exceeded those in demonstration, and then encouraged his students to aspire toward excelling him. None did, but many were getting close, which made him very happy. Kuga, in white shorts and an open tropical shirt, lay on a chaise lounge, a bourbon sour balanced on his taut stomach. Watching. Always watching. "Did you hear what I said?" asked Santoro. "Sure. And? And? And you're right," said Kuga. "In fact, I have a truck coming tomorrow to take some things down to L.A." Santoro frowned. "We're moving to the city? L.A.? God, no. Place is a cesspit. I should have specified our stuff's going to be loaded onto a boat. I have a 101-meter motor yacht, a Roberto Curto that was made in a joint venture with RC Design and Mario Grasso of Navirex. 16-meter beam, draft 5 meters, and empty is 5,300 gross tons. Round-bilged hull displacement. She can cruise at 14 knots, officially, but I had some guys tinker with it and we can get up to 20 in a pinch. Staterooms for 22 people. And I am not shopping to buy it," interrupted Santoro. He snatched up a towel and began drying off. "How conspicuous is this boat?" "Very," said Kuga. "Big, garish thing. But it's registered to someone else. A Canadian billionaire I know. He was born to money and has no politics at all. I, on the other hand, have lots of footage of him with kids, so I own him. Besides, he's Canadian, and who the really ever looks twice at a silly rich Canuck?" Santoro scowled but said nothing, which made Kuga grin. "You'll love the name, too. The Soul of Piety. The owner thinks that's very funny. He's a total hedonist, unpleasant person. So, I guess it is. The boat has great range, but we can stop at the usual places to refuel. Make it look casual. There's such an amazing control center aboard that we can run our operations at sea, and I have a gal working for me who knows how to spook her way into telecom satellites without tripping any alarms. Couple of great internet jockeys, too. They look like a couple of stoners. I call them Jay and Silent Bob. One of them worked for Putin. Well, actually, Silent Bob's always worked for me, but Putin thought the kid worked for him. You know how that is. Hugo didn't own the patent on building secret networks. No. The other kid, Jay, was a boy genius who everybody thought was going to be scouted by Apple or Microsoft, but he's such an unlikable jerk that no one wanted to hire him. And when Silicon Valley thinks you're too much of a difficult person, well, so I snatched him up. Maybe neither is on the same level as that freak Bug, but together, yeah, they fit perfectly." Santoro made a small, disgusted sound. The fighters in the yard were setting up cork targets for knife drills. There were 24 of them, men and women. All of them were former military, and each had spent time working for private contractors in places where nobody really looked over their shoulders. They were dangerous as hell before Santoro recruited them, and they'd all come a long way since. No one trained people quite like the little Spaniard. Digging the way your new Kingsmen are coming along, by the way. Tough as hell. They're not Kingsmen, insisted Santoro. He tossed the towel onto another lounge chair, took a bottle of water from the patio wet bar, and sat. The 7 kings are dead. Then what do we call them? Henchmen? Minions? No, wait, we'd get sued by Universal. Even I'm scared of entertainment lawyers. I am open to suggestions. It was Hugo Vox who picked the name Kingsman. So it's on me? Mused Kuga. He scooted up and sipped his drink. His fake tan had been replaced with a golden natural one, and the lines of stress had softened around his mouth. In the months since leaving the prison, he'd put on 10 pounds of useful muscle and shed 15 years of unearned age. The two of them batted some passable names back and forth for a while, but discarded most of the choices as either too corny, too obvious, or uninteresting. The key, said Santoro, is to give them what amounts to a flag. A name matters. It defines who they are and what they believe in. Kings in so many cultures claimed descent from the gods, or at least divine blessing. Okay, said Kuga. So are you suggesting we call ourselves kings? I mean, 2 kings doesn't have quite the gravitas of 7 kings. What if we go old school? I like the sound of the immortals. Santoro considered, lips pursed, and shook his head. I have never liked that name. It is effective up until one of them is killed by someone who is demonstrably lesser than the standard they hold for themselves. King Leonidas of Sparta proved that at the Hot Gates, when he sent his youngest hoplites to gut the first ranks of Persian immortals. It made a statement that probably cost Xerxes another 100 casualties through loss of heart. Point taken. Kuga drained his glass, the ice cubes rattling against his lips. He got up and built another drink. I like that other group, the cats who worked for Howard Shelton and that Majestic 3 program. The Closers? Yes, great name. It was more about what they did than any false claims of immortality or invulnerability. Santoro chewed on that, nodding slowly. They heard a yell and turned to see one of the fighters doing a drill in which he ducked, dove, rolled, and leapt while throwing knives at targets on corkboard posts. He hit 5 of 8 targets in kill zones. He tried it again and made 6 kills. Kuga and Santoro nodded. Hey, said Kuga, what about something like the Closers? What about the Fixers? That has a ring to it. And, let's face it, it fits with what's implied with that concierge de l'enfer thing they hung on me.
The Fixers, said Kuga, giving it some real weight. And the Fixers it became. The 2 men lay on their chairs and watched the Fixers train. Watched the oil grace with which they moved, the sureness and steadiness, and the coldness. They'll never see us coming, murmured Kuga. No, said Santoro, they will not. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. We flew into hell. That's what it looked like, even from the air. Yeonpyeong is actually the name of a group of small islands in the Yellow Sea, roughly 50 miles west of Incheon and only 7.5 miles south of the North Korean province of Hwanghae. The main island is Dayeonpyeong-do, which means Big Yeonpyeong, but everyone tends to refer to that just as Yeonpyeong. The smaller islands were less important, and right now anyone living on those more remote specks of land were lucky. They were probably still alive. Yeonpyeong Island was burning. We circled the island, the osprey moving like some great prehistoric bird between columns of smoke. Brown and gray from blazing homes, a sour gray-green from the crab processing plant, and oily black from the gas dock in the ferry port. Cars and trucks burned in the streets. People did too. We could see blackened bodies wreathed in fire sprawled in the streets, their limbs curling as the hellish heat leached moisture from their tendons. Unlike Gagulisom, though, the slaughter on this island was not past tense. We were not visiting a grave, but a charnel house. Figures chased each other through the smoke. Some fought and wrestled in the streets.
Some wandered like zombies, their clothes torn and streaked with blood. We saw people hiding from screaming madmen, crouching down behind cars or hunkered down in the weeds, looking for safety in a place where it might no longer exist. I saw one man standing by a wrecked golf cart, using what looked like a shoulder-mounted movie camera to hammer down on a body that was little more than red hamburger. He kept hitting over and over again, even though the man, if it had been a man he was assaulting, was long dead. "Everyone get ready," growled Top, and the stridence and power of his voice shook the team out of a hypnotic trance. "Let's do it, people." Everyone broke loose of their shock. They buddy-checked each other's hammer suit seals and strapped themselves into their rappelling gear. Even though there were plenty of places to set down, we weren't risking the crew or the plane. As soon as we were down, Bird Dog would begin hosing everything down with a powerful disinfectant. We clipped on, and when Pluto and Goofy opened the hatch, we slithered down into the madness. Our landing zone was a field on the edge of town. We disconnected, and the Osprey lifted and turned from the LZ, taking its noise and wind and safety with it. Before the doors closed, a flock of drones burst out, large and small. Seagulls and pigeons, and a swarm of insect drones that clustered and swarmed and then followed us down and then spread themselves onto the breeze. Each machine moved like the creature it was designed to imitate, with flight patterns and sounds dictated by ultra-sophisticated software. But they went where Doc Holliday sent them. I needed Andreas' hands on his dart gun and not drone controls, at least for now. Havoc spread out and established a perimeter, guns up and out. I saw Top watching Mun, making sure, as I'd also done, that the weapon in her small, strong hands was a Snellig and not a Glock. She must have sensed Top and I watching because she looked over her shoulder at us. There was nothing, no nod, no word, just her letting us know she knew. Fair enough. I hadn't liked the fact that we were all on a shared channel, though I understood the necessity for it, and now I wished I could have had a few quick private chats. One with Bug to get more background on Mun. Something about her made me twitch, and it wasn't merely her lack of social skills. Would also like to have talked to Top, but he must have sensed that, as he often did, and gave me a small nod while cutting his eyes at Mun. He was going to keep an eye on her, and was telling me that he had that covered so I could focus on leading this little school trip. Top can compress a lot into a look. "Call the play, boss," said Bunny. "We head to the center of town and then see what's what," I said. "Anyone comes towards you, put 'em down. Don't worry about cuffs, just dart 'em and move on. We are badly outnumbered, and I don't want to risk any other boots on the ground. They won't know how to do this right." "Hoo-ah," said Top. "Call signs and common sense. Nobody outside of our official loop should be able to pick up our proprietary channels, but if they do, anything we say is going out prime time. Let's be circumspect." Our hammer suits had WHO and biohazard emblems in bright colors, and you had to be real close to see much through the plastic hood visors. The mission channel was being monitored by 4 friends of Mr. Church, one from each country. They were supposed to be friendlies, but friendship could get seriously strained when actual national security came into play. If we ran into the guys who almost certainly delivered this bioweapon, and if they turned out to be real SEALs and real rock soldiers, then things could turn south real damn fast. The fact that the Frog Island stuff was still under wraps was kind of amazing, but also scary. None of us believed that the silence would or could last. As if reading my mind, Top asked, "What do we do if we run into some actual bad guys?" "We take 'em," I said. "Juice them if at all possible. Feel me?" "Hoo-ah," said everyone, except Ho and Mun, but they nodded. We moved out. Aboard the Soul of Piety, Quayside Marina, Vancouver, British Columbia, 8 months ago. I like what you've been doing with the fixers, Raphael, said Kuga. They walked slowly together along the finger pier toward the big yacht. 2 fixers walked ahead, 2 behind. The guards were dressed in boating clothes, but an experienced eye could tell what they were. None of those eyes were looking at the small party. I'm glad you are pleased, said Santoro. Recruitment is up 40% and attrition is low. We will have more than enough troops for the upcoming operations. We are doing equally well with infiltration operations, and we have an overabundance of minders keeping an eye on the families of our unwilling recruits. Everything we set in motion has greatly exceeded expectations. Glad to hear it. Santoro had never directly threatened them, not once. But he'd taught them the cost of disappointing expectations. They'd watched him, the master artist at work, on people who had disappointed him. Now, hearing him on the phone, Eve felt as if she was the one strapped to one of Santoro's chairs. Naked and vulnerable, with every nerve ending totally awake in dreadful anticipation. No, Daddy, stammered Adam, we would never disappoint you. But there was no one on the line anymore. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. There was a government building at the edge of town, and we approached it quietly and slowly. There were corpses in the tall grass that edged the parking lot. The grass was stiff and brittle, murdered by the winter cold, and it rustled with a sound like rat claws on old floorboards. Ahead, we saw a man standing in the shade of a tree, a big fire axe in his hands. His shoulders rose and fell as if with extreme exhaustion. Top was on point and held up a fist for everyone else to stop. We covered him with our weapons as he crept forward, the snellig raised. Top can move like a cat when he wants to. The memory of Sergeant Chung and the little girl was playing on a big movie screen in my head, and I willed Top to be careful. I could feel Bunny fidgeting beside me. The man with the fire axe was looking off into the blue nothing and was not aware of Top's approach. Maybe he was an uninfected person who'd used the axe to defend himself, or maybe he was something else. The axe was smeared with blood, and the man's clothes were spattered. Flies swarmed around him. The toke sent the feed from Top's body cam to a corner of my visor, and I saw what he saw. We all did. We saw the red, torn, inhuman lumps of things glistening wetly in the grass. We saw the body of a child, what had been a child, sprawled in the dirt, her little arms wrapped around a small dog. God, breathed Bunny. That was the only word anyone spoke. Top began to circle wide, well out of the reach of that axe. Our weapons all pointed at the man. We watched as Top stepped into the man's periphery, into the line of sight. The man had been motionless except for the movement of his shoulders. Now his head lifted and turned toward the movement. There was a moment when nothing at all happened. My finger slipped inside the dart gun's trigger guard. Top knew a little Korean, just enough. He said, "Ne mal duraseo." Listen to me, sir. Do kilira nere no jo. I need you to put the axe down. The pronunciation was fair, the meaning clear, accompanied by a downward patting gesture with Top's left hand. The man looked confused. He raised the axe a few inches and stared at it as if he'd never seen it before, as if he had no idea how it got into his hand. Then he blinked a few times and shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He looked around, seemingly unsure of where he was. "Yonin?" said the man in a soft and sleepy voice. "Gyanan odiously." Those words broke my heart. Sweetheart, where's the dog? What a father might say to his daughter. The axe rose a little higher. Blood ran from the steel head down the shaft and over the man's hand. I saw the hand begin to tremble, to shake. The axe blade wobbled. In another version of reality, it would have been because of fear or heartbreak or the absolute terror of understanding. This wasn't that world. The shaking became more intense, more violent. I saw the man's confusion burn away. saw the glassiness melt from his eyes to be replaced by something beyond insane, by raw, unfiltered, limitless rage. He opened his mouth and howled like a demon. The axe rose high, and Top shot him. The axe dropped from nerveless fingers and struck blade first into the dirt. The man collapsed down beside it, making no attempt to break his fall. That fast. No cry of pain, no struggle to bull past the effects of the drug. Sandman whispered, and consciousness fled. Havoc moved forward and stood in a ragged circle around the man. When the poor bastard fell, he cut his cheek on the axe blade. Bell knelt and rolled him over, then tore a handful of grass, using it to sponge away the blood. Given what that axe had done, and the evidence that lay scattered around, it was a useless gesture, and we all knew it. She touched the man's face, and then reached over and touched the face of the little girl and the dog. "Salam, ya achi," she murmured. "Peace, my brother." It came close to breaking my heart. And it also recalled my own moment on Frog Island, when I made the promise to the dead woman. Grief, however borrowed, for a total stranger, was the flag Bell would go to war under. I flew my own, and I suspected Top, Bunny, and Andrea had theirs flying. For Ho, maybe it was for Sergeant Chung, or maybe for an entire island of his countrymen. Only Mun stood apart, looking beyond the horrors there in the grass, studying the parking lot and buildings. She held her dart gun in her right hand, the barrel pointed down. Her head was cocked as she listened to the wind, which was whistling through the trees. I took the axe and slipped the handle through a loop in my harness, letting that blade hang between my shoulders. Everyone watched me do that. No one asked why. "Outlaw," said Belle, rising to her feet, "on your six." I turned to see a woman come out from behind a parked golf cart near the building. Short, fat, and bloody. She looked around like a startled bird, head bobbing this way and that, body hunched unnaturally. Then she spotted us and stared for a long, awful moment. She opened her mouth and let loose a sound like a cheetah, raspy, raw, and inhuman. She broke into a dead run, barreling straight at us, her breasts flopping under her red spattered shirt, hands pawing at the air as if trying to pull us toward her. Andrea walked toward her, raising his weapon, letting her come close. It was a surreal encounter, the frenzied woman running toward a man who stood with apparent calm. I saw the gun tremble, though. I knew. Andrea let the woman get to within 50 feet and fired. His first round missed. The second did not, and she pitched forward, her dead weight propelled by momentum, and slid on the asphalt, sanding off the skin from hands and chin and cheek. Her body came to rest at the very edge of the grass, fingers touching the first withered stalks. "Outlaw," said Mun. "Listen." I did. We all did. The wind was louder now, much louder, swelling moment by moment. "Oh, really?" said Bunny. It wasn't the sound of the wind whistling through the trees. It was a higher, deeper, wetter sound. It was voices, a lot of them. They were screaming. They were coming for us. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. It was a tidal surge of madness and murder. Dozens of people came running, drawn by the screams from the woman Andrea had shot. The sounds they made were inhuman, although they came from human throats. It was hard not to think of them as monsters, as things. They were people, sick people, civilians. We ran for a group of parked vehicles to use them as both a shelter and a choke point. The infected would have to squeeze in between the cars and golf carts in order to get us, and we would have the advantage of fewer numbers. We ran like hell and got there first. As we took up positions, using hoods and trunks to steady our aim, Bunny said, "I'm getting a weird déjà vu about all this mess." "You thinking about last year in Russia?" asked Top. "No, thinking about last week in Syria. Those guys in the lab coats. The way they moved, like birds, like these people." We all looked at him for a moment, and then the moment was gone. The infected rushed us, the first to reach us stumbling as the darts hit them and then being slammed into the vehicles by the wave of people behind. Even with the screams of rage, we could hear the sharp, wet sounds of bones breaking and flesh bursting. I was behind an old Toyota Camry, and the impact rocked it back with such force that 2 wheels lifted off the ground. Belle, Munn, and I were shoulder to shoulder, firing at them, and there was a change in tone of some of the screams as infected were crushed when the car dropped back down. A boy of about 11 crawled through the golf cart beside me and tried to stab Top with the jagged end of a broken boat oar, but Ho shot him. The boy vanished beneath a mass of seething bodies who crawled over him, smashing the frail body between seat and floor. At times like this, I ask myself, how can a sane and civilized mind adequately process the nature of madness? We can understand the history of psychosis. We can read the body of work on the pathology of madness. We can discuss the warping effects of tumors in drugs, of diseases and damage. But does any of that really ever prepare you to confront a psychological fracture that behavior appears to be evidence of true evil? No. And I've been on battlefields and in conflict with the deranged and the diseased, with the ideologically zealous and the hardest of cold hearts. I should have been able to look at what was unfolding on Yanpyeong with a clinical detachment. That's not what happened. Havoc Team was in a world where the victims of a bioweapon were able to think clearly enough to use weapons, to hunt prey, to set traps, and devise cruelties.
Most of the victims were completely deranged, pushed to a level of mad vacuity where the harm they were driven to inflict did not need a target other than their own flesh. There was no clear pattern to any of it except that rage. The attackers weren't even focused entirely on us. As the crowd of them thronged together, they turned on one another, committing unspeakable acts. We saw a man hammering a walking stick down someone's throat with a rubber mallet, the head of the mallet bouncing back, the dying victim kneeling there, fists punching the concrete weaker each moment. There was a woman fighting with 2 crab fishers. She had a boat hook in her hands, and it was slick with blood along its length and on her arms to the elbow. There was a look of such profound hatred in her eyes that it seemed to radiate with palpable heat. Her jaw was clenched so tightly that the muscles of her face were etched like stone. The fishermen were unarmed and kept lunging for her with fingers and teeth, being beaten back each time. A cop walked down the street with a pump shotgun, shooting anything that moved. People, animals, birds, even a sheet of newspaper pushed by the wind. He emptied the gun and then reloaded with such anger that the slot where the shells went cut and abraded his skin. He screamed continuously, drops of blood flecking his lips. A group of 7 children ran in a pack, with the 2 fastest flushing apparently uninfected people out of hiding and into the path of the others. Behind them was a wake of destruction as terrible as that left by a tornado. I heard Bale say something in Arabic that sounded like a prayer, not for the suffering, but for her own soul. Andrea, a man with no religious beliefs, crossed himself. There was a sob, and at first I thought it might have been Bunny, but I was wrong. It was Ho. We raised our guns and shot them all. We shot everyone on the town's main street. We dropped everyone who came at us, everyone who ran, walked, crawled. We did not discriminate for age or gender. Men and women, boys and girls, babies and old folks. Our guns found them. Maybe we should have felt better knowing that we were firing tranquilizers that would not kill them. Sure, tell yourself that when you're firing at a group of little kids, or a pregnant woman, or an old lady with rheumy eyes and little cloisonné kitty cat pins on her sweater. We fired until our magazines were empty, then dropped the empties and swapped in fresh ones, and fired, and fired. Aboard the Soul of Piety, Limassol Marina, Cyprus, Greece, 8 months ago. "You've told me a lot about your operation," said Santoro, "but nothing at all about your clients."
Our client's son, said Cougar. He was stretched out on the deck, naked except for an indecent pair of briefs. Skin glistening with oil, sunglasses pointed upward toward the brim of a hat that was tilted low to cover his entire face. This is a partnership. Don't know why I can't seem to sell that idea to you. The marina was packed with dozens of expensive yachts, a few of which were actually bigger than the soul of piety. That was as it should be. Cougar liked to be seen as wealthy, but did not want to stand out in any obvious way. You are dodging the question. Santoro sat cross-legged on a cushion under an awning, a glass of iced tea cradled between his palms. You always dodge the question. Well, in point of fact, I have 2 different clients right now. 2 big ones, I mean, and a hell of a lot of little ones. Hell's concierge is never short on business. Who are these big clients? Cougar took so long to answer that Santoro thought the man would simply pretend to be asleep. One has been a client for a long time now. I've been helping him with a number of interesting requests. Been doing that since before I went to prison. Kept it up inside, thanks to some well-placed friends. Like that guard? Like a few guards, said Cougar. The prison doctor was one of my people, too. Point is, I've been Uncle Vlad's go-to guy for almost 10 years. Uncle Vlad, mused Santoro, as in Vladimir Putin? Sure, deep pockets and pays well. Though recently he's taken a pretty big hit. He's bankrolling some kind of big operation in the States. Don't know what it is, but he says it'll help him launch his Novosovetsky scheme. New Soviet? Queried Santoro. I thought that was only an internet rumor. Oh, it's real, laughed Cougar. Uncle Vlad thinks he has a shot at making it happen, too. Don't ask me how, because although I'm happy to take his money, we are not drinking buddies. He doesn't drunk call me and confess his deep, dark secrets. What he is to me, though, is a cash cow. More than a third of what my operation does is tied to him in one way or another. Who is the other client? They are a lot more interesting, said Cougar, grinning. A whole lot. They call themselves the Sut Myung A Kang Chil Namja. I don't speak Chinese. It's Korean, and it means the 5 Iron Men. Yeah, I know, sounds like the title of a superhero movie, but it has some ancient cultural significance. 5 men representing 5 very old families who have been deeply involved in some of the most important events in that country's history. Wars, emperors, all that. What do they want of you? Of us, corrected Cougar automatically. That's actually a trickier question than you know. These cats won't use 2 words when only one will work, and they won't use one when they can get away with just a grunt. Hardly the chatty type. He removed the hat and sat up. Despite his usual affectation of indolence and sloth, Cougar moved in a way that spoke of great conditioning. No struggle at all to sit up, no use of hands. All core strength that hit a panther quickness. Cougar stood and padded over to the ice chest, got a bottle of beer, screwed off the top, and drank half of it. What do they want? He mused, looking at the seabirds bobbing in the water off the starboard rail. Santoro sipped his tea and waited. There's what they told me, said Cougar, and what I think they want. Meaning? What they said they wanted was for me to engineer a way to so thoroughly discredit the government of the United States that they are forced to withdraw in a big way from South Korea and the entire region. Are they North or South Koreans? Yeah, well, that's where it gets interesting. 3 of them live in the South and the other 2 are bigwigs in the North. But all of them have large families that were split when the nation was cut in half. So, they are for reunification of the 2 Koreas? Cougar swirled the beer in the bottle and stared down the mouth to watch the bubbles pop. That's what I think they'd like me to believe. You doubt them? I doubt everyone, said Cougar, except you. Santoro said nothing to that and instead asked, what then is their real motive? Haven't totally sussed that out yet. I have my computer geeks tearing apart their emails and anything else they can sneak into. You have a suspicion, though? Cougar drank. It's only that, he said, but yeah. Two of them have pretty strong ties with China, business ties. And it's not both of the guys in the north. It's one of them and one of the cats in the south. Unconnected businesses. I'll bet you a bottle of Chateau Petrus, the 2010 vintage, that all five of them have business interests with China. If the U.S. leaves or their presence is diminished, then China gets to come to the financial rescue of both Koreas. China's on the move, becoming a much bigger economy than any communist ideology should allow. I think our five iron men are in this for the money and the stability. Even if there isn't a reunited Korea, if China is Big Daddy, then commerce and travel between the countries will improve, and families will reunite. Santoro thought about that and slowly nodded. Do you think you can make America retreat? Huh, God, no. Even I'm not that clever. But, said Kuga, I'm pretty very sure I can get them thrown out.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The Talk, Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Nikki Bloom, Bug's second in command, was on her 5th cup of coffee while hammering away to enter search arguments into the pattern recognition program. Rudy sat a few yards away rereading the transcripts of his interviews with Rafael Santoro. Suddenly, Nikki leaped to her feet and yelled, "Holy freaking gosh!" Everyone's head whipped around, but before anyone could ask what was wrong, they saw it. Nikki sent a BBC News feed to the main screen. There, larger than life and crystal clear, was a team of men and women dressed as Republic of Korea soldiers and American Navy SEALs, deploying a series of small drones into the air above a beach on a remote island. The sound was bad and tinny because the mic was not close to the team, but one voice seemed to cut through the distortion. A male voice, clearly an American accent. When Kim Jong-un hears about this, he's gonna know not to mess with Uncle Sam.
Nikki stood aghast, her eyes wide, mouth slack, but her hands were busy as she sent feeds from other global news stations to the other screens. 2, 5, 11, 30. Bakhtar News Agency, Agence Compuchea Press, BBC News Service, China News Service, MSNBC, Ritzau, Somentiatomisto, Wafa, Agencia Lusa, TASS, Tanjug, Channel News Asia, Nusis, Yonhap, Associated Press, CNN, Fox, Al Jazeera, Reuters, Kovar, Lanka Puvath, Myanmar News Agency, Burnama, Gigi Press, Islamic Republic News Agency, Samachar. Rudy stopped counting. His head swam and he gripped the edge of a desk to keep from falling down. Ay Dios mío, Rudy breathed. It's out. Oh my dear God, it's out. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. As the darts hit, the raging people fell. Just like that. There was no struggle, no attempt to shake off the effects. They went down where they stood, weapons falling from slack fingers, eyelids fluttering shut, bodies sagging as the dreadful inner tensions were snapped off as if breakers were tripped inside their heads. We stood in a ragged line, a kind of half-circle, with our backs to the wall of a crab shack, loading and firing, covering for each other during reloads. The Snellig dart gun's range wasn't great, but the effect was so fast that it didn't matter, and we did not need to make accurate shots. No headshots, as with Saif al-Din. The darts had to break the skin, and all of us were good enough shots to do that. "Are you sure this is safe?" demanded Ho, who had so far shot only 3 people, 2 men and a young woman. However, there was a rising note to his voice that was not quite hysteria, but definitely in that zip code. "It's safe," I said, but Doc Holliday's voice overrode me via the team channel. "It's been tested on adults of all ages up to 70, and with kids as young as 15. We don't know the effect on children or infants. We don't know the effect on pregnant women, but the chemicals should not be able to cross the placental barrier." Ho looked wildly around, as if expecting Doc to be there, but I knew it wasn't her he was seeing. He was looking at the people who lay in silent heaps around us. Some of them were children. 2 were toddlers, and there were 3 women who were visibly pregnant. I could see his mouth through the plexiglass visor, and it was working, forming words that he couldn't or dared not say aloud. His telemetry was being sent to the TOC, and I could only imagine where his pulse rate and blood pressure were. The pistol began rattling in his grip as shudders whipped through his body. Beside him, Major Munn made a disgusted noise and shoved Ho unkindly aside, firing as a man in mechanic's overalls rushed forward. He dropped, and then she took a teenage girl with a shot to the face, and then a mailman. Her eyes were steady, cold, merciless, and I had no doubt that if she'd been allowed to fire live rounds, she would have done so with equal efficiency and obvious lack of emotion. That troubled me, because it was the kind of military efficiency that crossed a line into a dangerous coldness. Not just hardened to the exigencies of warfare, and not the rancid love of bloodshed, but a complete disconnect from humanity on either end of the gun. There was a part of me that wanted to take her off the firing line, to stand her down, until I could understand who she really was as a person and a soldier. But there was no time for that. The infected of Yeonpyeong kept coming at us, drawn by the sound of conflict and the screams of people who were beyond their minds with uncontrollable fury. In strange and somewhat perverse contrast, our dart guns made soft sounds, almost gentle, quieter than a sound suppressor, a nothing sound that was lost amid their screams and our own labored breathing. The scene was surreal. I'd been in firefights more times than I could count, and I faced down mobs of infected, but in those cases it was a gunfight or guns against the living dead. This was us fighting people we might actually be able to save, provided we figured out what the disease was and could concoct a cure or treatment. Grief stabbed us with every trigger pull, even though we were not murdering anyone. The emotions were twisted out of shape, and yet around us it was a lovely day. The December sky was a hard blue you could scratch a match on. Unseasonably warm sunlight sparkled on the water, and there were birds singing in the trees. How was this the world? How did the actions and the environment fit into one dimension? Where in all of this was sanity, or God, or hope? "On your left," yelled Top, and I turned as a small pack of them came howling toward us. 9 of them, running together, each of them spattered with blood from the crimes they'd committed, all of them armed with pipes or wrenches or pieces of wood. One had a human arm, a woman's I think, that he brandished like a club. I wanted to kill him. More him than the others, even though it was obvious every one of this bunch had done awful things to their friends and neighbors. But the man waving the arm was emblematic of the deep horror of this, and the killer in my head wanted to extinguish that, to erase it, and the possibility of it from the tribal consciousness, to deny its potential and prevent such horrors from spreading like an infection. I fired and tried to hold my ground, but they came fast. Flies were everywhere, drawn by the smell of blood in the air, and they crawled over my visor. They swarmed in the air too small to be targets of our bullets or of the rage of the infected. Bunny and Belle moved to flank me, and we took them all down. It felt obscene to do it so easily. 9 of them, 3 of us. 4 seconds. I felt bile in my throat as if we'd slaughtered them. How could Junie so misunderstand me as to think I was unmoved by combat? Or, maybe more truly, how could I be so detached?
Ho was beside me and pointed to various corpses here and there. "See that?" he said, indicating where a woman had clearly tried to hide inside a parked car. She was still held fast by her seatbelt, but the windshield had been smashed in so that someone could stab her in the throat with a long metal pole. One hand had been punctured and impaled on the pole. That's a defensive wound. None of the other infected we've encountered tried to defend themselves. They were all postures of pure aggression. "Which tells you what?" I asked. "I don't know for sure, but I'd guess that she was uninfected when she died. She tried to hide rather than attack. That's suggestive. I need to take some samples from her." We paused, standing in a defensive ring around the car while Ho worked. "Make it quick, painkiller," prompted Top. "Feel like I'm standing here completely exposed." "Yes," said Belle. "There's movement ahead, coming fast." "Done," he said, as he used a Sharpie to scrawl notes on a sample container into which he thrust vials of blood and spit. We moved on. The infected came at us from open doorways, and I noticed that they seemed to react to us once they saw or heard us. There weren't swarms of them actively hunting, or so it seemed. I filed that away for later consideration. With every person who fell, and every corpse we stepped over, I could feel a gradual shift inside my own head. The killer was not firing that gun. It was not his kind of gun, and not his kind of fight. No, it was the cop, cold and professional, observing everything, seeing what cried out to be seen, pinning it all to the walls inside that aspect of my mind. He was working the case, because that's what he did best. That's why his personality was the one I most related to, the one that kept me steady and found a pathway through the landscape of horrors. "Outlaw," called Munn. "That plant over there. It has a solid wall and good views of the street. We can catch our breath." "Do it," I said, and she led the way toward the wharf, where a small crab processing plant stood next to a more official-looking municipal building. Swarms of black flies buzzed all around us. They seemed agitated. Many more of them hung in dark, roiling clouds around the infected. Everyone began doing a quick weapons check, reloading, taking a breath, fighting down the shakes. While I fitted in a new magazine of Sandman darts, Bunny's words from earlier came back to me. He was right in that the infected here did move in the same awkward, bird-like way as had the lab-coated techs and test subjects back in Syria. I reached up to tap my comms unit to switch to a private channel with the TOC when I heard Doc Holliday yell in my ear, "Outlaw, we've lost all video and—" Then the line went dead. "What the hell?" growled Top. Suddenly a shot rang out, and I heard a big, wet cough directly behind me. Colonel Ho staggered as the entire front of his face mask exploded outward, spraying all of us with red and chunks of gray brain tissue. His body collapsed in an artless tangle of thrashing limbs. BBC World News, April 11 reporting. Disturbing news emerged today from the North Korean island of Gaguli-Som. What at first appeared to be an outbreak of an as-yet unknown disease form may in fact be the work of terrorists. Video footage has been sent by the radical whistleblower news group Punk Press that appears to show armed soldiers on the beach of that island at around the same time as a presumed bioweapon was released. The Punk Press video shows many casualties among the civilian population. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. I crouched and spun, but before I could take a step, something smashed me sideways. It was Bunny. He had one arm hooked around Belle's waist and had rammed me with his massive shoulder as automatic gunfire filled the air and bullets chewed up the ground where I'd been standing. We fell hard on the concrete beneath the tin roof overhang of a grab shack, then rolled apart. Belle came up on one knee, holstering her dart gun aside and swinging her rifle around from behind her back. She swept the rooftops, looking for targets, firing at anything that moved. Bunny and I dodged to opposite sides of the grab shack, also swapping weapons. The gunfire was continuous and raining down from elevated positions. There was a lot of it, too. A barrage that chased Havoc Team behind cover. Ho lay on the ground, with his head torn apart, but still impossibly, horribly alive. He twitched and thrashed, caught inside an envelope of personal agony. The bullet had slung his blood 7 feet high onto the wall behind which I hid. Top, Andrea, and Major Munn had scrambled for the cover of parked cars, letting the metal vehicles soak up the rounds. Window glass exploded, and the hood and fenders popped as if in a hailstorm. I saw Top looking at me and yelling, but there was no sound in my ear. The comms were dead. That's what Bug had tried to tell me before things went to gauche. Andrea was all but punching the keys of his wrist computer, but the machines were not answering to his call. "So much for gadgets," said Bunny, having to lean toward me and yell. "We need to go old school on these really difficult people. But where in gauche are they?" The rounds were coming in so hot he wasn't able to look around the corner. Splinters filled the air like hornets. "Up there," answered Belle, who had crabbed sideways behind a stack of big spools of electrical cable. "Count 12, maybe more." I took a small mirror on a stick and angled it to give me a quick peek around the corner. 30 yards away was a one-story dockmaster's office with a cinder block half wall around the top. A big air conditioner unit and a radio tower dominated the roof, but all along that wall were figures silhouetted against the winter sky. I couldn't make out any details except that there were at least a dozen of them. They were all in black hammer suits, and they were all firing down at us. "Well, to gauche with this crap," complained Bunny. He had his big Atchison AA-12 shotgun in his hands, with a big 32-round drum magazine in place. I saw that the magazine was marked with a little red heart, which was Bunny's way of indicating that it was loaded with explosive rounds instead of buckshot. He didn't dare stick his head out, and instead pointed the barrel around the corner, tilted it up, and began firing. "Merry really Christmas, jerks!" Bunny thundered. He was loaded with modified Frag-12 high-explosive rounds and had his weapon set to full auto, which gave him a fire rate of 300 rounds per minute. He burned through the full magazine in seconds, his huge frame braced for the continuous recoil. Each round was a fin-stabilized 19mm warhead that, once fired, arms itself as soon as it travels 3 meters from the muzzle and detonates on impact. The HE rounds are designed to punch a 1-inch diameter hole through quarter-inch steel plate. The cinder block wall had no chance at all. Neither did 3 of the shooters behind that wall. I saw bodies leap into the air trailing blood and debris. The other shooters scattered. Belle reached up and patted Bunny's brawny shoulder. "My brother," she said. Then there was a shout behind me. "Outlaw, on your 6!" I heard a muffled voice and whirled as Top ran past me, letting his rifle drop to hang from its sling as he drew his dart gun. A swarm of infected were running toward us, climbing over the bodies of their fellow citizens. Some of those bodies were sleeping in the arms of Sandman, but others lay bleeding and gasping their lives from the bullets that missed us but not them. Andrea tried to grab Ho and drag him to cover, but the gunfire chased him away. Munn began firing, but to my horror I saw she had her standard-issue rifle and was hosing the infected civilians with live rounds. Top stepped up and knocked the barrel high. She staggered, then in a moment of apparent anger, kicked Top in the groin. Or tried to.
Top twisted, quick as a snake, and took the blow on his hip, then stepped right into Munn, once more slapping the rifle away as she tried to lower the barrel, seemingly to point at him. He hit her in the chest with a hard, straight punch that, despite body armor, knocked her back and down hard. Top tore the gun from her hands and flung it away, and pointed at her, not with his weapon, but with a stiff finger. I couldn't hear what he said, but she stayed down. Tension and fury emanated from her like waves of nuclear radiation. Bunny cut me a look, and through his visor I saw him raise one eyebrow as if asking if Munn had lost her composure. I shrugged. The situation was too raw, and she was an unknown. This was her country, so it was possible the stress was shoving her into some strange psychological shape. Even good soldiers can react wrong if the moment falls apart around them. I prayed to whatever god was on call that the jammers killed all live feeds from our body cams. If any diplomat or, worse, head of state saw her slaughtering civilians, then this whole thing was going to fall down. Maybe that action wouldn't be a cause for war, since she was South Korean and so were the civilians, but it could churn already troubled waters. Who knows what political damage it might do? Andrea began firing at the dockmaster's office, which was now actively burning. I was busy with the infected, using the Snellig to drop them as they came close, but there were a lot of them, and they were moving fast. Ho lay between the infected and the rest of Havoc, and despite everything, he was still moving, clawing feebly at the ground with his fingers. The situation, which at first had been terrible and heartbreaking, had gone through desperate and was about to set its next foot on empty air. They, and I had to assume they were the fake SEALs and Korean soldiers, were on the street level now, sending a new fusillade our way, while the street behind us was filling up with dozens of the infected. The Economist, no byline given. In response to the punk press video purportedly showing South Korean and United States Special Forces deploying a bioweapon on a small fishing island, North Korean President Kim Jong-un issued this boldly worded statement. The massacre committed by the United States' imperialistic aggressions on Gaguli-Som is proof that they are murderers seeking pleasure in the slaughter of innocent people. They think they can commit such atrocities without impunity, but forget that we have new type intercontinental ballistic rockets with nuclear warheads that can strike to the very heart of their evil cesspool of a nation.
Danabuyas Hotel, Gellert, Budapest, Hungary, 6 months ago. Santoro looked up sharply as the door opened. Kuga stood there, his blue eyes clicking here and there, taking in the whole scene. It angered the Spaniard. He did not, absolutely did not like to be interrupted while working, not even by Kuga. "Why are you here?" he asked sharply. "I thought you preferred a more administrative distance from the real work." Kuga stood in the open doorway, his polished loafers inches from the congealing pool of crimson. Then he closed the door behind him, took a pack of bubble gum from the inner breast pocket of his impeccable Ermenegil Dido Zegna sports coat, unwrapped 2 sticks, and chewed thoughtfully. He did not reply to Santoro's comment, not in words, but he stared at the little Spaniard until even Santoro looked uncomfortable. The little killer cleared his throat and gave a tiny bow of apology. They stood on opposite sides of a room awash with blood. The sound system was playing a Holly's Best Of playlist. The current track was The Air That I Breathe, a romantic and very sexy song that could not have been more completely at odds with what was going on here. Or maybe not, mused Kuga. Santoro showed signs of arousal. Maybe this was sex to him. There was one little patch of clean floor, and Kuga stood in that. The 3 figures strapped to chairs barely looked human anymore. Only one of them was actually dead. The others faced the inhuman thing that sagged and dripped. Both of them were gagged and blindfolded. Behind them stood Santoro in his plastic blood suit, and in a corner, holding hands, dressed similarly, were 2 young people. Kuga gave them a long, considering appraisal, the way a hunter examines blood dog pups in a pen. "This is them?" The girl smiled. "I'm Eve, and this is—" But Santoro silenced her with a gunshot snap of his fingers. She immediately flushed as red as the blood on her clothes. The boy, Adam, stood staring. He was big and strong and looked dangerous, but he stood shackled by uncertainty. Santoro said something to Adam, who opened a leather case on one of the room's 2 queen beds and removed headphones. He placed them on each of the 2 surviving prisoners, then connected wires to them and adjusted the volume on the music. He nodded. Kuga leaned back against the door and looked at the 3 bound people. You couldn't tell much about who they were or where they came from. Their hair was soaked and plastered to their heads and was the color of wet brick. There wasn't a single inch of skin that was not painted with red or purpled with bruises. He nodded to the dead man. Who did him? Eve started to say something, hesitated, stopped, looked at the floor. "Eve is particularly enthusiastic," said Santoro. "Is that a nice word for clumsy?" asked Kuga. He blew a pink bubble. It popped with a satisfying sound, and he sucked it into his mouth. "Not at all," said the Spaniard. "Our guest was very forthcoming. Access codes, patrol schedules, timetables, enough?" Santoro gave one of his shrugs. I do not believe he had anything useful left to say. Kuga glanced at the bed. Clothing stood in 3 neatly folded piles. 2 uniforms and 1 business suit. He popped his gum. "These other 2 going to give us the rest of what we need?" he asked. "Without a doubt." Kuga nodded, popped his gum again, and reached for the doorknob. "Then get back to work." He shot cold looks at Adam and Eve, but pointed to Santoro. "You 2 listen to me. This man is my friend and my business partner, but more than that, he is an artist. He is the best of the best of the best. You stay focused, and maybe you'll be a 10th as good, which will make you 5 times better than anyone else you meet. Studying under him is a gift, and maybe you're smart enough to recognize how valuable a gift it is. I hope so. He seems to think so. Do not disappoint him. If so, then you won't have him to answer to.
Trust me when I tell that you do not want to make me mad." He chuckled, warm as an uncle on Christmas morning. "No, you really don't want that." He blew another bubble, watching what his words did to their eyes and the shapes of their mouths. Then he gave them a friendly wink and went out. The Tuck Church took the call from Jerry Spencer while watching Havoc Team fight their way across Yanpiang Island. He stepped into a quiet corner before answering. "Detective Spencer," said Church, "I've been waiting for your call." "Yeah? Well, you're not going to like what I have to say," muttered Spencer. "No," said Church, "I expect not." Yanpiang Island, South Korea. There are moments in a person's life that truly define them. It's as if the universe distills everything down in simpler choices, even if those choices are both bad. At least you understand them. You do this or you do that. If you do neither, you die, and maybe that's what you deserve. Inaction is action in its own way. It's the victim's choice. I can't decide, so have your way with me. In that golden moment, if your will to live is strong enough, you eliminate that weak option and focus on the two bad choices. Which one will kill me first? Or, contrarily, which choice will demand that the universe work that much harder to cut me down? Which choice will matter most? It's not about survival, really. It's about staying alive long enough to make sure that your death serves a purpose. Top twisted, quick as a snake, and took the blow on his hip, then stepped right into Mun, once more slapping the rifle away as she tried to lower the barrel, seemingly to point at him. He hit her in the chest with a hard, straight punch that, despite body armor, knocked her back and down hard. Top tore the gun from her hands and flung it away, and pointed at her, not with his weapon, but with a stiff finger. I couldn't hear what he said, but she stayed down. Tension and fury emanated from her like waves of nuclear radiation. Bunny cut me a look, and through his visor I saw him raise one eyebrow, as if asking if Mun had lost her composure. I shrugged. The situation was too raw, and she was an unknown. This was her country, so it was possible the stress was shoving her into some
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives. Within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 810. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It's you spitting in the devil's eye and telling him to go bother someone else, because even if his knights and rooks are about to slaughter your king, you are willing to simply knock over the chessboard. That was the moment by the crab shack. We had certain death in front of and behind us. But here's the thing about certainty. Just as that old saying, man plans, God laughs, is true, so is the philosophy of a certain kind of soldier on certain kinds of battlefields. And I'm not just talking about those wearing uniforms and fighting for a flag. It's as true of a bullied kid with his back to a boy's bathroom wall as it is of a woman who will not be punched down to the floor again by her jerk husband. It's true of people who have had almost everything stripped away from them but that last bit of pride, that last spark of fire. And what is that philosophy? It's not some beautifully phrased bit of philosophic insight. It's not a pithy aphorism or a memorable catchphrase. Nah, nothing like that. It's just this. If you want me, you have to earn it, and I'm going to make it very expensive for you. Al Jazeera, DS Mongify, reporting. Many nations have issued statements in support of North Korea and openly condemning the actions of the United States and South Korea in the strongest possible terms. China and Russia are threatening to close American embassies and eject all U.S. government and private citizens. This tragedy comes at a critical time in world politics as North and South Korea, China, and the United States, along with 5 other nations, have gathered in Oslo for the D9 denuclearization summit scheduled to begin in 2 days. The 9 world leaders are already in Norway, but their embassies and hotels have had their security statuses raised to severe. It is not yet known whether the world leaders will cancel the summit and return home. There is an air of extreme tension throughout Oslo and the world. Yanpang Island, South Korea. "Pappy, jackpot," I barked. "Cover our backs. Dart 'em if you can, but stop 'em." They rose up without question and began firing. Donnie Darko, Mother Mercy, on me. I took a fistful of Major Munn's hammer suit and hauled her roughly to her feet. She tried to slap my hand away, but I kept my grip. I had to lean close to be heard. "Listen to me and hear me. We're in the mess and you are with us or you're not. Tell me right now and make me believe it. The comms and body cams are down, so if you mess with me, no one will ever know who put one in your brain pan. Are you reading me on this?" "Take your hands off me," she snarled. Instead of that, I gave her a shake that probably loosened her fillings and then jerked her forward until her mask was hard against mine. "I don't know what your problem is, Major, but right now you are not among friends." "No," said Belle, shifting close, "you're not." "Hoo-ah," said Bunny. "No messing around," I said coldly, giving Munn another rough shake. "Are you with us or not?" She looked into my eyes, and she did, in fact, hear me and see me. I could see the understanding in her face. "Yes," she said hoarsely. "I'm sorry about." "I don't give a flying gosh what you're sorry about. Are you with us or not? Say it clear and make me believe it." Something shifted in her. Even her posture changed. She stopped trying to pull away and instead stood firm and straightened. She gave a slow, firm nod. "I'm with you," she said. I watched her eyes. Mon was tough as nails, and she met my glare, but there was a flicker there, as if she wanted, or perhaps needed, to look away. It troubled me, but we were in the mess, so I had to accept her word. For now. I let her go. I didn't shove her back or any of that mess. I let her go. However, I saw Belle point a finger like a pistol and then use her thumb to drop the hammer. Munn stepped away, picked up her rifle, checked the magazine, and turned toward the edge of the wall that was being continually chewed apart by gunfire. "What's the plan, boss?" asked Bunny. I was not in a mood for niceties. I plucked 2 fragmentation grenades from my harness. Plan? How about a nice big cup of trouble? Bunny grinned and pulled 2 of his own. We pulled the pins and lobbed them in a tight arc over the wall of the crab shack. The second they blew, I was moving, running low, firing into the smoke. Munn beside me, with Bunny and Belle flanking us. The bad guys had the numbers. We had one moment of utter confusion. That's my kind of math. I saw shapes reeling in the cloud of red-tinged dust and fired into it as I ran. Bullets punched through the air, but I didn't care. This wasn't a fight. This was murder. We took it to them, closing to 0 distance as we hosed them with rounds. I heard Bunny cough out a cry of pain as bullets hit him, but he powered through the foot-pounds of impact, letting the body armor do its work and making the bad guys pay for the searing pain in his chest. One of the rock soldiers, his weapon empty and no time to fish for a new magazine, swung his rifle stock at Belle, but she shot him in the face and kicked him at the same time. He reeled back, his dead weight screening her as she closed on a second man and killed him too. Belle, small and wiry and fast, emptied an entire magazine into a pair of soldiers who were trying to shift away out of the smoke in order to get a better look at their targets. They wasted a second doing that, and she killed them for their stupidity. On the other side of me, Mon was firing with a handgun, holding it in both hands as she walked forward, aiming, firing, killing, aiming. I thought I'd seen her hesitate for a moment at first, but now she was doing her job. There were a total of 11 of the bad guys left after Bunny's earlier barrage and my grenade. We could have hidden behind obstacles and spent all afternoon sniping at each other. This wasn't that kind of fight. We had that moment of advantage and we took it. And we killed them all. When I lowered my gun and turned around, Top and Andrea stood side by side, chests heaving, dart guns hanging at their sides, in front of a mountain of infected. I looked around for more enemies to fight, saw none. Beyond the tiny town was the bright blue water, the wave tops traced with gold, and a line of clouds peering with frightened interest over the horizon line. CNN, the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer. We begin this hour with breaking news from North Korea. A shocking and deeply disturbing story is unfolding. The video you are about to see contains strong images and viewers are cautioned. The graphic for Punk Press fills the screen. Yenpang Island, South Korea. They were all down. They were not all dead. We formed a tight circle, guns up and out as we turned like a dial, scanning for targets, maybe hungry for them. Birds, shocked to silence, stood like witnesses to what we'd done. Nothing moved, except the smoke. One of the soldiers, a slender man with a Korean face, was on his knees, his body running with blood. He had a pistol in his hand, but it was pointed down. Mun was moving toward him, her gun pointing at his heart. Bunny pointed his shotgun too.
The man on the ground was looking over his shoulder, and through a cracked and torn visor, I saw an American face, a SEAL, or someone masquerading as one. He made a sound that was unnaturally loud in the sudden silence, a whimper of fear and pain, and tried to crawl faster. I began walking toward him. The darkness in my heart was beginning to scream. Then, all at once, there was a sudden sharp electronic squawk that stabbed through my head, and Scott Wilson's voice was in my ear. "Outlaw, do you copy?" "I'm here," I said. "The jammer just went down," Wilson said. "Don't know why, but it's good. All channels are open, and we have the feeds now from your body cams." I glanced at Belle, who hurried over with something she just pulled from a dead soldier's backpack. I took it and turned the thing over in my hands. It was a ruggedized laptop in a thick plastic case. 3 bullet holes puckered the cover. "Yeah, we found and disabled the jamming device," I said. "It's trashed, but I'll bring you what's left. I don't recognize the design, though.
Maybe Bug's team can salvage it and find out who made it, Doc said. Right now, though, all lines but one are clear. Check Painkiller's telemetry feed. Something seems to be wrong with it. Top and Andrea, their rearguard work done for now, were kneeling on either side of Colonel Ho. I could see Top's shoulders rise and fall with resignation. He raised his head, found me, gave a small shake. I felt a pang, deep and acute. I'd come to like and respect Ho. Painkiller's down, I said. Oh, dear God, said Wilson. I'm so dreadfully sorry. It occurred to me then how this was going to look. The only representative of North Korea was dead and on South Korean soil. During an illegal operation, because it would come out that he hadn't cleared his involvement in this with anyone higher up the political food chain. I wondered if the North Korean official who was a friend of Church's was still on the call and deliberately broke protocol by using the fallen doctor's real name. Colonel Ho was a hero, and he died like one, I said. He took an incredible risk to participate in a mission to save his country and maybe the whole region. Dr. Ho did not want his country torn apart by war, especially one that does not need to happen. He believes, as this whole team believes, that whoever did this, on Geguli-sam and here on Yanpyeong, is trying to manipulate the governments of both Korea's and probably China and the United States into declaring war. They used a bioweapon in both places and tried to sell the false narrative of this being a secret plot by the U.S. and South Korea. Ho didn't believe that any more than the rest of us. Of course he didn't believe it. He was too good an officer, too insightful a man, too wise a doctor, and too loyal and honorable soldier of the Korean People's Army to be fooled. His death was tragic, but he died fighting for his country and his people. He died a hero, and I am proud to have served along with him. I will gladly work with the governments of all 4 nations to hunt down the people responsible and scorch the ground on which they stand. It was a speech, and I spoke slowly, crafting my sentences, making sure that the message was clear. While I spoke, I looked at Major Munn, who stood a dozen yards away. Her body was ramrod stiff, and her eyes burned into mine. I waited for some acknowledgement, some sign that she was truly on the same page as me. All I got was that stony silence. I gave her another nod, though, with a different meaning that I figured she was sharp enough to read, letting her know that this was far from over, telling her that we were going to have a conversation off comms, soon. Maybe one she wouldn't like. Beyond her, I saw Bell and Top studying her. Bell's rifle was still slung from her shoulder, but the barrel was pointed ever so slightly in Munn's direction. Bell was making her own eloquent statement. Top didn't have to. I always know where he stands. The Major looked hard at Bell, and over the comm channel I heard a soft grunt of dismissal, as if Bell was nothing to her. Who knows, maybe she even believed that. But if it came down to gunplay, I knew where my bet was going to fall. I glanced down at Colonel Ho and felt a fresh wave of sadness sweep through me. Poor bastard. Because of the bottomless nonsense of international politics, guys like us might never have met. I admit to sometimes falling into the trap of demonizing the citizens of adversary countries because it's easy to conflate everyone there with the far more visible policies of their leaders. Kim Jong-un is a hard guy to like, and I'm not sure I'd help him if he were on fire. But he's only the head of North Korea, his its mouth and fist and noise. He isn't the people. Lieutenant Colonel Ho Yong-ju was a doctor and a humanist, and he died trying to prevent a war. I didn't know him very well, but I knew I would mourn him and count him among the chosen few with whom I've served and who have been swept from the chessboard, while lesser men like me somehow survive. The speech I'd just given, however, hadn't just been a testament to Ho. No, it had been for Church's 4 friends in the industry. I assumed they were all listening in and maybe watching body cam feeds as well. That was fine. Maybe they could use what I said, in whole or as sound bites, as part of the spin control needed to keep the missiles in their silos. I only hoped I'd given them enough. I bent and placed my hand on Ho's chest for a moment. Being with him. "Sorry, brother," I said, but not loud enough for anyone but me to hear. Fox News' Chris Wallace reporting. The White House has issued a firm rebuttal to the accusations of hostile acts committed on the North Korean island of Geguli-Sam, the island of frogs. White House Press Secretary Alexandra Marini says that the president sends thoughts and prayers for the people of Geguli-Sam and will make a formal televised statement later today. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. I rose from Colonel Ho's body and walked over to the dying SEAL, came around and stood in his path. Nobody had stopped him from trying to crawl away because he wasn't making any real headway. Bunny had turned him over and pressed compresses into the red ruin of his chest and stomach. Through the blood, I could see purple coils of intestines and the sharp white edges of bone. The hammer suit the man wore was a ruin, and there was a big chunk missing from his visor, though his face was unmarked. There was blood around his nostrils and on his lips, and more leaking from one ear. From the look Bunny gave me, and the evidence of my own eyes, it was clear this guy was not going to make it. Bunny took a syringe and gave the guy a shot of painkiller. Not enough to drop him into darkness, but enough to help with the agony. The stuff worked fast, and the man's frantic, shallow breathing slowed noticeably. The dying man looked up at me, and I could see so many emotions in his glazed eyes. There was, strangely, no hate there. None of the really Hugh Gallows bravado of the dying soldier. None of the disingenuousness of the discovered traitor. None of that. In his blue eyes I saw fear and shame and horror. And, I think, a kind of regret that drills all the way down to the marrow. The emotions in his eyes changed the words I said to him. They changed the conversation we would have. "Who are you?" I asked, and the gentleness in my voice surprised even me. It took a lot of effort for him to answer. Breathing was a challenge. "Burke." "Give me more," I told him. But before he could speak, the left lens of my goggles filled with raw data. Not only was the jammer down, but Bug had clearly taken images from my body camera and run facial recognition. I scanned the information and felt my heart sink. "Petty Officer First Class Cletus Burke," I said. "You're actively U.S. military. You're a SEAL, currently serving as a trainer." His eyes widened for a moment. Then he mouthed the word, "Yes." Behind him, I saw my guys moving among the other dead, turning them over, letting Bug take a look. Names began appearing on my visor screen, and some of them broke my heart. Not because I knew them, which I didn't, but because 1 in 4 were actual soldiers and sailors. Real Navy SEALs. Real Republic of Korea soldiers. I heard Top sighing a lot, heavily, the way you do when, against all efforts to the contrary, the very truth turns out to be bigger and uglier than you thought. The other dead men and women were more of a puzzle. Some were pinged as ex-military, but from a variety of countries. England, Russia, Egypt, both Koreas. Both honorable and dishonorable discharges. Some with known ties to the shadier private contractor groups, Blackwater, Blue Diamond. And one of them was a suspected member of the group of highly trained mercenaries who used to work for the Seven Kings, known as Kingsmen. We'd put that organization down and locked up or killed a lot of their foot soldiers. Like bad pennies, some of the survivors turned up here and there, never in good places, like now. "This is getting pretty weird," said Bunny, "even for us." I leaned close to Burke, all compassion for him burning away as fast and hot as a magician's flash paper. "Why?" I snarled. "Why did you do this?" "We had to."
Don't give me that nonsense, Burke. You're active military and so are some of the others, but you're running a kill op against civilians and most of your team are contractors. Tell me how that makes sense. Who cut your orders? Burke gave a feeble shake of his head. Please, you have to help me. My wife, my kids. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to rant about all the wives and kids dead on Frog Island. Dead here, infected and ruined. But the cop and the modern man inside my head told me to listen, to hear what Burke was saying. What about your family? I asked. Tears boiled up in his eyes and fell onto the bloody dirt. They'll hurt them. They? Who? The blonde kids. His voice was fading. What are you talking about? Burke, listen to me. Tell me what happened here. He shook his head. His fists were clenched as he tried to hold on to life long enough to talk. They blindsided me. The blonde kids. They looked like nothing. Like maybe college kids. Jesus, you have to swear to me that you'll save my family, my wife, my kids. Oh, God, what have I done? He coughed, and red blood ran over his chin. Listen to me, Burke, I said. You're dying. Nothing can change that now, but you can change what your death means by telling me what is going on. Who sent you here? Is this a sanctioned military operation? Are you working for the government of the United States? If his answer was a yes, even if it turned out to be a rogue cell, we were all really in trouble. And by we, I mean most of the population of planet Earth. Burke shook his head. Not official. Is this a black op? No, he said, and sounded surprised that I even asked such a thing. Maybe he didn't know about the punk press video. I dearly hoped the TOC was getting this all in high-def video and good fidelity sound. Then who sent you? I told you, the blonde kids. Who are they? Is that a code name for a group? Give me details, Burke. Give me names. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. Boss, said Bunny quietly, this cat's circling the drain. Talk to me, Burke, I pleaded. Don't die with this on your conscience. Who are the blonde kids? Don't know who they are. The boy, he called her Eve, I think. Don't know who they work for. They're Americans, I think. Young, 20s. They took me to see this other guy. Their boss, I think. Not American. Spanish, I think. Spain, not Mexico or Puerto Rico or like that. They called him Daddy. They took me to see him, and he said, oh, Christ, he said, they would hurt my wife, my kids. Oh, Christ, Words failed him. A man like this, a professional sailor and special operator, was unable to repeat the things these three strangers said they would do to his family. Jesus Christ! Give me more, I demanded. Give me some details, names, locations. What is this bioweapon? Why these targets? Why North and South Korea both? Please, he begged in a ghost of a voice, please send someone to save my family. Give me something, and I promise to do everything I can. But you have to tell me something I can use. Burke looked at me with eyes defined by pain and the knowledge that he was dying. So much fear, but not of me, and not, I think, of his own death. His breathing was getting bad, stopping and starting. They said it wouldn't kill them, he wheezed. They said it would just make them a little crazy. They coughed, and fresh blood ran from his nose and mouth. My locker, I asked. Burke, you're not making sense. It was all the sense he was ever going to make. He closed his eyes, and there was a settling of his body, not just as the last air left him and muscular tension relaxed completely. No, it was more than that. It was almost as if I saw his troubled spirit leave the broken shell of his house of life. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. I stood slowly, feeling as if my body was burdened with 10 times as much mass. a burden of pain and doubt and confusion, not only because of what Burke said, but because his visor was shattered, with pieces missing, exposing him to the outside air. He had not gone insane, or at least not violently so. What did that mean? I asked. Every word, said Church. We have people already working on everything he said. He said something about his locker. On that, said Scott Wilson, he's stationed in Tokyo. We have his hotel and gym targeted, and investigators are en route with all clearances pending. Make sure they have body cams, I told him. We share every very thing. That was for the benefit of anyone watching, of course. Wilson said that he would insist upon it. To everyone at the TOC, I said, we need to dig deep. We need to know the connection between the active duty military and the contractors. On it, promised Bug. 2 blonde kids and a Spanish guy, I mused. Maybe that's a start. There was a slight pause. Then Church said, I look forward to your field report with great interest. I stiffened. Church and I had agreed on a handful of code phrases before Havoc rolled out. Using a shared channel was useful for the diplomats, but it was a severe nuisance for the kind of unfiltered communication I was used to having with him and the field support teams. Field report was a signal that he wanted to have a private chat, and ideally soon. However, great interest meant that there was something very important he needed to tell me. Copy that, I said as calmly as I could manage. But something else needed to be on the record for whoever was listening. Burke and the others were renegades, that much is clear. Someone wants us to think that this is some kind of government-sanctioned plot, which we all know it very well is not. This is criminal, not political, and we have to work together to stop it. It was another speech, a little more of the we're all in this together rhetoric that I hoped would throw water instead of gasoline on the fire. I'm not great at keeping things calm, though. I think we can all agree that's not my most well-polished skill set. Even so, it was worth a try. That done, I needed a clear space for that chat, and I needed it right now. Mother mercy, I shouted, find an elevated shooting position and watch our backs. Jackpot and Donnie Darko start a sweep along the docks. These bastards came here in some kind of boat. Find it. Preserve all physical evidence. Hooah, they said. But before you do, Jackpot, I want every UAV we have in the air. Complete aerial survey, all wavelengths. If there are uninfected survivors, I want them located so we can bring them here. The crab plant is our shelter point. On it, he said. Andrea and Bunny ran for the equipment bags. Pappy, I said, you take Mud-On and work the buildings around the harbor. Flush out anyone in a hazmat suit.
Dart guns only unless you have no choice that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue.
Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Dart guns only unless you have no choice. That includes any more of these phony baloney soldiers and SEALs. I want to drag some of these bastards in chains before a world court, and I need them alive. "Hooah," he said. However, Munn said nothing. Instead, she gave me a lingering look that was impossible to read. What the hell was her game? I have an intense dislike of going into critical situations with people I don't know and haven't trained alongside. I've done a lot of operations alongside various divisions of the ROC, and my personal estimation of them is very high. Munn, however, was an X factor. I had an uneasy feeling there was more to her attitude than just the sometimes off-kilter social interaction of someone working for a Black Ops team like Kingdom. Hell, I'm Black Ops and I know I'm weird. No, there had to be more story to be told, and the situation hadn't allowed for me to get to know someone who was walking into battle alongside me and my team. Munn seemed to be studying me too. Then, without a sound, she turned and followed Top. I watched to make sure she was drawing the dart gun only. She was. That was something, but only cold comfort. However, I trusted that Top was going to keep a close eye on her. He's a tough man to fool, and his tolerance for bullgosh or shifty behavior is notoriously thin. She would cross him at her peril, and neither gender nor nationality would be a buffer against his wrath. "TOC to Havoc Actual," said Scott Wilson quickly, trying to catch me before I disconnected from the main channel. "We have a support team inbound, medical personnel, and a coalition team to help secure the island. ETA 30 minutes. They will drop supplies but not land or deploy personnel until you give the all clear." He gave me the coordinates for the drop zone. "Much appreciated, Grendel," I said, using his call sign. "In the meantime, we've got a lot of work to do." "Yes, we do," he said. I moved off into the shadows of the crab shack and tapped my comms unit to cycle out of the main channel. As soon as I engaged the TOC-only channel, Church was waiting for me. "How much of what's going on here is making it onto the news?" "Virtually everything that happened before you arrived," he said. "Very little since. Our enemy seemed quite interested in allowing civilians to upload images of a military team attacking them and getting it onto social media. The jammer started when you were about to come in conflict with them, suggesting they did not want the public to send video of good guys riding to the rescue. It's clever, but we now have some useful material to counter that. Will that keep the missiles in their silos?" I asked. "There is considerable saber rattling and some grandstanding with fighter jet flybys, but so far no one has fired a shot," said Church. "Well, that's something. Stopping World War III is way high on my day planner." "You don't say," drawled Church dryly. "By the way, your feeds are being shared with officials in the 4 governments, and that goes all the way to the top. Your speeches and pointed commentary have been particularly useful. Grendel says that if you ever retire from field work, you have a promising career in public relations or politics." "Politics? I'd rather be eaten by rats." I told him as much. "Tell me something, though. Our feeds are shared, but what about our names?" "No," said Church firmly. "We insisted on that. Combat call signs only, and your cover as a WHO team is still intact. Bug has buttressed the backstory, and it is unshakable. John Seymour is fielding questions about hiring you and is doing a credible job. I don't think anyone will feel the need to try and deconstruct your cover." "Well," I said sourly, "hooray for that." "We take our wins where we can find them," said Church philosophically, but then his voice turned much more serious. "Now, listen to me, outlaw. There is another critical matter I need to tell you about. The Punk Press video file has been released to all major news services. The story is exploding. It is eclipsing the outbreak on Yanping Island, and the usual talking heads are already howling for blood." "Ah, gosh," I closed my eyes. "How bad is it?" "No one has declared war," Church said, "but that word is on the lips of several heads of state, and it's all over the media. Warships are already closing on one another, and there are jets doing dangerous flybys of our fleet. North Korea and China are trying to provoke a response, and unfortunately, that may happen. They are clearly willing to sacrifice one or more of their aircraft to further justify a strong military response." My heart was racing, which I know they could see from the suit's telemetry. Bet theirs were too. "What are we doing to encourage cooler heads to prevail?" I asked. "Everything that can be done." "Sounds like a platitude, boss." "It's a statement of fact," said Church crisply. "We have people well placed in each government, and they are pioneering new levels of spin control. It's important to remember that heads of state yelling into press cameras may be alarming, but the generals and admirals who would actually carry out the physical actions of pressing buttons or pulling triggers tend to be cooler and far more professional. It is in no one's best interest for this to escalate to an armed conflict, and right now, everyone, hawk or dove, is having to step away from what got them elected or appointed and think very carefully about what will keep their constituents alive. Are we talking mutiny if they're ordered to launch nukes?" "That's flexible, but not outside the bounds of probability," said Church. "Good, so I can relax. The situation is fluid and volatile," warned Church, "and the fact that the strike team were, in fact, active U.S. and South Korean military is critically bad for us. I don't think we're getting out of this without at least a proportional response." Gosh, I don't suppose we can sell Yanping as that response. Right now, the fact of a similar attack on a South Korean island is the only thing keeping North Korea and China from firing on our fleet. We are selling the story that an unknown terrorist organization is behind this, possibly to either prevent Korean reunification or to disrupt the D9 conference. The intel from Burke and the identities of the military contractors you put down will help with that, but it's brand new intel and has to be massaged. I waved away some blowflies and leaned my back against the shack wall and stared across the stretch of bloody ground, past Colonel Ho's body to where Burke lay. "About that," I said, "the things he said are eating my lunch right now, you dig? 2 blonde kids and a Spanish guy, and Burke's terror that something was going to happen to his family. On the face of it, I thought he was talking about retaliation for what he and his team did, but say it, outlaw. There is something really familiar about this. I feel like I've had this same conversation before." "Perhaps on Fair Isle?" suggested Church. Fair Isle was a small island in the North Sea off the coast of Scotland. By some very weird twist of international politics, a bioweapons research facility known as the Fair Isle. Why commit murder rather than go to the authorities? That took some figuring out. What we learned is that a truly evil little man named Rafael Santoro, who worked for the Seven Kings organization, was a master of the art of coercion. He could get virtually anyone to do anything. Sure, he mainly targeted very specific people, those with a predisposition to weakness or with exploitable vulnerabilities. But not always. Santoro had a genius for breaking social values and even military conditioning, because he made the alternative so unbearable. It wasn't merely threats, but video documentation of what had been done to those people unwise enough to call his bluff. Santoro never bluffed. That was the key. He had a large network of people so well positioned and so utterly ruthless that the slightest slip in cooperation had unbearable results. The Spanish Inquisition had nothing on Santoro. Or maybe it was that he learned their secrets and then took it further, away from religious insanity into big-ticket criminal endeavors. During that case, the DMS heard, more than once, pleas to protect children, wives, husbands, whole families. Sometimes we were able to do that. Sometimes we were too late because Santoro had planned for that. When an operation was as big as the Seven Kings, there were 10 times the risks as with ordinary criminal conspiracies, which meant there were 10 times the safeguards. And it was always planned years in advance. By the time the DMS collided with the Kings, it was almost impossible to stop them. And sure, we did, but a lot of innocent people were destroyed along the way. I don't say just killed, they were destroyed. Consider that word for a moment. Let the implications run wild, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get a hint of the enormity of it. All of this ran through my head like fevered lightning. Yes, I said, a lot like Fair Isle. Are we thinking that someone's taking a page out of Santoro's playbook? It took Mr. Church way too long to answer the question. The day, bright and sunny, suddenly went cold around me. "That's not what you're thinking, are you?" I asked, dreading to both ask the question and have it answered. "Outlaw," said Church, "there have been some developments. Aboard the Soul of Piety, Kiel Canal, River Elbe, Germany, 4 months ago. Let me ask you a straight question, Raphael, and I'd like a straight answer. It's just the two of us." Santoro looked up from his work. He had a whetstone and was sharpening a row of knives. "What is it?" "Well, first, take a snapshot of this," said Kuga. He was smiling, but there was no amusement in it. "You are, by anyone's standards, a mass murderer. You've killed more people than the average person ever meets. And here you are sharpening your knives aboard my boat, which amounts to our secret lair. That is a silly way to view it. I know, but I want you to tell me why. I mean, for goodness sake, look at us. We are actual supervillains. Or as close as, and sometimes even I can't stand myself. We're clichés from a James Bond movie. Both of us were part of shadowy criminal organizations that, had we been successful, would have done immeasurable harm to the world." Santoro set down his tools, took a deep breath, and exhaled through his nostrils, controlling his irritation. Anything can be mocked when viewed from a certain perspective, with a certain skewed frame of mind. So what? Kuga came and sat on a padded bench seat. "So what?" he asked. "Here's the thing. I know I'm corrupt. By any legal standard, I'm nothing but a bad guy. I'm a criminal, and, quite frankly, I enjoy being one. I rather enjoy the power and the risk. What is your actual question? It's this. When you look in the shaving mirror each morning, what do you see? I mean, do you actually see the face of someone evil?" Santoro leaned back and considered him. He searched Kuga's eyes, looking for mockery or humor, but instead saw other emotions: confusion, doubt, and even pain. "This matters to you?" "I think it does. Are you having doubts about what we're doing? About Korea and the other matter?" "That's the thing," said Kuga. "I'm not." "Not at all?" "No." Santoro picked up a knife, studied the edge in the light from a desk lamp, sighed, and set the weapon down. "Do I see evil when I look into my own eyes each morning?" Kuga nodded. "No," said the Spaniard. "That is not what I see. I see desire. I see purpose, but I do not put that kind of judgment on myself." "Ever?" "No." "What about the first time you did when you did the kind of stuff you're famous for?" "No." Kuga grunted. He leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. "I used to believe in what I was," he said quietly. "I was a soldier, and then I went into the CIA. I was a case manager. I worked jobs in the field that put me in direct opposition to people like us, people like me. I arrested some, popped caps in others, never blinked, and frankly, never bothered with trying to crawl inside their heads. Oh, sure, I used whatever psych profile our teams generated, but at no time did I try to be them like some agents do. I was never into the method-acting version of law enforcement. I was all tradecraft. So then I began stepping over the line, skimming some cash from arms dealers, pocketing hard drives of information on key players, and then using that data for some lucrative blackmail. Like that. It never felt like crime to me because I was stealing from people who were very corrupt, people who were worse than me." He laced his fingers behind his head and closed his eyes. "Even when I had to cut a throat or two, it was no big thing. I was never the bad guy. In fact, I felt a little like P.T. Barnum. You know who he was? The circus guy? Well, he said something about there being a sucker born every minute, suggesting that if people are dumb enough to get taken, then it was on them rather than any fault of whoever took them." Santoro shrugged. "That's where I was," said Kuga. "I had absolutely no pity for whoever got in my way. Over time, my plays got bigger, involved more risk, and I guess I lost sight of where that line in the sand was. I became a criminal, and a really bad one, or good one, depending on how you see it, without ever having a shaving mirror moment where I saw my face and said, 'Yeah, that fellow there is evil as gosh.'" He shook his head. "Even when I got involved with the Majestic program and developed my own scheme with a bioweapon and some Cold War mind control stuff, I still didn't see anyone in the mirror I would have called evil." Santoro said nothing. "For a long time, especially in prison, I actually did some soul-searching, looking inward to find my flaws. It was like having some of your lights off and searching in the dark for the breakers. But I guess here's the important part. Here's what I found." "Oh," said Santoro, amused, "do tell." "I found I like the darkness. No, wait, don't give me that look. I'm not saying I really am evil. I still don't see myself that way. It's just that I recognize and accept that my personal code of ethics is truly my own. It isn't defined by the 10 Commandments or the Constitution of the United States or any oath I swore. I am who I am, not evil, not good, but beyond that, or maybe apart from that. You are dangerously close to describing sociopathy. Maybe, but that's better than evil, isn't it?" Santoro sat down and crossed his legs, brushing a few flecks of metal dust from his thigh. "Evil is something I have spent much time contemplating," he said. "Except in very rare cases, it is nothing more than a concept constructed by civilized man, and therefore it is subject to civil laws and either judicial or sociological interpretations. If all humans had an innate sense of good and evil, then everyone would have to own guilt for what they do. However, we know that is not true. Before there was a society structure, even before formalized tribes, people did whatever they had to do in order to survive. There was no good and evil at all. There was survival or death." Kuga glanced at him.
And evil, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing.
Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And evil as a concept is a reflection of the laws people created once they chose to live together. Evil is representative. It is the thing we fear when the cement that holds society together is disregarded by someone who does not accept its absolute nature. Conquerors should, by standard and especially contemporary civilized assessments, all be evil. And yet, look at how you Americans revere Christopher Columbus. The Greeks worshipped Alexander, but do you think the people he conquered hold him up as an icon of good? They were forced to laud him openly, yes, but in their hearts? Genghis Khan was a hero to his people and the devil to many. Kings and great generals are both God and devil. This was Napoleon, Pol Pot, Hitler, Tamerlane, Hannibal Barca, Francisco Pizarro, Cyrus the Great, Attila, Julius Caesar, Hari Singh Nalwa, and so many others. People like you and me, my friend, do not take the path of the sheep, accepting values merely because society says we should. We stand on a higher ground, so that we look over the rabble to see what is, for us, the promised land, the reward for our efforts. You make it sound grand, said Kuga, but it has an overtone of religion about it. I'm not the goddess, and I'm not one of the 7 kings, neither are you. No, conceded Santoro with a shrug, but we are conquerors. Even if we have not conquered all of the worlds we yearn for, we are on the path of those great generals. Had we won our previous campaigns, history would have written about us and used the same adjectives as were used for Hannibal and Alexander. Had Hitler won his war, he would have been an emperor greater than the Caesars. We didn't win, though, said Kuga. We did not die in defeat, said Santoro. We are free. You have your network. You are the go-to person for so many things. My guess is that even the deacon knows less than a fifth of the activities in which you are a player, and of those, most are minor, or are misunderstood by the intelligence communities. Those same spies will misunderstand what we are doing in Korea. They will think it is one thing if we succeed. They will think it is something else if things go wrong, but they will never understand what it really is. Quite frankly, I doubt our employers will ever understand. Those 5 Iron Men, who I have not met and do not care to meet, will probably even applaud us when their plan fails, as it must fail. Yes, it really must. Those 5 men will think that we did everything we could to help them, and some good, as they interpret that word, may even come out of it. After all, given the stagnation of the political situation in the region, any change is profitable. They will profit. Sure, said Kuga dubiously, but what we're doing isn't nation building. Gosh, we're only messing around with politics to shake up the market. It's all about the buck for me. Santoro smiled. How is that different from what any conqueror has ever wanted? Name one conqueror, one great king whose driving passion was not to acquire something he did not have. Hitler probably did not hate the Jews. He wanted their money, their businesses, and he needed a devil for his people to revile. Even the Crusades were only marginally about religion. Money, land, expansion of trade, those things were what mattered to the power players. The rest was for the tourists, the faithful, the rubes. Yes. So, you're saying evil does not exist? Santoro smiled. Did I say that? No, I said that it was rare. In fact, I have only encountered true evil once in my life, in one person. Oh? Prompted Kuga, raising his eyebrows. Yes, a man. Or, at least, he took that form. He had many faces, and I believe he was very old, unnaturally old. I do not know where he came from, and I am not at all sure that he was even human. Kuga frowned. You trying to scare me with a ghost story? No, he was not a ghost. Is not. I am not certain if he is alive or dead, but he was flesh and bone when I knew him. And he was the soul of evil. He called himself Nicodemus. He, my friend, was evil. Nicodemus? I've heard that name, seen it in a few reports, but I thought he was a myth. Gosh, I built some of my Kuga personality around him. The man with 1,000 faces and no face. All of that voodoo, gosh. You're telling me Nicodemus was an actual person? Oh, yes. He was real, and he will always represent evil to me, in concept and in practice. Santoro made a sign in the air, an ancient warding against the evil eye. The yacht shifted as another boat motored past. A gull cried out in protest and then fell silent again. So, to answer your question, said Santoro, when I look into the mirror, I do not see an evil man looking back at me. I see a conqueror, as I believe you do, and neither evil nor good applies to such as us. Rapport Hotel, Sacheon-up, Jinsamro, 1485-7, Sacheon-S, Gyeongsang-namdo, South Korea. Ainel sat perched on the edge of the couch, knees pressed together, fingers knotted together, eyes burning from not blinking as she stared at the TV. The live feed on KNN showed the president of North Korea screaming, actually screaming, his face flushed an awful red. He thumped his fist down on his desk as threats of nuclear retaliation spewed from him. This was an act of war, he screeched. An act of war. Of war. God, no. Ainel snatched up the remote and changed the channel. Her cable service provided her with several stations from South Korea, Japan, the United States, and a scattering throughout Southeast Asia. The faces of the reporters were different, the languages were different, but the story was the same. There was only one story. But it was wrong. Wrong. This was her story, and yet it was not. It was wrong. It was different. How, though? She flung the remote down, grabbed her laptop, entered the complex password to log into her Punk Press account, and loaded her video. Ainil played hers all the way through. Then she watched the screen for them to replay the footage, which seemed to be on a continuous loop as reporters and talking heads shouted about it, and synced it to her file. It was close, so close, but it was not the same file. That voice, ringing out from the TV screen, made no sense. When Kim Jong-un hears about this, he's going to know not to really with Uncle Sam. Anil had been there, right there. None of the SEALs or Korean soldiers said a word, not one word. It was at that moment when
I have rarely wanted to confront him forcefully or tell him that he was wrong, but man, that was burning in me right then. With dead bodies to my left and a couple of hundred tranquilized infected to my right, I felt intense anger with him. Gosh, him and his fetish for compartmentalization and secrecy. He came clean, though, and I listened. The short version was that the people we sent to Area 94 had no value at all, except in what information could be pried or coaxed out of them. The fact that Rudy Sanchez was one of a team of interrogators sent in to interview them made sense, but that also made me anger. The facility was attacked by a strike team 15 months ago and was utterly destroyed in what had been written off as a failed but catastrophic attempt to free key prisoners. Because the facility was shared with one of the more covert groups within the Department of Homeland Security, as well as 4 different national security agencies whose names you never saw in a news story, the story was squashed. A forensics team was sent in, and their conclusion was that all of the prisoners and all but 2 guards had died in the attack. The whole thing was a mess and the kind of embarrassment that would have sent heads rolling, and so it was quietly filed away, and that was that. Except Rudy remembered Rafael Santoro making a weird and otherwise anachronistic comment about Koreans killing each other. And so Church somehow got Jerry Spencer to review the forensic data and samples. His report was every bit as terrifying as what I saw lying sprawled around me. "Say that part again?" I asked, my throat dry, and the day suddenly way too bright. "Detective Spencer says that the forensic report is wrong," said Church. "The remains found in the ruins add up to 311 inmates. There were 313 people being held there. Meaning 2 got away? So it would seem. I don't even want to know who made it out, do I?" There was a beat, and then Church said, "One of the missing inmates is Rafael Santoro." "No," I breathed. Then I took a breath. Christ! Burke said that the 2 blind kids took him to see a Spanish guy. It has to be Santoro. Who else has the skills, the vision, and the courage to try and extort a bunch of Navy very SEALs? "I fear you may be right," said Church glumly. "Who's he working for, though? Santoro was Hugo Vox's man, and then he was the goddess's creature. Do we think Santoro has gone from pet scorpion to evil mastermind? I don't buy it. He's lethal as hell, but he's a follower, a zealot and believer. This doesn't fit his profile." Then the full weight of what Church said about the attack on Area 94 sunk in. "Whoa, wait a minute. You said there are 2 inmates missing. Who's the other one? Who else is missing?" My legs wanted to buckle because I thought I knew the name he was going to say. A person who was the most dangerous person we'd ever faced, alive or dead. I didn't want him to say it. I wanted the name to be someone else, anyone else, a stranger maybe, who'd been jailed by Homeland. Church said the name anyway. The other prisoner was Harcourt Bolton Sr. "Rapparat Hotel, Sachanoop. Jin Sambro 1485-7 Sachanoop, Gyeongsangnam-do, South Korea." There were only 2 ways out, Anil reasoned. Well, 2 ways to die at a time like this. She could simply be murdered, or she could die fighting. She did not know how to fight and had no real weapons, but she had to try something. There was another knock on the door, a little harder. "Hold on," she yelled. "Let me put something on." Instead, she grabbed a wooden kitchen chair and placed it quickly and quietly under the knob. She had no illusions that it would stop him, but it would slow him down. Anil went from stillness to motion all at once. She snatched up her laptop and charger and shoved them into a battered old leather courier bag, looped it across her body. She unlocked her cell and dialed the police emergency number, and when the call was answered, she told the dispatcher that some strange man was in her apartment and that she was barricaded in the bathroom. She tossed the phone onto the bed, the call still engaged. If she got out of this, she could always buy a burner. The doorknob rattled. Neil ran to the tiny kitchenette and grabbed one of those boxes of cheap party wine from a shelf, opened the microwave and stuffed it inside. She turned the setting to high and started the power. Then she opened the little window over the sink. It didn't want to move, but she used a big bread knife as a lever, snapped that right off, found a screwdriver in a drawer, and forced the sash to move. The microwave was already starting to rattle as gases built up inside. There was a heavy thump as something big and hard hit the outside of the door. The man was trying to force it. Another heavy thump. Too sharp a sound to be his shoulder. He was trying to kick it in. Neil crawled onto the sink and began squeezing herself through the minuscule window. Small as she was, it was a brutally tight fit, and the frame bruised her and fought her. Behind her, she heard the front door burst inward, accentuated by the splinter and crash of the kitchen chair. Footsteps, a snarl of anger, and then a hand closed like a vice around her ankle. Neil kicked backward with all her strength, but the man was hauling on her, using his greater weight and strength. The courier bag snagged on the outside of the window, and for a moment the laptop inside was enough of a brace to keep her from being pulled all the way in. And then the box of wine in the microwave exploded in a huge fireball of superheated plasma and burning alcohol. A hot fist of heat punched her the rest of the way out of the window, and she fell onto the stairs 15 feet below. Something detonated with red-hot fury in her elbow, and she struck her head, then tumbled down 3 steps, hitting cheek and shoulder and the edge of one hand, until she wedged to a stop between the bottom step and the rail. The world spun drunkenly around her, and pain seemed to define everything. Even with all of that, even hurt in ways she could not yet catalog, Neil did not stop. She forced herself up, dragging agony with her. When she glanced up, she saw smoke curling out of the window and tiny fingers aflame. In the distance, there was the alley-cat wail of police sirens. Neil ran. Not well, not fast, but she ran. Past neighbors who came to see what was happening, through gathering crowds, down side streets and backyards, and along alleys. She ran and ran for her life. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. Bolton is alive. I felt as if the ground was tilting under me, and I was going to slide down into a big pot of boiling oil. Yes, said Church, we don't know if he and Santoro are working together, but we have to be open to that possibility. Listen to me, Outlaw. There's a lot more, but you can't be off the team channel too long. Forget that. Tell me right very now. Church gave me the rest of what Jerry Spencer found. The forensics collection specialist tasked with overseeing the chain of evidence relative to the dead prisoners was an FBI agent named Michael Mallory. However, Mallory was killed in a single car accident 5 weeks after the Area 94 investigation was closed. Jerry Spencer believed that Mallory was working for whoever orchestrated the release of Santoro and Bolton. Spencer was currently coordinating with some of Bug's people to do deep background searches on the rest of the staff there. Financials, health, the works. If this really was the kind of manipulation that we'd seen before, even if it was overseen by new management in the absence of the 7 Kings, then there were patterns we could follow. I've been in touch with some friends in DHS and various military intelligence services, continued Church. They're putting people on the families of each of the SEALs and Korean soldiers.
We know from experience that Santoro kept close tabs on each family member. And if that is still his pattern, then we may be able to detect the surveillance. We have equipment now we didn't have then. Q1 and our drones. Sure, but we don't have our old DMS field teams ready to act to protect those civilians. That is in hand, said Church. We still have quite a few friends in the States. He didn't explain and did not need to. A lot of DMS field agents retired, but were still reliable if they got this kind of call. Plus, we had friends in other agencies and freelancers we've worked with who might like to come and play. Sam Hunter, a private investigator in Philly. Former Echo Team sniper Sammy Mora in California. Police detective Tracy Cole in Atlanta. Freelance investigator Gene McGee in Fort Lauderdale. And others, including key players in Sigma Force, MHI, SEAL Team 666, Chess Team, and some players so far below the public radar their teams had no actual names. The war was big and it never ended, and thank God there are other knights out there in dented armor, riding off to fight dragons here and there. Any idea who the blonde couple are? I asked. Eve and whoever the boy is? None, but we are looking. And that includes accessing CCTV cameras in the areas around the homes and bases where the strike team's families live. We may get lucky. Some luck would be really useful right about now, I said. Flies were everywhere now, drawn by the scent of blood, and I was having a duel with one who kept landing on my visor. Raphael Santoro and Harcourt Bolton are alive, and maybe they're working together. We don't know that for certain, said Scott Wilson. Only 2 guys busted out of a Supermax black site? I said. Fudged forensics. Come on, that took some major planning. Hugo Vox level planning. And since Vox is bones in a box, who's the next scariest long-range planner of really bad shit? Begins with a B and rhymes with Harcourt really Bolton. It's a working theory, admitted Wilson. Bug and his team are looking into it. Glad to hear it, I said sourly. So, where were we? Oh yeah, Bolton and Santoro are maybe working together, and they have a rage virus. Well, that's just swell. That's just peachy. That's better than petting a puppy while you experience pure bliss. Jesus jumped up Christ on a... It's not a virus, interrupted Church. Wait, what? I snapped. It is not a virus or a bacterium or any disease form. How can you be so sure, boss? Are you saying we've actually gotten somewhere? There was, despite everything, a musical laugh, and I realized that Doc Holliday was on the call too. Oh, hell, sweetness, she said. We've been busy as a hive of bees on Adderall, and our own Johnny Cakes just won the blue ribbon at the science fair. Here, let me put him on the line. John Seymour, who I imagine was not a fan of that nickname, said, Outlaw, I think we figured out what the bioweapon is, and this is a doozy. It's so simple that we would never have thought of it. I didn't actually until that discussion you and I had about speed of onset. I kept knocking down your theories because nothing in nature could cause that specific a personality change in so short a time period. Well, I was wrong. Granted, no virus, spores, fungi, or bacterium could do that, but we were looking in the wrong place. Skip to the part where this makes sense, I barked. Sure, sure, said John, and his excitement crackled like electricity. I started looking into causative agents of behavioral change in all known species with notably unusual onsets. I found several, but one really stood out. Loligo beta microseminal protein. What in the wide blue really is that? It's a protein, Loligo beta MSP for short, he explained. Oh, and get this. It's found in the longfin inshore squid. Squid? As in a squid? Dorioteuthis PLA, he said with a weird kind of pride. A species of squid of the family Laligenidae, common in the North Atlantic. I found an old chum bucket outside of the crab shack, turned it over, and sat down. And this is a bioweapon? In a way, John said. Look, here's the skinny. Males of a variety of egg-laying species are attracted to the sight of eggs, which is what drives them to produce sperm to fertilize them. That's shorthand, but you get the idea. But the female longfin squid covers her eggs with the Loligo beta MSP protein, and it causes the males to fly into a violent rage and attack any other male in the vicinity. The upshot is that only the toughest and most aggressive male gets to fertilize the eggs. Darwin would love this. Whoa, slow down a sec, I said. This thing didn't just affect the men, Everyone on Frog Island and here on Yangpyeong went batshit. That's the difference between what exists in nature and what someone did to it in a lab, said John. The protein was the basis for the weapon, but it was significantly modified. And no, we haven't cracked the modification yet. What we can infer is that the bioweapon is site-reactive. It triggers when an infected person sees another human. Or, in some cases, pigs and monkeys, both of which have some biological similarities to humans, which is why they're used as lab animals. Site-reactive, I mused. That might explain the little girl. She was okay until we approached her. John grunted. And I bet if we could identify her home, we'd find glasses with a strong prescription. Okay, that's sad and creepy. What about Burke, though? He was exposed because of the broken visor. Why didn't he turn? Actually, I'm going to hand you over to Doc, said John, because she thinks she already has that part figured out. Oh, I don't think I know, honey lumps, said Doc. I know. Okay, impress me, I suggested. Do you see any flies around? Asked Doc sweetly. It's a fisherman's wharf and there are corpses everywhere, I said. I'm deep in flies. Then keep your hammer suit zipped up, honey bunny, she said, because you are surrounded by the delivery system for this thing. Flies? How? They're not all that bitey. I mean, if it was mosquitoes or wasps or something, then I could see it, but how are flies spreading this thing? You tell me, she said slyly. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Doc said. How closely have you looked at them? I looked down at a pair of flies crawling on my left knee. They were fat blowflies, one a little larger and darker than the other. I was about to swat them when I stopped and gaped. No, I breathed. Ah, said Doc. I think our favorite stud muffin just figured it out. The flies were similar, but they were not identical. I bent closer to look and saw that only one of them was really a fly. The other one, the slightly larger one, was a freaking drone. And jutting out from under its head was a very thin, very sharp needle. Korea Newswire, Kim Young reporting. Military tensions have escalated to a critical point in response to accusations by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un that joint special forces from the United States and South Korea have launched an unprovoked attack on the island of Gugulisam. China has spoken out in support of North Korea, and there are reports of Chinese and North Korean jets buzzing U.S. warships in the troubled waters off the Korean peninsula. Fighters from the USS Ronald Reagan, the Theodore Roosevelt, and the Nimitz were scrambled. Yangpyeong Island, South Korea. I talked with Church and the crew at the TUC a little longer, letting them give me details that seemed to steady the ground under my feet. Sort of. Havoc team was out there, on the move, trying to get one set of answers. I was processing other answers and finding that it opened up a whole lot of questions. Here's the thing. RTI, much like the DMS, is a rapid response organization. Emphasis on response. We can't be directly active because we don't know where to aim until someone else fires a gun. We're not patrol officers out looking for people who might be about to commit crimes. The CIA and other intelligence networks are better at that than we are.
They have 50 or 100 times the manpower, and it is their job to spot trouble before something blows up. We wait for that big, ugly bang, and then, while first responders are tending to the dead and dying, we go hunting for whoever made the bomb. Not as direct punishment, but because experience has made us wise enough to know that terrorists seldom commit a single terrible act. They usually have an agenda, and they learn from what they've done and from how people are affected by it. At times like these, I remember a conversation I once had with Church. It was during the King of Plagues matter. It was while we were still on Fair Isle, in fact. I'd been in a similar place. Events had pushed my team and me around. There was blood on the ground and on our hands. But we did not yet know the real shape of what was going on.
I was feeling that when Church took me aside. He told me that sometimes we don't get easy answers and clear targets, and that was how the world was wired. It wasn't any kind of fair fight. I said, "Are you saying you don't think we'll catch them?" "We don't even know who they are," Church said. "We're miles and miles from certain knowledge of any kind. Even the things we've learned today could be carefully seeded misdirection. This is the nature of the war on terror. Sometimes there is no face, no name, no target for us to point a gun at. It can be disheartening and daunting, and the frustration of it has forced a lot of players out of the game." "But not you," I said. I wasn't sure if I meant it as a statement or a question. "Not me." "Why not?" Church didn't answer that. Instead, he said, "The darkness is all around us. Very few people have the courage to light a candle against it. I'm not that kind of an idealist. Nor am I. We are of a kind, and neither of us is holding a candle against the darkness. Like the unknown and unseen enemy we fight, people like you and me, we are the darkness. In some ways, we are more like the things we're fighting than the people we're protecting. We are part of the darkness. Granted, our motives are better, from our perspective, but we wait in the darkness for our unseen enemy to make a move against those innocents with the candles. And by that light, we take aim." I could hear him say those words as clearly now as if he stood beside me on the blood-stained street on that small Korean island. Now, as then, Raphael Santoro was conjuring a special kind of evil magic. I hoped Church's friends in the industry were going to be able to protect Burke's family and those of the other coerced soldiers and sailors my team had been forced to kill. Even if they did, though, it would be a win, sure, but how big? Santoro's schemes when working with the Seven Kings were on a scale so grand it was truly terrifying. Tens of thousands and possibly hundreds of thousands would have died. Many people did die. It was worse with Bolton. His kill switch plan would have used drones to deliver weaponized smallpox, against which there is known cure. Bolton was willing to slaughter millions of people, most of them children. Now they were together. So far they had murdered everyone on Gaiguli Sum and hundreds here on Yanpyeong. I did not for a minute believe this was their endgame. Both of them were long-range planners and big-picture thinkers. What then was their endgame? How many more people would have to die before they were stopped? If they could be stopped. I turned and looked at the dead men. One of them had been a Kingsman. Was that significant, or just some of the gutter leavings scooped up by those two madmen? I was standing in the darkness of my unknowing, waiting for someone to light a candle so I could see the gleam reflected on someone's gun barrel. The cop inside me wanted more pieces of the puzzle. The killer wanted to rise up in the shadows and take aim. And yet somehow I felt shackled, crippled. I stood there not knowing which way to turn. In that moment, it was not really cop or killer who whispered to me, nor even the modern man. I heard Junie's voice, soft and loving. "I love you with my whole heart. You are also the bravest man I know. But you are human too. You are not indestructible. If you think there is even the slightest chance that you are becoming disconnected from the truth of what you're doing, from the humanity that made you who you are, then I need you to stop. Take a breath. Step away. Allow yourself to feel." "Not now," I whispered. "Say again, outlaw," said Top. I cleared my throat. Nothing. It was nothing. Phoenix House, inside the Orb, Omphori Island, Greece. "Calpurnia," said Church as he settled into a chair in his apartment, "activate the Orb." "Orb activated," said the AI. Your guests are already signed in." His office once more became a dark chamber with 5 chairs. As the audio kicked in, he was assaulted by the 4 members of the group yelling at each other at the tops of their voices. "Enough!" he roared. They fell immediately into a silence so pregnant with tension that he knew the shouting could resume at the slightest provocation. "Factaque pace maestus vigilantiam." They stared at him as if he was a madman. They glanced at each other in obvious surprise. The Chinese man said, "Do you really think now is the time for silly rituals?" "Silly? No," said Church. "I encourage all of you to remember what brought us together in the first place. Peace through vigilance and action. Our vigilance was not enough given the tradecraft used to launch these attacks without our being aware there was even a threat, and to do so in a way that endangers us all. I believe it is now time for action, and that cannot be recriminations or accusations. I am not a fan of bickering at the best of times, and this situation demands the best of us." There was a brief and very heavy silence. Then China said, "Factaque pace maestus vigilantiam." After another moment, North Korea, South Korea, and America said it too, their oaths overlapping. Church nodded. He said, "Let me start by filling you in on what we've discovered." He told them about the weaponized protein from the longfin squid. South Korea said, "Is there a cure?" "Not as such, no," said Church. "With the squid, the effect only lasts for a short time, and as long as male squids don't come into contact with it again, the protein eventually dissolves into seawater. The half-life within animals in nature is relatively short. Although Dr. Semar's team has not fully reconstructed the bioweapon, tests indicate that the effect will wear off naturally. In fact, Sergeant Chung is showing signs of recovery. He is the only test subject we currently have under observation, so there's no way to make too many guesses. Dr. Semar is hopeful, though." "That's good," said America quickly. "If he becomes lucid, he can testify to the cooperation between Havoc Team and Colonel Ho." "Havoc Team was never on that island," said Church. "A field team was there, and they operate under no flag. The sergeant's testimony would not only break Havoc's cover story, but would likely result in his imprisonment." "Not likely," said North Korea. "It would be certain. Chung would be executed off stage. Ho would have been too if it became known the field team was actually attached to the United States." "That's not actually true," said Church. "It could be made so," said North Korea. "Colonel Ledger has a certain reputation as an American special ops cowboy. He is not exactly unknown in my country." "Nor mine," agreed China. "He would be a very useful target of propaganda." "Let's set Sergeant Chung to one side for now," said Church. "We've also cracked the delivery system for the bioweapon." He told Calpurnia to display the recovered crop spraying drone and several samples of the blowfly drones. The larger UAV was fitted with tanks with a high-powered air-jet delivery system. The drone was also fitted with a thermal scanner with tracking software.
My people tell me that the tracking software is sophisticated enough to uniquely identify each human target and then tag them a target number. As the blowfly drones are deployed, their own GPS system targeted those tags and then zeroed in to deliver the bioweapon. It takes very little of the weapon, and it is engineered to act with the speed of a neurotoxin. The assault team either used a large number of UAVs to tag and infect all of the population of the 2 islands, or they worked for a long time to accomplish this. My guess is somewhere between the two. "Who manufactured the drones?" asked China. "That gets complicated," said Church. "The design patents are held by companies in the United States. However, virtually all of the parts and some of the assembly is done in Japan.
A few parts are manufactured in South Korea, and the operating system, including design and patent on the UAV we recovered, is Chinese. What? China and America cried out at the same time. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. Bunny and Andrea moved quickly, quietly, and very carefully along the marina. There were dozens of boats, but most were covered in tarps, or were open skiffs, drifters, center console boats, john boats, bay boats, and cut-down trawlers. The rest ranged from gill netters with squatty cabins, signers, and one big longliner that was essentially a fish factory boat. Andrea used all of his stock of bumblebee drones to invade the shadows of the moored watercraft while the two of them crouched in safety and watched the feeds. They found very little to either draw their fire or break their hearts. The infection did not seem to have had much of a presence on the boats, or so they thought. As they stepped aboard the longliner, creeping up the gangplank to the steel deck, a figure rose up from behind the coaming and Bunny very nearly shot him. But the figure threw up his hands. "Don't shoot!" cried a skinny boy of about 12. "Please, God, don't shoot!" He was Korean and spoke in heavily accented English. He was filthy and spattered with blood, but there was no fury or madness in his eyes. He dropped to his knees and begged for his life, tears burning furrows down his grimy cheeks. "Please," he sobbed, "please." "Don't move," ordered Bunny as he moved forward. Behind, Andrea pivoted to clear the deck, the barrel of his rifle seeking movement behind stacked deck cargo or in patches of shadow. "Topsides clear," he said. Bunny grabbed the kid by the shoulder, jerked him to his feet, pushed him against a big crate, told him to put his palms against the wood, kicked his feet wide, and kept his barrel pressed between the boy's shoulder blades as he did a fast but thorough pat-down. He removed a cell phone with a cracked screen, some coins, and a wallet with 10,000 South Korean won and 2 American $1 bills, a combined total of about $10. An identification card gave his name as Kim Bong. Bunny fished zip cuffs from his pocket and secured the kid's wrists. Then he spun the boy around and pressed his back to the crate. Bong wore jeans stained with fish guts and engine oil and an Aquaman t-shirt under a soiled anorak. No gloves, no hat. Cheap rubber-soled deck shoes. Bunny studied his face, looking for signs of the homicidal madness and finding no trace of it. He did not lower his gun, though. Not after what happened to Sergeant Chung. "What happened here?" he asked. Kim Bong began talking so fast it was like everything in his head wanted to spill out at once. It was often incoherent and went off on desperate tangents, but Bunny was able to pick some details out of it. A boat had pulled into the dock. Not an RHIB like the one at Frog Island, but a battered old cabin cruiser that Bong recognized as belonging to old Mr. Kim, no relation to the boy. As soon as it pulled up to the pier, 2 men jumped off and secured the lines. They were wearing strange clothes, a kind of uniform, the boy thought. They were Korean, but they were not from the island. Bong, who knew everyone, did not recognize them. He even went over to ask what happened to old Mr. Kim. The 2 strangers ignored him. They began hauling up a series of large black plastic cases and placing them on the cruiser's deck. Not stacking them, but placing them side by side. There was a moment when only one man was on deck, the other having gone below to fetch another case. Bong took that moment to again ask the guy on deck what was going on, and that was when the story took a very weird turn. The man on deck looked up at Bong, who was leaning over the side of the bigger boat. There were tears running down the stranger's face. "Do yourself a favor, kid," said the weeping man. "Go find some place to hide." "Why? What's going on?" asked Bong. There was a sound below, and the weeping man glanced at the hatch, then back up at the boy. "Do you go to church?" "Sure," said Bong, "when we're not out fishing." "Next time you're in church, say a prayer for me, won't you?" the man sobbed. "Tell God I'm sorry. Tell him I had to do this." Then the other man came up with the last of the plastic cases. The weeping man wiped his tears away.
He turned away, and as Bong watched, the men took hoods from pouches on their uniforms and pulled them on. When Bunny asked what kind of hood, the boy described the type worn by the soldiers and sailors Havoc had just killed. "What happened next?" asked Bunny. "They opened those big plastic boxes and took out some of those flying things. You know, the ones they sometimes use on TV. 8 of them. And they went flying away into town." Bunny understood what that meant. Drones. "Where are those men?" asked Bunny. The boy jerked his head toward the port bow. Bunny guided the kid to the rail, and they peered over and down. The cabin cruiser lay there, rolling in the chop. The 8 cases were still there. Andrea came over and peered down as well, having heard the story via his comms unit. "I'll go look and," he began, but his voice trailed off. As the waters lifted and shifted the boat against its moorings, they caught a brief glimpse of the interior of the cabin. A figure lay slumped just inside. He wore the same clothes, same hood, but the shape of the hood was wrong, and the top of it was torn open and splashed with gore. A speck of sunlight gleamed off the barrel of a handgun. They went to investigate, and took the boy with them. Aboard the smaller craft, they found not 2, but 4 bodies. The skipper, Old Man Kim, and his mate, Park, and 2 dead soldiers. One had been shot in the back of the head, and the other clearly from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. All dead. Bong pressed himself against Bunny and began crying. Phoenix House, inside the orb, Umphry Island, Greece. The 5 of them in the virtual conference sat in thoughtful silence for a long time. Church watched the others, reading them. They were each, in their way, good poker players, well used to guile and misdirection, to bluff and boldness. They could not have climbed to their positions of power and influence, nor clung on through regime changes without exceptional skills. The revelation of the Chinese component of the UAVs was significant, and it changed the kind of poker they were playing. That device was not for sale on the open market. It was proprietary, reserved for drones used on state-controlled farms attached to military bases. Technically, not military in design or use, but not used anywhere else. Church had a good idea why it was used, and a better one for what the response to its inclusion in the 2 island strikes would be, but did not share his thoughts. Events like this were better handled by letting others pick the best next card to play. It took them a while to process everything, but Church was a very patient man. It was the South Korean man who came up with the idea. "None of our countries can look weak," he said without preamble. "None of us can look like villains either. So I think I know how we can actually use this." The others came to point like a pack of bird dogs.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Not because of his opening comments, but because South Korea was smiling as he spoke. A tentative smile, but a hopeful one. Church smiled too. "Tell us," he said. "Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea." We joined Bunny and Andrea on the docks and studied the equipment cases. They confirmed everything Doc Holliday and Bug said about the drones. We even found some dead blowflies, and by dead, I mean ones with broken wings that had been tossed aside as useless. I called it in. "We're seeing all those goodies," said Doc brightly. "Any chance you can find little old Buggy Bear a serial number?" On the shared line, I heard Bug say, "Geez." Andrea checked. Nothing. "Well, I'm as confused as a fart in a fan factory," said Doc. "They keep giving us some clues and then being plumb stingy with the rest." "She's right," said Bunny. "Video points us at the U.S. and South Korea. Now we find out that the parts are made in Japan and South Korea. But the tracking module's from China. I mean, like, what the actual mess? This keeps up, we won't know which direction to shoot." He said it casual, as a joke, but we all looked at him. "What?" he asked. Then he grunted as if hearing his own words like an echo. "Well, gosh." "Huckleberry," I said, using Doc's call sign. "What are the chances that these cases carried all of the UAVs necessary to infect this entire island?" She and Bug had a rapid fire and highly technical back and forth, and then Doc said, "Not a chance, sugar." "Gosh," I growled. "Jackpot, talk to me." Andrea was already bent over his computer, looking at feeds from his own drones, which he retasked to fly low and close over the boats. We found 2 other craft, not RHIBs, but pirated mid-sized fishing boats. There was no one on deck, but that didn't mean anything. They would almost certainly have left someone aboard, and it was unlikely in each case that the anchor watches would have committed suicide. We split into 2 teams. Munn, Top, and Bunny went east. I took Belle and Andrea with me. We ran fast. Everyone knew what we needed to find. Someone alive. Someone who could tell us more than Burke told us. Though, boy howdy, it was going to suck to be them if they were still alive. Top squad found their boat first, about 2 clicks along that side of the coast. "Pappy to outlaw," he said, and I held up my fist for my team to stop and hunker down behind a big cargo container. "Go for outlaw." "Looks like there was a party here," he said. 2 men left on board, but they must have miscalculated with their squid bug or whatever it is. Count about 11 dead civilians and both of the bad guys. They made a fight of it, but they're deader'n gosh. "Copy that, Pappy. Secure the scene and wait on my call." We got up and moved on. The 3rd boat was almost 4 kilometers from where we'd started out, and we were broiling in the oven bags we were wearing for protection. At some point, I will find the designer of this particular generation of hammer suit, make him put one on, and then leave him in the middle of the very Sahara. I was pretty sure I'd sweated off every slice of pizza and every cold beer I'd ever consumed. Andrea was puffing beside me. On my left, Munn ran as lightly as a gazelle, and if I hadn't already taken a strong dislike to her, then her apparent comfort would have soured me. I kept fighting the childish wish that she would trip. She did not. The GPS on the drone sent clear directions to the screens inside our hoods, and we slowed from a run to a careful walk when we were a few hundred yards away. The target was a big 52-foot Trentella 52, a lifted keel sailing vessel that had clearly seen better days. Where it was once sleek and elegant, it had obviously encountered a series of calamities because it had all the sad and faded grandeur of a once luxurious vessel now fallen into disrepair. Dirty, unkempt, patched, and nondescript. We crept close, and Andrea sent a hummingbird drone to scout for signs of life. But before it was even close, there was a subtle shift of weight out of sight and an audible change in the sound of water slapping against the hull. The hummingbird landed on the rail, and Andrea turned the speaker gain all the way up. We could hear someone talking, but faintly, clearly below decks. I had to strain to hear him. Alpha 4 to Alpha 1? This was repeated 3 times. Then there was a single frustrated expletive. I smiled and wondered which of the dead men back by the crab plant was Alpha 1, Burke or someone else. In my ear, I heard Scott Wilson begin to say, "There is another." Then the comms went dead. Munn started to rise, and I saw that once again she had her standard handgun instead of the dart gun. "Madang," I snapped, my voice low but harsh, "check your weapon." It was tough to make her hear me with the muffling effect of the hammer suit while being quiet enough not to alert whoever was on the boat. I used pretty emphatic gestures to make my point. Munn turned to me, and then shot me in the chest. Yeonpyeong Island, South Korea. I saw her finger slip into the trigger guard and was moving before she pulled the trigger. It didn't matter. The bullet punched into my sternum with the force of a mule, and I would have gone down hard if it wasn't for the body armor. The catalog says that it diffuses up to 70% of the foot-pounds of any round fired from within 20 feet. Yeah, and maybe that's literary license. With standard Kevlar, I'd be down with a broken sternum and maybe whiplash from the impact. I was in motion, though, and the pain slowed me by a quarter second. It hurt, a whole really lot. It did not stop me, though. I swatted the gun from her hand with a hard, fast palm, and her second shot blew past my knee. There is no protective gear in the world that can adequately protect a flexible joint from a hollow point round. I don't know how much it missed by, but I found Jesus in the space of that gap. I brought my own gun up, but Munn used her free hand to chop at my wrist. It was an expert blow, precise and very fast, and my gun went flying from numb fingers. Then she tried to kick me in the lower body, the same way she tried to kick Top earlier. A short, savage front kick that would have crushed my protective cup into my groin hard enough to stall me and give her a chance for something more lethal. I turned and took the blow on the side of my thigh, and it hurt badly. But I was mad now. Munn whipped a knife from a thigh sheath, but I was closing on her now, smashing chest to chest, using my greater weight, trapping the blade between us. I clamped my numb right hand around her waist to keep the knife right there, then headbutted her just about as hard as I could. She must have seen it coming and ducked her head, so instead of smashing the front of my skull against her nose, we hit head to head. Our visors crashed together and cracked. I had the better angle, though, so the huge crash drove her to her knees. Stars exploded in my eyes, but I fought through it, caught her knife wrist, and gave her arm a savage wrench. And this time she did kick me in the balls. It was not a great kick, but it folded me in half. Munn used that moment to try and cut my throat, but I caught her arm and jerked her half around and then swept her standing leg out from under her. She landed on her back, and I stamped her waist to the ground, trapping the knife. Munn tried another kick, this time catching my thigh. She was cat quick, but I was ready and slipped it. Then Andrea pushed between us. "Scusami, Colonello," he said, and shot her 4 times with his dart gun. Not sure how many darts penetrated the hammer suit, but suddenly Sandman dragged the squirming Major Munn down into darkness and stillness. I staggered back, but immediately turned as a figure rushed up from the cabin of the boat, opening up with an automatic rifle. Andrea and I dove for cover, but Helt Stanley more nimbly rolled to an...
The darts dropped him, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone.
The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technique delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The darts dropped him as surely as a bullet to the brain. We stood there, not looking at the unconscious soldier, but at Major Munn. There was a burst of squelch in my ear, and then Wilson was telling me the jammer was off, telling me everything was okay, which it very well was not. Aboard the Soul of Piety, Kiel Canal, River Elbe, Germany. They sat in leather swivel chairs and watched the screen. Kuga and Santoro. Forgotten drinks stood sweating on a galley table. 2 senior fixers were behind them, bending forward to watch the feed from the body cam of Petty Officer First Class Cletus Burke. The body cam was hidden, covered in a non-reflective one-way film that made it invisible against the material of the hammer suit. The clarity of image, however, was unimpaired. The 4 of them could see the team of soldiers in similar protective gear. They saw everything and heard everything. "Can you zoom in on that big guy's face?" demanded Kuga. Santoro did. The visor was at a bad angle to the sun, catching flares of reflection. It took a while, including running the footage back, before they found a few seconds where the soldier's face was visible. Santoro froze the image, and they sat staring at the screen. "Jesus Christ," breathed Kuga. "It's him. Gosh, Raphael, it's really him again." Santoro shook his head. "I do not understand. How is he there? That team is supposed to be with the World Health Organization. How in hell is he leading them?" One of the fixers, a burly Russian, leaned close. "Do you know him, sir?" Kuga wheeled around so fast that the fixers recoiled. "Know him?" he snarled savagely. "Yes, I really well know him." Santoro laid his hand on Kuga's arm, but Kuga whipped toward him and slapped it away, or tried to. Santoro held on, though, and despite the difference in their size and 40 pounds of weight, Kuga could not knock that grip away. The rock steadiness of it, though, also steadied him. He let himself be pulled down to his chair. "How?" said Kuga hoarsely. "I don't understand this. How is it even possible he's there? First Turkey and now this?" "Sir," said the other fixer, a former member of the Filipino secret police, "who is that guy? Is he U.S. Special Forces? He sounds American." "He's the very devil is who he is," growled Kuga. Rafael Santoro turned to his men. "That is Joe Ledger," he said. "Whoa, that's Ledger," gasped the Russian. "Bože moi. I thought he'd look tougher," said the Filipino. "If you think that, then you're an idiot, both of you. He'd incapacitate you both severely," snarled Kuga. "Now shut up and let me think." Kuga launched himself from his chair and began pacing like a nervous tiger. The Filipino started to speak, but the Spaniard quickly gestured for him to be silent. The boat lifted on a swell as another watercraft moved past. "What I do get is the timing of this," said Kuga. "I can understand Turkey. He was with Violin, and Arclight has been hunting me for a while, or at least they've been hunting the myth of Kuga. That's okay. We anticipated that, provided for it." He paused and considered Santoro. "And even if Ledger somehow recognized you at the cafe in Izmir, How did he make the connection to our operation in South Korea? Excuse me, sir, said the Filipino, but I thought the Department of Military Sciences was closed down. It is, said Santoro. So maybe this Ledger guy got cut loose. From what I heard, he didn't have a lot of friends in Washington. Maybe he is with that World Health team. They were hiring experienced operators. This could just be a coincidence. Kuga considered that, standing there with his hands shoved down into his back pockets, face caught halfway between a scowl and a thoughtful frown. I can check on that, suggested Santoro. I know some people I can ask. Do it, said Kuga. Though, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. I don't much believe in coincidences. He stood in silence, looking at the face of Joe Ledger. With or without the DMS, with or without the deacon holding his leash, Ledger is just too very dangerous. You want him taken off the board, boss, said the Russian. Just say the word. There won't be enough of him left to bury. Kuga kept watching the screen. Make it hurt, he said. Make him scream. ABC News Channel 6 in Philadelphia, Jim Gardner reporting. Jim Gardner. We have disturbing breaking news about the growing tensions in the troubled waters near the border of North and South Korea. An hour ago, a Chinese Shenyang J-11 fighter jet buzzed the USS Ronald Reagan in the Yellow Sea, coming within 100 feet of the flight control bridge. The Reagan immediately launched 2 F-18s to challenge the Chinese fighter, and were able to encourage it to withdraw without shots fired. However, the situation escalated when a Chinese Luoyang-class destroyer sailed within 200 feet of the USS Curtis Wilbur. It is believed this was not a coincidence but was instead a deliberate act of provocation. Cut to clip of White House Press Secretary Alexandra Marini. Such a move by the People's Liberation Army naval warship was nothing short of a calculated, deliberate act. Jim Gardner. This is the most aggressive and dangerous action China has taken since a similar Chinese warship nearly collided with the USS Decatur several years ago, and is another dangerous step in the direction of open conflict. This is a developing story and will update you as things unfold. Yanpyeong Island, South Korea. There was no more to do on the island. Now that we knew that the bioweapon was being delivered by drones, I asked Church if anyone in the neighborhood had an E-bomb they weren't using. Since the drones were mechanical, the brief but intense energy pulse from an electromagnetic bomb would kill all of them in a microsecond. Doc Holliday said, "Oh, honey, that's sweet that you had an actual idea, but think of the optics. We fire a cruise missile from a surface ship or sub, and suddenly everyone thinks that's a good idea. By the time you explain what we fired and why, the Korean peninsula would be glowing in the dark." Yeah, gosh, I complained. "But don't get your Speedo in a knot," she continued. "Those little darlings are way too small to carry much of a battery, and from what I can tell, they aren't rigged for solar recharge. I bet half of them are down already. Go find a quiet place to read a book. By the time the choppers get there with the medical teams and backup, I bet you can all strip naked and skip tra-la through the town square." "You worry me sometimes," I told her, but she laughed at me. We used the time to finish combing the island, and used golf carts to do it. Not sure I have ever seen a group of special ops shooters in full combat hazmat suits and armed to the teeth, tooling around at a stately 15 miles per hour. I left Andrea with Munn and our prisoner. He spent his time feeding us real-time intel from the UAVs. "E silenzioso come un cortile della chiesa, colonnello," he said, quiet as a churchyard. That was almost true. We found more than 80 infected people, many of them horribly injured. We darted them all. We found more than 300 uninfected people huddled in a big warehouse. Before we entered, we checked for drone flies. Saw too many of them crawling on the windows and doors. I called to the people inside and told them to stay there, to keep all of the doors and windows closed. Help was coming. It was not a massive victory, but we'd take all the wins we could get. As for the kid, Kim Bong, he seemed to be fine. No signs of aberrant behavior. Even so, he would have to go into quarantine at the lab. Doc Holliday was right in her prediction. Right around the time the last of the drone flies stopped buzzing and fell to the ground, we heard the sound of helicopter rotors beating a comforting thump, thump, thump off.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It made me want to cry to Shima Island, Japan. A soft answer breaks the rage. A tough answer encourages the fury. Solomon. Ioe Otera, the Blue Temple. Tsushima Island, Japan. The Korea Strait. We flew to Tsushima Island off the coast of Japan, which was the closest neutral ground. A place where we had a lot of friends and enough of a military presence to allow us to vanish into the woodwork. There was a shared facility there, known as the Blue Temple, for some reason I have never been able to discover. It's neither blue nor a temple. It looks like a warehouse for some security-minded corporation and isn't. There are a lot of surveillance gadgets like motion sensors, cameras, and an electric inner fence line beyond a normal chain link. There are also guards where you wouldn't think to look. The place was officially designated as a secure testing facility for the diseases of aquatic animals. Great if you're an oceanography nerd, but otherwise a big ho-hum, which is precisely the point. About 15% of the facility actually was legitimately studying fish gill fungus or something. Never did get the actual story because I overwhelmingly didn't really care. The rest of it was actually privately owned by a mysterious financier named Mr. Kyokai. That's Japanese for church, so, well, you figure it out. The reason we were in Japan was because Burke had been living there. Wilson had some kind of cooperation deal in place with the Tokusha Sakusengun, the Japanese counterterrorism special forces, and they were doing the legwork to run down Burke's activities. There was some very cautious involvement by NCIS, but trust was a big issue lately. I told Wilson to keep me posted. The guy from the boat, Pavo Benka, and Major Munn were taken to separate interrogation rooms. Both were examined by doctors and left to recover. Sandman does not wear off quickly.
Havoc team shucked our hazmat suits. No quarantine now that we knew about the blowfly drones. We were checked out by the medical staff and given clean bills of health. All except from my bruised forehead and a painful injury from where Munn kicked me. It made me walk like an old man recovering from hip replacement. I tried to get Bug on the line, but although he dialed into the talk earlier, I couldn't get him. He was running his own. Field ops somewhere in Korea, running down the punk press thing. I instead talked with Mickey Bloom, one of Bug's senior researchers. I want everything on Major Munn, I told her. Everything. Dig all the way down to her potty training. She worked for Kingdom, which means she got vetted 9 ways from Sunday, but they missed something. Or someone turned her. Maybe it's Santa Row Bolton. I don't know, but I want to know. On it, she promised. I tried to arrange an ORB conference with Church and Doc Holliday, but they were both busy. Doc had the drone now from Gaguli Sum and was tearing that apart while also coordinating with John Seymour and his bug hunters on the squid protein weapon. I checked with Scott Wilson, and he told me that the political situation around the Korean peninsula was on a lower boil. Church and his friends inside the 4 governments had somehow negotiated a temporary truce, pending a full debrief by Havoc and a lot of discreet political levers being pulled. It's not over, though, I said. Well, no, Wilson conceded, but right now everyone has retreated to their respective corners and are content to merely glare. He made it sound like no big thing, but it was actually huge. 1 minute we were on the brink of war, and now everyone was taking a breather. This is a very, very weird world. Not a newsflash, I know, but at least this minute's weirdness was erring on the side of sanity. I wandered into the mess hall, found a quiet corner, and made 3 calls. The first was to Violin, who was in Oslo as part of the Arclight team. Lilith had her and a select few others scouting for very bad guys on their list. Events like the D9 conference drew certain kinds of people like flies: political opportunists, lobbyists, and also terrorists. Arclight wasn't there to protect the world leaders. They were there to take some difficult people off the board. Violin was, after all, first and foremost an assassin, one of the very best in the world. I told her about Area 94 and the possible escape of Harcourt Bolton Sr. Harry doesn't know about that, she said. Do you want me to tell him? Can you do it in a way that won't ruin the poor kid? I didn't think you cared about him, Joseph. I sighed. He's a doofus, but he's our doofus, and he deserves a better father than the one he has. Break it to him gently. She laughed. A musical sound. You pretend to be such a gruff old bear, Joseph, but you are really a sweet man. If you tell anyone that, I'll deny it. My next call was to my brother, Sean. He'd been on my mind a lot. Even though he was a cop working homicide cases, his life was normal. A smart and beautiful wife, 2 amazing kids, and actual stability. He was the kind of sane and normal person that I ached to be, but knew I never could be. That had been taken from me years ago, and now all that the 3 people living in my head could hope for were brief moments of calm, of a pretended normalcy. Hey, Joe, he said when Allie handed him the phone, you better not be calling to tell me you're going to miss Christmas. I will hunt your ugly self down and I'll be there, I said. Would not miss it for the world. Junie too? Junie too. Bring that silly dog of yours too. Hey, did I tell you I'm getting the kids a dog for Christmas? We talked for a long time. He'd spotted a 4-month-old monster of a shepherd Mastiff Doberman mix at a local shelter and put in for adoption. The approval came through the day before, and the shelter agreed to hold the dog until Christmas Eve as a favor. The dog's name was Buck, but he figured the kids would want to rename him. We talked dogs, we talked about the kids, we talked baseball, and we talked about our dad, who was going to be stepping down as the mayor of Baltimore in January. Dad's going to rebuild Uncle Jack's old place in Robinwood, said Sean. And between you and me, I think he's going to ask Cassie Edwards to marry him. Cassie was a sociology professor at Loyola, mixed race, elegant, exceptionally graceful, and very much in love with our widowed father. That's really wonderful, I said, and meant it. Sean must have heard something in my voice. "Everything okay, big brother?" It was a tentative question because Sean knew better than to ask specific questions about where I was or what I was involved with. He'd been tangled in one of my cases and it nearly got Ollie and the kids killed. "Been a busy couple of days," I said, and let that hang. "Big hug, man," he said. My third call was to Junie. I rarely get her on the phone, but this time lucked out. "Joe," she said with such light in her voice that it made me want to cry. After that argument in Greece, we hadn't had any time at all to make amends, and I very much wanted to do that. "Junie, listen." She cut me off. "Don't, Joe, please. I was out of line. I shouldn't have said what I said. I know you're a good man with a good heart. I know that you aren't arrogant or cold or detached." "You weren't entirely wrong," I said. "Maybe I've become disconnected as some kind of defense mechanism. I don't know. I'll talk to Rudy about it, though. Promise you that. I never wanted to hurt you. Doing a pretty good job of that myself, babe." I tried to make a joke of it, but the delivery was flat. We switched the subject, shelving important stuff until we were face to face. That was our way, and it was the best way.
I would love to have been in a room with Raphael Santoro, Harcourt Bolton, and those two blonde kids. Yeah, I bet that would even put me on Santa's nice list. Ao Otera, the Blue Temple, Tsushima Island, Japan, the Korea Strait. I had some food, sitting alone in my corner. John Klimar sent me a quick message to say he had a whole team of people working to reverse engineer the weapon in order to understand its full functionality. He had that vague and dreamy quality to his voice scientists of my acquaintance get when they have something they'd love to publish but may never be able to do so. It's a danger when working with a covert ops group. His fascination with the bioweapon was obvious. He nicknamed it Rage, which made sense. Major Munn and the mercenary were still sleeping. Sandman packs one hell of a punch, and Andrea had shot them each multiple times. Doc Holliday sent a formula for the right stimulant to bring them out of it moderately quickly and with few side effects. We did not need them dopey and hallucinating. We needed answers so very much I could scream. All of those people on the 2 islands, so many dead, so many brutally hurt. And those who survived? What would happen when the effect wore off? Would they remember the awful things they did to friends and family, to neighbors, to their own children? How could they ever bear it? I wanted to know the why of this. A tech rang me to say that Church, Doc, and Wilson were all available if I still wanted an ORB conference. I did, and headed to a room set aside for that. Top, Bunny, Andrea, and Belle came with me. "Calpurnia," I said once the door was closed and the security seals in place, "activate the OR." "It would be my pleasure to do that, Joseph," purred the AI system. "It's wonderful to see you again. You look fit. Have you been working out?" Someone, either Doc or Bug, I haven't found out which, programmed my personal Calpurnia interface so that it speaks to me in this smooth, sexy late-night jazz radio voice. Top and Bunny turned aside to hide smiles. Belle cocked an eyebrow, and Andrea laughed out loud. The lights dimmed, and for a moment we stood in total darkness. Then a whole different world seemed to appear as if by magic around us. Figures materialized. Mr. Church, somber in a dark suit, seated behind a large desk. Scott Wilson in shirt sleeves, quick and slightly nervous, his face haggard. Doc Holliday, her lab coat open to reveal her embroidered cowboy shirt. Her masses of blonde hair piled into a sloppy bun, magic wands sticking out of it like hairpins. "Colonel," said Wilson briskly, "very fine work today. That goes for all of you. It was an exceptionally ugly mission, and for a newly formed team, you did exceptionally well." "Yeah, hooray for us," I said.
Before we go any further at all, I need to say for the record that operating with active body cams and comms that are shared outside of the RTI family is, gosh. It was necessary, countered Wilson. It was intrusive. It cut down on our operational efficiency. It made us careful in ways that shifted some awareness from combat and teamwork to an audience. Noted, said Church. He said it in a way that let me know he would ask the same of us again if it suited his needs. I was under no illusions that my life and the lives of everyone on my team was expendable under the right circumstances. Needs of the many and all of that. His eyes were unblinking behind the lenses of his tinted glasses. Wilson, diplomatic as ever, said, "Despite the awkwardness of all that, Colonel, Havoc Team performed brilliantly. Glad you think this was a good day for the good guys, but from where I was standing, this was a mess from the jump. Colonel Ho is dead, and Major Munn is either a traitor or a psycho. The guys who did this are 2/3 mercs and 1/3 actual active military. So, can anyone tell me what in the wide blue really is going on?" Andrea pointed to me. Ditto. Lucky Kim, Internet Cafe, Sachen, Gyeongsangnam-do, South Korea. She ran as if the hounds of hell were chasing her. It felt as if that was true. After leaving her apartment, Aino tried every trick she'd ever read about in novels, everything she'd seen in cop shows. Entering a store through one entrance and sneaking out the back, making random turns, doubling back and going different ways, checking for people following her by looking into reflective store windows and the windshields of parked cars. She saw no one. She thought everyone was looking at her, though. The man who'd broken in was the same man who tipped her about the massacre, the same one who'd taken her there. So why try to hurt her? What was the real story? Who was he really working for? The whole world felt like it was ready to blow itself up, and Aino twice went into fast food restaurants and hid in toilet stalls, her fist jammed into her mouth to keep from screaming. On one side street she saw a sign for an internet cafe. It was an old place, looking like it had not changed or been cleaned since the late 90s. Grimy tables, old-school computers with bulky monitors. However, against one wall was a row of wall sockets and a sign for pricing of high-speed Wi-Fi. Aino paid cash for tokens that would buy her access in 15-minute intervals. Two teenagers sat huddled together at one end of the bar, and she climbed onto the stool farthest from them, plugged in her laptop, read the Wi-Fi password off the card she'd gotten from the clerk, and logged on to the net. She fitted her rerouting device into place and turned on the encryption. It was not a real wall, but she felt safe behind it. The screen resolved. Then she nearly screamed out loud. There were 3 emails from him, the guy she thought she'd blown up. 2 from before he showed up, 1 from 10 minutes ago, telling her he wasn't mad, saying it was a weird accident, asking to get together so he could explain. Aino nearly slapped her laptop shut and fled. Then a message pinged onto her screen. "I am a friend. I know you sent the punk press video. We need to talk." She stared at it. Her messaging was turned off, she was sure of it, and when she checked, it was definitely off. "I am a white hat. We are trying to stop a war. How can I prove myself to you? Set the rules for this conversation." Aino was totally unable to move. There was not enough air left in the world. Everyone and everything faded out into a white nothing, taking all the sound with it. "Tell me what you want me to do to prove myself." It was him. It had to be him. And yet... She frowned at the screen. This wasn't how he approached her before. It wasn't the way he phrased anything. Before, it was all about stroking her ego, offering her a huge jump in her reach. This was different. She looked around. Grabbing her laptop and running would be easy. 6 steps to the door and then gone. Could she risk a response? It took her so long to decide that the token box started pinging. Anal fed in a token, waited, bit her lip, checked that the rerouter and encryption tools were fully functional, waited some more, and then she typed a reply. "Who are you?" A moment later, "I'm a computer geek for the people trying to stop everyone from doing stupid gosh. If you use the darknet, my name is Coal Tiger." Einl felt her heart jump. Coal Tiger. She knew that name. Everyone knew Coal Tiger. He was a legend. People told wild stories about him. The kid who could walk through walls. What they used to call a hacker's hacker. "How did you find me?" Coal Tiger replied very quickly. "I'm the only one who could." There was a pause. "I want to help you, and I need your help." Pause. "Help me, Anal." And behind her, a voice said it aloud. "Help me, Anal." She shrieked and whirled, falling sideways off the stool. A hand caught her before she crashed to the floor. Aotearoa, the Blue Temple, Tsushima Island, Japan. "We have a lot to cover," said Church, "and we have some answers. Everyone has been busy. This meeting should allow us to compare notes in a useful way."
A picture is emerging, though it is still incomplete. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 to 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. A picture is emerging, though it is still incomplete. So, let's start with an update on the political ramifications of the two attacks. "If there are missiles in the air, boss," said Bunny, "please tell me when to duck." "No missiles," said Church, and even managed a little smile. "I wonder if it hurt." In fact, the various military forces are in the process of standing down. "What?" grunted Bale. Although wearing body cams and being on a communication channel that was shared with certain officials in the 4 concerned governments was an inconvenience, "more like a pain," muttered Bunny. Andrea offered a fist and they bumped. "The intended effect has exceeded expectations," continued Church without a pause. Havoc Team, though still believed to be on contract to the World Health Organization, was the voice of reason in an otherwise unreasonable situation. The fact that it was multinational was very useful. He nodded to Belle and Andrea. The humanity demonstrated by Sergeant Chung with the little girl, the sad but heroic loss of Colonel Ho, and Havoc's obvious efforts to use non-lethal force against the infected civilians all played key roles. "And you're saying that's why we're not in the middle of a shooing war right now?" I asked. "Are you telling me all 4 governments just simply accept that this wasn't the U.S. and South Korea going off the reservation?" "In essence," said Church, "yes. Can they afford that, though? There is so much currency in it being some kind of American plot." "Because I've made it clear," said Church, "that I can prove otherwise, and that I am willing to do so at the United Nations, via the world press, via social media, and through other means." "Other means?" asked Belle. I didn't think Church would reply, but he said, "Rogue Team International is not the Department of Military Sciences. We do not have a state-sponsored charter, and we are not beholden to any government. There are people who know me and know that it is a mistake to assume that I or my people are under the thumb of any special interest group. I have made that very clear to people positioned within a number of world governments. Not all of those people are my friends, but they are not interested in becoming my enemy. Please do not think I am boasting." We were all silent. I more or less spoke for the group by simply shaking my head. Church continued, "When this matter began, I used this same ORB technology to have a series of meetings with key players in the 4 governments. They were able to help me set up a meeting that ended 20 minutes ago. Bedlam Team, currently in Oslo for the D9 Summit, established a secure ORB link with the President of the People's Republic of China, the Supreme Leader of North Korea, the President of the Republic of South Korea, and the President of the United States. We spoke at length, and I laid out what we knew about the attacks on Gaiguli Sum and Yanpyeong Island. I explained the nature of the bioweapon and the drones used to deliver it. I made it clear that this drone was intended to be taken as an American device, but is not. The identities of every man and woman belonging to the strike teams were shared. I also made the connection between several of the dead mercenaries and the criminal known as Kuga. "Since when are you Mr. Candid?" I asked. "Since someone tried very hard to start a third world war," said Church. "Ah," I said, "point taken. Understand me, Colonel, this was not an easy sell. North Korea in particular wants the political leverage this situation so easily offered. And Kim Jong-un just went with the flow?" Church gave a thin smile. "North Korea very much needs to remain in the good graces of China, and China does not want a war." "Cooler heads prevailed?" "Yea," said Bunny, posing it as a question. "Don't get me wrong," said Church. "This situation is far from resolved, and it is every bit as fragile as it sounds. We need more than this. We need resolution, answers, and the names of who funded this." "I am confused, Signor Chiesa," said Andrea. "Don't we already know this? Isn't Kuga our Forfante, our villain? Him and this Rafael Santoro, difficult person?" "I find it highly doubtful," said Wilson. "Remember, they are a concierge service. They are hired to manage an operation like this, but we don't think they are the actual villains." He paused. "Beg pardon, perhaps I phrased that wrong. They are not the ones who ordered this done. They certainly are villains." "Then do we have even a very clue who hired them?" asked Top. "We're working on that," said Church. "Nikki Bloom said she'll have something for us very soon." "How soon is soon?" I grumped. I felt restless and began to pace. It meant, of course, that I walked through the holographic people. Rudy once told me that this was considered bad form, but I offered the counter-argument of, "Really?" Wilson seemed disconcerted. Doc was delighted and gave me a body comic wink. Church was completely indifferent. "If you have questions, Colonel," Church said, "ask them. You were a detective before you were a case manager for matters of this kind. I can almost hear your gears turning. So, it might be the easier way for us to move this forward. I nodded, but paced another few turns. Then I stopped and turned. "Okay, let's take it point by point," I said slowly. "Tell me about the strike team." "Some of them were Kingsmen." "And?" "It's more complicated than we told the heads of state," said Wilson. "We have Kingsmen, we have closers, we have people who worked for the Jacoby organization, we have former contractors for Blue Diamond Security, including 2 who were with Majestic 3, and we have 1 who we know for sure worked security for Harcourt Bolton. Why am I not surprised? So, can we remove the question mark about whether Bolton and Santoro are partners?" asked Top. "At this point," said Wilson, "it would be quite extraordinary if they were not." "What about these blonde kids Burke mentioned, Eve and the guy?" asked Bunny. "They're what, Jedi apprentices?" "Sith apprentices," corrected Andrea sotto voce. "Get your pop culture references right, jerk." "We can assume," said Wilson, "they are pretty much that. Learning the trade from Santoro, which is a deeply frightening thought. They may be young and impressionable people he recruited and corrupted." "No," I said, "I'm not really buying that. Or not exactly that. They were referred to as kids, so we can assume early 20s, maybe late teens, but I doubt that. Let's figure 20s. With Santoro being away for years and then only out for 15 months, I can't buy that he could corrupt 2 people that completely in so short a period of time. To do what he does takes a kind of pathology with years and years behind it. This is guesswork, but like Church said, I was a cop. People don't just wake up one day and decide they're evil psychopaths." "So?" asked Andrea. "So," said Bale, "they were probably doing something similar before Santoro recruited them. There may be a record, a pattern of behavior." "Right," I said. "Another person suddenly materialized in the ORB with us, Nikki Bloom." "I'll start running a check on that," she said, clearly having heard the conversation so far. "But we need more to go on." I looked at my watch. "Our prisoner should be waking up in about half an hour." "Well, then it downright sucks to be him," said Top. I turned to him.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 by 10. emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. What if she's not a bad guy, but more like Burke, under coercion? We already thought of that, said Church. A team has been sent to take her family into protective custody. I turned to Wilson. How about Burke? He said he was afraid for his family. If they were intimidated, they might have seen Eve or the guy. Wilson nodded. Actually, an FBI hostage rescue team is heading there right now. Leecroft Court, Fayetteville, North Carolina. The house was a white two-story with an attached garage. The siding looked old, but it was clean, and the live oak on the front lawn was tall and sturdy. There was a tire swing swaying in the breeze, and a couple of bicycles on their sides in the driveway. Grackles chattered in the trees, and the sky above was clear. A white Ford Edge rolled along the street, reached the end of the cul-de-sac, turned and drove out again. Beyond that, everything was still. Until it wasn't. The quiet of Leecroft Court was suddenly shattered by the roar of engines, and then the sharp squeal of tires on asphalt as 6 vehicles rushed toward the White House. They screeched to a stop. Doors opened, men and women in body armor, ballistic helmets, and assault weapons swarmed the house. The letters FBI were stenciled on chests and backs. "Go! Go!" yelled a stern-faced woman in her mid-40s. Special Agent in Charge Connie Malgara ran toward the front door, her Glock in her hands, as other agents surrounded the house. They did not wait to announce their presence. The orders were to go in hard and fast and secure the entire Burke family. Burly agents with breaching tools smashed in the front and back doors. Another pair of agents with long crowbars forced the garage door open. More than 24 agents rushed inside, all of them now yelling. So much yelling. And then, none at all. Malgara had gotten as far as the end of the entrance hall and then stopped, still as a statue, dead still, because dead was the defining word. She stood there, her gun pointing down at the floor, eyes wide, mouth slack. Everywhere she looked, she saw red. She saw horror. She was so dazed and horrified that she almost did not notice the tiny sting on the back of her hand. Someone made a gagging sound, and she turned to see one of the younger agents turn away, a hand to his mouth. He lumbered toward the door. "No," said Malgara. She thought she said it quietly, but like a muffled echo, her word came back to her so much louder, bigger, raw, and filled with emotion. "Oh," she said, "I'm sorry." The younger agent turned in shock and surprise, because those words had been shouted too. Special Agent in Charge Connie Malgara shot him in the face. AOI, Otera, the Blue Temple, Tsushima Island, Japan. We stood there in the ORB watching a horror movie, except it was in real time and in the real world. The feeds from the FBI body cams were projected in high definition and vivid color onto a screen. Standing in a home filled with some of the most appalling horrors I'd ever seen, a family cut to pieces and hung like decorations for some insane holiday, a dozen agents were slaughtering each other, with guns and fists, with teeth. The SAC, Connie Malgara, a woman I'd worked with in the past, stood in the middle of the room shooting anything that moved. Her mouth was moving, but her words were drowned out by the gunfire and screams. I could read her lips. "Oh, I'm sorry." That's what she kept saying, as she murdered her colleagues and friends. It was what she was saying just as a bullet took her in the forehead. Malgara went down like a broken toy and lay amid the carnage she had helped to create. No one said anything. No one asked a stupid question like, why? We all knew. It was rage. That was how Santoro kept control. It was the surest punishment for any of his victims of coercion who broke faith. It was how he cleaned up. No risk to any of his people. I bowed my head, heartsick. feeling a great deal of my own rage. AOI, Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 2. Top Sims placed a wooden chair backward, sat down on it facing the prisoner, who was in wrist, ankle, and waist chains and secured to both a steel chair and the floor. The man wore a plain orange jumpsuit and paper slippers. Belle went and leaned against the wall, slim, quiet, patient, and unexpressive. "Okay now," said Top, in an almost fatherly tone. "Let's see what we got." He removed a folded piece of paper from his shirt pocket, opened it, and read. "Let's see now. You are Pavel Benka, born in the city of Bratislava in the Slovak Republic. You're 34 and used to be a sergeant in the— hold one, let me see if I can pronounce this right. 5th Pluk Specialna Hold, 5th PSU. Did I get any of that right? The 5th Special Purpose Regiment. Uh-oh. Says you were dishonorably discharged after a charge of a serious crime. Then you skipped the country as soon as a civil suit was filed by the family of the 14-year-old girl you harmed. You were recruited by the Seven Kings organization and completed training as a Kingsman. Since then, you fell off the world, and now you turn up on a boat in South Korea where a whole bunch of innocent people are killing each other." He sighed and folded the paper again. He kept folding it until it was a paper airplane, which he soared over the prisoner's head. Benka glared at him, jaw set, eyes hard. "What have you got to say for yourself?" Benka leaned forward. "Really, you difficult person." Top smiled as if it was a pleasant old world. He had a very warm smile. "You know how long it's been since anyone called me that? I mean, heck, it was back before the PC crowd started calling it the N-word. Been a long time." Belle chuckled. "And that goes for the difficult person, too," sneered Benka. Top looked at Belle. "He's got a way about him, doesn't he? Knows how to make friends." She snorted. "He's not exactly reading the room, Pappy." Okay, that's fair." Top stood and fished a key from his pocket. Benka watched with the narrowed eyes of a wary rat as Top bent to unlock the shackles. The metal clattered to the floor. At all once, Benka was in motion, rising from his chair, hooking an arm around Top's neck, pulling the big Sig Sauer from the holster round Top's waist, pressing the barrel against the thin hair on Top's temple. It took a second. "Hold it right there, difficult person," he said, even though Belle had not moved at all. "You jerks are going to help me get out of—" Suddenly everything went wrong for Pavel Benka. The big, older black man with the sleepy eyes and laid-back voice was gone, and instead he held, or tried to hold, a whirlwind. Top turned inside the grip, twisting head and body toward Benka's shoulder.
"Freely, you?" He wheezed, and he tried to fit a triumphant smile onto his face. "You don't even know it yet, but everyone you love is already dead. And if you think I'm going to tell you a very thing, then you're out of your really minds." Top squatted down slowly, hooked a finger under Benka's chin, and raised his face until they met eye to eye. "I guess that means you probably haven't figured out how this works. The whole good cop, bad cop thing? No? Well, here's the scary part." He leaned close and whispered, "I'm the good cop." Smiling like everyone's favorite dad, he stood up, swapped the empty magazine for a loaded one, winked at Belle, and left. The door locked solidly behind him. Benka looked through the pain-induced tears in his eyes at the slim woman who still leaned against the wall. He saw her eyes, saw her smile, and knew he was lost. Lucky Kim Internet Cafe, Sacheon, Gyeongsang Namdo, South Korea. Lieutenant Han sat on one chair and Bug on the other. Between them was Einil Tan. The cafe was empty except for one of Han's bodyguards. The other was outside somewhere. The shades were pulled down.
He said his name was Adam, said Eineal. Last name? Asked Bug. Just Adam. And he was in his 20s? Sure. Yes. Maybe my age, 25 or so. He looks a little younger when he smiles, like a big kid, but his eyes are older. And this is what he looks like? Han held up her laptop to show the face Eineal had painstakingly described. The identity replication software was very sophisticated, and Bug was impressed by how skillfully Han led the younger hacker through the process. The face that emerged was that of a very handsome young man who looked a lot like a younger version of the actor who played Captain America. A square jaw, blue eyes, full lips, good cheekbones. Oh, said Eineal, he had a scar too. I forgot. It's small. 2 scars, really, on his left cheek, a dot and a crescent. It's funny because it looks like a semicolon. How badly was his face burned when you blew up your apartment? Asked Han. Would he have had to go to the emergency room? Eineal chewed her lower lip for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. I hope his whole head burned off. Bug tapped some keys on the laptop he balanced on his knees, then shook his head. The police and firefighters reported no one home, no casualties, no one presenting at a local hospital with burns. All the pharmacies in town have CCTV, said Eineal. Bug grinned at her and hit more keys, frowned, tapped some more. Finally, he turned his screen toward Han. A camera feed from a pharmacy 16 blocks away showed a non-Asian woman picking up her bag at the checkout. Bug rolled it back and zoomed in, showing the gauze, ointment, and other supplies. Wait, said Eineal sharply, you found it that fast? How? Who are you people? And don't tell me you're cops, because I know what kind of computers cops have. I've never seen anything like that. She stabbed a finger toward Bug's Mind Reader Q1 substation and then at Han's Oracle. Or that. I know computers. I know everything about computers, but I don't know either of those. So tell me who you are. Bug cleared his throat. We can't, or at least not yet. First, we'd like you to tell us everything from the beginning. Again? I already told you 6 times. And each time you remember some detail you forgot the first time, said Han. A lot depends on it, said Bug. Will you guys promise to keep me safe? Bug and Han both smiled. You can count on that. Eineal wiped away a tear, sniffed, then nodded. AOI Otera, the Blue Temple, Tsushima Island, Japan. The Orb Conference fell apart. Church stepped out in order to help local authorities in North Carolina understand the nature of the rage threat. Nothing came officially from him since he has no actual legal authority in the States, but he knew who to call. It seemed to me that since we left the U.S. over disputes with the current administration, key members on both sides of the political aisle have stepped up to form an unofficial network truly dedicated to the security of America. It was surprising but heartening to see big-picture thinkers take actions that earned them no party advantage, but actually spoke to a level of patriotism that ran deep. Made even a cynical old son of a difficult person like me want to shake some hands. The first action was to quarantine the area. Agents in hazmat suits were dispatched into adjoining homes to find neighbors and isolate them in place. What that meant in practical terms was to put each of them in separate rooms in their own homes, bind them with zip ties, and trank them with Sandman. How the FBI got so many doses of Sandman that fast is something neither Church nor Wilson seemed to want to explain. Infants and very small children were transported to the local hospital. Teams armed with electronic scanners went hunting for the blowflies, with orders to try and catch them in nets or bags so they could be studied. I sent Bunny and Andrea to check on Major Munn, with orders to let me know as soon as she woke up. Because she was substantially smaller than the bad guy we bagged, her lower blood volume meant she'd sleep a bit longer. While I waited, I talked with Doc Holliday. I'm trying to make sense of this, I said. Forensics people on the scene estimate that the time of death of Burke's family roughly coincides with when we bagged him. How's that possible? I mean, why kill them at all? They couldn't know Burke told us anything. Well, dang, said Doc. I finally get a chance to fit a word in edgewise. I can answer that. Her tone was sprightly, but that was forced. Her hologram was so sharply defined that I could see the horror in her eyes, and I felt certain she'd seen images from the Burke house. What have you got? I asked. I had the boys there at Bioterror strip your prisoner down to his skivvies and search his gear. Turns out he has a very sneaky and very nifty body cam. Don't know the make and model yet, but it's high-end and covered in film so it can't be seen unless you're looking for it. It has some software built into it, and I'll bet you $1 to a donut that the code is aligned to their jammer so their signal gets out while everyone else's is scrambled. Which means Santoro and Bolton saw us, I said. Sure would. Your visors would spoil long-range views, like from a news helicopter or someone 40 feet away with a cell camera. But up close, yeah, they'd be able to see your faces. Well, that's a sobering thought, I said. Bolton and Santoro both know my face. Well, honey lumps, said Doc, they know it even better now. Wilson rejoined us, and he looked gray and worn out. I don't even want to. Go on, I said. Hit me. On the odd chance that Major Munn is compromised, we sent people to take her family into custody. But he shook his head. All of them? I asked. Yes, said Wilson. Her entire family is dead. Even the bloody dog. All dead. All by their own hands. It's bloody awful. His choice of expletives seemed to catch up with him, and he turned away, his hologram blinking out. I stood there with Doc, each of us on different continents, thousands of miles apart, yet caught in the same bubble of sadness, anger, and dread. This is worse than a very pathogen, she said bitterly, her cowgirl burlesque bodiness falling away. At least with a disease, there's a logical pattern to the spread. This is more like a sniper. You can't hunker down and hide because you don't know which way is safe. Is there some kind of antivirus? And no, don't say it. I know it's not a virus, not a bug. But you know what I mean. A counteragent? For a weaponized protein? I take that as a no? Honey, whoever designed this rage thing is very smart. Possibly a genius. Yeah, I said. I thought you were a super genius. Didn't church hire you because you're supposed to be smarter than everyone else? Now might be a good time to prove that. She gave me a long, withering look. Joe, she said mildly, use that tone with me again, and I'll beat you like a tinted mule.
Her image vanished, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly.
The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Her image vanished, and I was left alone standing there in darkness, wrapped in the barbed wire of my frustration and anger. Calpurnia. Lights. Gosh it. Please use respectful language, Joseph, scolded the AI. I resisted punching the computer interface mounted on the wall. Instead, I stalked out of the room, but with no clear direction where to go. AOI Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 2, Tsushima Island, Japan. I saw Top standing outside of one of the interrogation rooms. He was eating sushi from a plate. He had a piece of gunkan maki caught in the pincers of his chopsticks, but when he saw my face, he stopped from putting it in his mouth. "You gonna tell me there's more mess coming down the pipe, aren't you?" he asked. I pursed my lips for a moment and looked past him at the closed interrogation room door. "He talking yet?" "Belle's with him," said Top. "She's been in there for 10 minutes now. That's enough time. Come on." He tossed the sushi into a trash can and unlocked the door. I could smell the blood as soon as we stepped in. There was not a lot of it, but it was fresh. That coppery smell is distinctive and fades to something else as the cells die and thicken. Pavo Benka sat weeping in the chair. The prison jumpsuit we'd put him in was rags. His body trembled as if with a fever. He sat rigid as if afraid to move a muscle, as if doing anything at all was so terrifying that his muscles struggled to keep him there on that chair. I saw a pile of shackles in a corner. Benka was not tied or restrained by anything except terror. Belle leaned against the wall. She was breathing heavily, but affected a resting state, like a cheetah who'd just outrun an unfortunate impala. Sweat jeweled her dark brown skin, and there were really unpleasant lights in her eyes. Her hands were red to the wrist. Without looking at the man, she said, "Tell them about the fixers." I'm sorry," he said, his voice disintegrating into blubbery tears. But Belle snapped her fingers, loud as a pistol shot, and his tears stopped. "Tell them." Tears and snot ran down his face, into his mouth, dripping onto his chest. He told us. AOI Otera, Tsushima Island, Japan. "They're called fixers," I said. The orb seemed to be a crowded house. My guys, church, and everyone at the TOC. Even Rudy was with us now. I made it a point not to walk through anyone this time. Our prisoner, Pavo Benka, knew Santoro from before and confirmed that he is training a new team, a large one, multinational. They are heavily funded and well equipped. "Is Santoro working with Harcourt Bolton?" asked Wilson. "He didn't even know that name," I said. "But he has seen Santoro with a tall American who fits Bolton's description. So we can probably make that leap. And I think we can also connect Bolton to Kuga. What's not clear is whether Bolton is Kuga or is employed by him. The reason that's unclear is because Benka talked about Kuga as if it wasn't so much a person as an organization." "I can understand that," said Rudy, "though I actually think that supports a supposition that Bolton is the man running that organization. Consider his past. He was in the CIA most of his life. He was a field operative used to submerging into whatever country or culture was necessary for his mission. Then, when he became a criminal, he never self-aggrandized in the same way as, say, the Seven Kings. His focus was on his goals. Sharing a name with the organization is useful obfuscation. So, you think Bolton is both Cougar and the head of an organization called Cougar? Asked Church. I do. Nikki spoke up. Rudy's right. I'm sure of it. She went on to explain how the name Cougar has been picked up and used by a lot of criminals active in the black market and mercenary communities. He's like McCavity the mystery cat. She looked around, saw a lot of blank faces. From cats? The one who everyone blames for everything but no one actually sees? Moriarty, said Wilson. Sure, she said. Whatever. I think that's also why he calls his guys the fixers. After all, he's the ultimate fixer. Church gave her a nod of approval. Your job now is to peel back the layers of deceit and misdirection and find the man. We need a better idea of the shape of his organization. What did Benka tell you about the attacks on the islands? Not a lot that we don't know, I said. He wasn't in on planning. Burke set it up and trained everyone for the missions. Benka was muscle. They used the blowfly drones. On Frog Island, they collected as many as possible, but my guess is that a good forensic sleep will find them. I suggest that be a team effort, with experts from all 4 countries. Make a show of it, share the effort, and share the win when they find stuff. Agreed, said Church, and Wilson said he would arrange it. Benka said that the hit in South Korea was the only other one he knew about. Those 2 hits. Do you believe him? Asked Wilson. He could be lying to you. He was not, said Bell. Everyone looked at her for a moment, and she met the stares. Her eyes were about as human as those of a statue to some goddess of vengeance and slaughter. That's not a joke. Fair enough, said Wilson, looking uncomfortable. Rudy looked down at the floor and sighed. This kind of thing was so hard for him. Hell, it was hard for all of us. But what else could we do? Innocent people were dying, and we had no real idea how to stop it. After Frog Island, I continued, the strike team was to head here to Japan, split up, and make their way to a pickup point in Tokyo. That's where we may have caught our first useful break, said Wilson. The site is a warehouse, Kamakami Jitensa bicycle manufacturer, owned by Haruki Hong. He is half Korean, and when Nikki tore apart Hong's emails, she found some communication with businessmen in South Korea. By itself, that's nothing, because the firm buys parts from the South and also sells bikes there through a large number of retail outlets. Nikki, want to tell them the rest? Nikki flushed a little, and in her rapid-fire chipmunk voice said, Kamakami Jitensa makes mostly rental bikes for tourists. South Korea is their biggest market, and Mr. Hong visits several times a year. When I dug deeper, I found that Hong's grandfather was stuck in Pyongyang when the borders were closed and Korea split up. More than half the family was there actually. Still is. And despite all of the filters and restrictions the North Koreans put on any kind of internet or email, Mr. Hong has been swapping emails and even Skyping with his family there. I said, and meant it. I have 6 people digging deeper, said Nikki, but so far we've already found some dirt. Mr. Hong's uncle, also in the North, is a big industrialist up there. Publicly, he's a good party member and supports North Korean isolationism. But he takes a whole different view in emails. And for the record, the Hong family uses a type of pattern encryption that I've only ever seen before used by people in the North. They send family photos, but when you blow up the images so that you can see the individual pixels, there are characters there in Korean. These are placed randomly by a 128-bit encryption program in order to hide the pattern and not trigger code search software. But you found it anyway, asked Rudy, smiling. Her flush went 5 shades darker. Well, sure, I mean, she...
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text.
Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Hong's dad has made some cryptic comments about how the current situation is more fragile than it looks and only needs a push to fall down. Ah, I said again. Boom, said Bunny. We're still decoding. So far, except for the use of the bicycle warehouse, there's nothing directly tying the Hong family to Kuga. We've still got a lot of emails to go through. I also have some of my guys writing a tapeworm program to get deeper into all the Hong family computers. We plan to attach it to Mr. Hong's next email. In the meantime, though, there was a reference that I found kind of odd, something that seems to be out of place. 4 different members of the Hong family, Mr. Hong in Japan, his brother in Seoul, and the 2 elder Hongs in Pyongyang, have all made kind of cryptic references to something called Dasut Myung e Kongchol Namja, which means the 5 Iron Men, I translated. Church leaned forward, sharp as a hawk. What was the context? That's just it, said Nicky. There was no context in terms of the emails. That was all they said. Just that name. What struck me, though, was the timing. Each of the family members sent the same email just before the attacks on Gegule-sam and Yanpyeong. Church turned slowly toward me. Now isn't that interesting, he said slowly. Oi Otera, the Blue Temple, Tsushima Island, Japan. Now that we had an actual solid lead, Church put the full machinery of RTI into motion, coordinating with Kingdom, with Arclight, and with a select few groups in the region where we had friends we could trust. It was a small list, though. After the ORB conference wrapped, I indicated to Church to linger a bit for a private chat. When we were alone in that strange virtual setting, I asked if he knew who these 5 Iron Men were, because I got the impression he knew something. Not personally, he said, but that name has come up before. There have been groups using that name for 1,000 years in Korea. Always very political, but always tied to mercantile interests. The DMS hasn't had to go after them, but other organizations with which I've been associated have been aware of them. They were active during the Second World War, even during the Japanese occupation, working behind the scenes to make sure that trade flowed. It may be that they have been more aggressively active than was previously supposed. Why didn't you say so to the group just now? Because, Colonel, I may be culpable for some of the damage which has been done. I gaped at him. How?
He studied me for a moment, then sighed. He looked sad. There was a time, some years ago, when I was involved in a matter in Korea and brushed up against the Dasut Myenge Kongcho Namja. It was a crossroads moment, and I could have gone one way or the other, but not both. Had I chosen differently, then it is entirely possible that organization might have ended then. I chose what seemed like a better target and helped take that down. He paused. It was one of the first missions I undertook with Aunt Sally, quite a long time ago. She wanted to go after the 5 Iron Men, but as senior agent I made a different call. Who was the other target? You would not have heard of them, he said. When it was clear I was going to wait for an actual answer, he said, they called themselves the Builders. They pretended to be part of the Freemasons, but that was a lie. And they were not interested in building anything. Outwardly, they were a group of well-funded militant anarchists sowing hatred and violence throughout Southeast Asia. What made you pick them instead of the 5 Iron Men? His eyes were black jewels behind the lenses of his glasses. Because they were associated with Nicodemus. Oh, I said. Gosh, yes. Nicodemus was a strange little man who has been involved in some of the worst and more frightening moments in my career with the DMS. I first encountered him during the King of Plagues matter. He was in a supermax prison at the time, but somehow managed to be actively involved in what the kings and the goddess were doing. Then he showed up again and again after that. In Iran, during the Assassin's Code case, in the Predator 1 case in San Diego, and then with the Dogs of War fiasco. Top and Bunny were fighting Nicodemus, and losing badly, when Church showed up. He chased my guys out, and, as far as we can tell, killed the evil son of a difficult person. Church absolutely refuses to talk about what happened, and evades every conversation about Nicodemus that strays from what's in our main case files. They have a connection, though, that much is sure, and it is an old one. How old? Good guess, because I can't even accurately figure out how old Church is. He looks like he's in his mid-60s, but there are rumors about him going way back. Some of it is probably nonsense, like the rumors around the name Kuga. Even so, it gives me a serious case of the Wiggins when I think about it. Church scares me. Nicodemus scares us all. Is he dead? Even Church won't say for sure. You didn't take Nicodemus down that time with the Builders, I said, aware of how unkind it sounded. No. Did you stop the Builders? Yes. Well, you have that at least. Church is not a man much given to outward displays of emotion, but he looked like he'd been punched a few times in the gut. Hard. He shook his head. I try not to carry regrets around, Colonel, he said quietly. Regrets are a cancer that can eat you alive. I'm not clairvoyant enough to look forward and see the full consequences of my actions. None of us have that luxury. We do what we think is best in the moment and then try to keep making the best choices based on the information we have. It's staying in the fight that matters. The war is the war, I said. It was an important catchphrase for him. For me, too, and for many of us in this field. The ones who understand that individual battles may be won or lost, but the war, that big, essential, endless struggle that puts guys like us between the devil and the world, goes on. After a moment, I said, this case, maybe it's because it's the first for our new outfit, or maybe because it's so international instead of being contained within the overall politics of the US of A, but there is something deeply off about all this. In what way? I don't know. That's the problem. It doesn't feel right. It feels like we're only catching a glimpse, he said. We looked at each other. Yeah, I said. A frustrating, very glimpse. As I turned away, Church said, I'd like you and Havoc team to stay in Japan for a few days. The political situation there is calming down, but still tense. Since the leaders of the 4 countries are all in Oslo for the D9 summit, I'm going there. I've arranged a private meeting with them. Call it a calming down session with some creative spin control. About that, if you're able to do that, then Bolton and Santoro have failed. Their larger purpose, I mean. If these 5 Iron Men hired them to stage those bioweapon attacks, they got the small and ugly win, but they didn't really shake up the political situation. In a big picture way, our bad guys lost. Perhaps, said Church. Stay here and find
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright crying or crying. Seems Nikki's people did a full background check on her, a very deep dive. And we also did a physical workup. Blood, prints, everything. Has she been compromised? Best you read the report, he said, gave me a strange smile and a nod, and left me there. I flipped open the folder and read. Well, I said aloud. I leaned against the wall and read it all through again. Yo, boss, said a voice, and I looked up to see Bunny and Andrea coming through the doorway at the opposite end of the hall. I handed them the folder, and they leaned together to read it. At first, they looked blank. Then they looked confused. Then they looked mad. Yeah, I said. Life just keeps on getting more interesting, doesn't it? I looked in through a small grilled window at the woman seated at the interview table, cuffed, bowed, and broken. I quietly slid the panel shut. I'll talk to her alone. Andrea punched in the lock code and held the door for me. Munn's Ned jerked up as I came in, and she watched me with hostile cat eyes as I walked around and sat down across from her. I said nothing for a long time, maybe 2 full minutes. She did her best to meet my eyes, but eventually her glare faltered and she turned to look at the wall. So, I said, you want to tell me who the really you are. AOI Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 3, Tsushima Island, Japan. She said nothing. I sighed. Very theatrical. The kind of sigh that says, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and you just made the wrong choice. That kind of sigh. Where is Major Munn? I asked. Nothing. How did you infiltrate Kingdom?
Are there other agents in that organization? Nothing. Okay, I said, then let me tell you. That got a flinch, but she still stared at the wall. Your name is Staff Sergeant Soon Hugh Kong. You are not a member of Kingdom. You're not even a Korean national. You're a citizen of the United States. You are separated from Mr. James Kong. You have a 7-month-old daughter, but do not have custody. Everyone thinks you're on leave from Fort Story in Virginia Beach. Won't they be surprised when you don't turn up for duty on December 27th? Did you think you'd be back by then? She tried to glare through the fear, but I wasn't fooled. To anyone who doesn't know Major Munn personally, you're a good fit. Same height, about the same weight and age. Someone gave you a really thorough of training so you could pass muster as Special Forces. I'm impressed. Mind you, I'm pretty unhappy, but I am impressed. I let silence beat her up for a bit. Here's the thing, I said. I don't yet know if your actions were because you are under duress or because you are a spooky psycho lady. Right now, I'm leaning more toward the latter because after evaluating your actions last night, you clearly tried to thwart our mission. Notice that I said thwart. I don't often use that word with a straight face, but I am not laughing right now. This is my serious face. This, in point of fact, is my really unhappy face. She stared at me as if I was insane. Fair enough. If Major Munn is alive, and if you can help us find her, I will legitimately argue for leniency on your behalf. You don't walk, but you don't go to a black site where no one who works there ever heard of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm joking. Sweat beaded her upper lip. If you go a step forward and tell me everything, and I do mean every very thing, about Rafael Santoro, Kuga, Harcourt Bolton, the Fixers, and the 5 Iron Men, then you might actually get out of prison while you're still young enough to enjoy your AARP benefits. Are you following me? There was the tiniest of movements of her head. Not sure if it was a twitch or a nod. I cupped my hand around my ear. Sorry, didn't hear you. I slapped my palm down on the table so fast and hard that she jumped and screamed. In the coldest voice I own, I said, "Be very careful what you say next. If the word lawyer plays any part of that sentence, you are going to fall into a world of mess." She started to cry. They were not weak tears. None of that girlish tears chauvinistic nonsense. This was a strong, dangerous, capable woman. No, these tears were pure terror. Then she said the 4 most horrible words a person could say. They broke her. They twisted her mouth into such an ugly shape that it turned everything in my stomach to icy slush and robbed all the heat from the world. She said, "They have my daughter. Aoi Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 3, Tsushima Island, Japan." I said nothing. Very theatrical. The kind of sigh that says, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way, and you just made the wrong choice." That kind of sigh. "Where is Major Munn?" I asked. "Nothing." "How did you infiltrate Kingdom? Are there other agents in that organization?" "Nothing." "Okay," I said, "then let me tell you." That got a flinch, but she still stared at the wall. "Your name is Staff Sergeant Soon Hugh Kong. You are not a member of Kingdom. You're not even a Korean national. You're a citizen of the United States. You are separated from Mr. James Kong. You have a 7-month-old daughter, but do not have custody. Everyone thinks you are on leave from Fort Story in Virginia Beach. Won't they be surprised when you don't turn up for duty on December 27th? Did you think you'd be back by then?" She tried to glare through the fear, but I wasn't fooled. To anyone who doesn't know Major Munn personally, you're a good fit. Same height, about the same weight and age. Someone gave you a really IS of training so you could pass muster as Special Forces. I'm impressed. Mind you, I'm pretty unhappy, but I am impressed. I let silence beat her up for a bit. "Here's the thing," I said. I don't yet know if your actions were because you are under duress or because you are a spooky psycho lady. Right now, I'm leaning more toward the latter because after evaluating your actions last night, you clearly tried to thwart our mission. Notice that I said thwart. I don't often use that word with a straight face, but I am not laughing right now. This is my serious face. This, in point of fact, is my really unhappy face. She stared at me as if I was insane. Fair enough. If Major Munn is alive, and if you can help us find her, I will legitimately argue for leniency on your behalf. You don't walk, but you don't go to a black site where no one who works there ever heard of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm joking. Sweat beaded her upper lip. If you go a step forward and tell me every, and I do mean every very thing about Rafael Santoro, Kuga, Harcourt Bolton, the Fixers, and the 5 Iron Men, then you might actually get out of prison while you're still young enough to enjoy your AARP benefits. Are you following me? There was the tiniest of movements of her head, not sure if it was a twitch or a nod. I cupped my hand around my ear. Sorry, didn't hear you. I slapped my palm down on the table so fast and hard that she jumped and screamed.
They put down in a parking lot of an abandoned Kmart. Before leaving the machine, Toys grabbed a clipboard and the pilot's unmarked gray ball cap. It was mundane and functional, though in any other circumstance, Toys would rather be eaten by rabid voles than wear that kind of hat. The residential area was a short block away. Mad Max and Croc split off from him, while Toys slowed to a walk and then a saunter, pretending to look from his clipboard to addresses painted on curbs, mailboxes, or homes. He knocked on the door of the house next to the target, asked directions of a sleepy old lady, smiled a big fake smile, and went to the target house. He could see no one, but felt eyes on him. That was fine. He was no virgin when it came to deception and play acting. He walked right up and knocked on the door. While he waited, he made a subtle show of studying the clipboard, idly flipping a page or two. Beyond the door, he heard a baby cry and felt only marginal relief. As he always did in moments when he was out in public, he felt the presence of his ghosts. So many of them. All of the people he either murdered, ordered killed, or whose deaths he enabled by his association with monsters like Sebastian Galt, Hugo Vox, and the 7 Kings. Although Toys believed in the biblical promise of redemption, he did not believe that he deserved it. No matter how much good he did now through free tech, no matter how many people he saved with his investments, charities, and covert philanthropy. It was his unshakable belief that damnation waited for him after death. No limbo, no purgatory, no resurrection of the soul. He did not want to be redeemed, and accepted hell as the natural and fitting punishment for his many sins. Jobs like this, favors for Joe Ledger or Mr. Church, might put blood on his hands, but it would not darken his soul. That was already painted a toneless black. Footsteps clicked along a tiled floor, and then the door opened a few inches. Enough for a 4-inch slice of a man's face to scowl out at him. "What do you want?" demanded the man. He was some mix of Asian, mused Toys, Japanese and something else, possibly Thai. A good-looking man in his mid-30s. Toys waved the clipboard. "Mr. Kang, I'm from the Independence Middle School. We're fundraising for Bobby Miller. Perhaps you've heard about him on the news? His parents' car was hit on the way home from practice, and they're okay, thank the Lord Jesus. But Bobby's in a coma, and the medical bills are just piling up. We're collecting donations to help defray those costs and show love and support for the Millers." The man stared at him with dead eyes for a 3 count, and then actually dug into his pocket, peeled a $10 bill off a roll, and opened the door wide enough to hand it over. "Sure, whatever," said the man. Toys reached for the bill, but missed it. The 10 fluttered down, and the man automatically bent to catch it. Toys brought his knee up so sharply the man had no chance at all of blocking it, and his nose exploded with a wet crunch. Then Toys shoved him back, pushing his way into the living room. A woman sat on a couch, holding the crying baby to her in a rough embrace. She gaped at Toys, dropped the child onto the floor as she scrambled for the Glock on the coffee table. She was very fast. She was not nearly fast enough. Toys cleared the 9 feet between door and couch, hooked the table with a foot, and kicked it halfway across the room. The gun flew straight up in the air. He caught it, pivoted, and whipped the barrel across the woman's face as she shot to her feet. The blood slung blood and teeth on the curtains. Toys spun back to the man who'd answered the door and who was on his knees trying to pull his gun out of his waistband, but it was slipping on bloody fingers. "Frickin' amateurs," growled Toys as he took the gun away and repeated the action, this time crushing the barrel against the side of the mouth. The man went down. He glanced at the baby, who was crying even louder now, screaming, but otherwise seemed to be okay. Croc appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, grinning the way he did when things got ugly. He had a Marine Corps Ka-bar in his left hand, and it was red to the crossbar. "2 of 'em," he said. "Mad Max is cleaning the rest up. No noise." "Clear the house," ordered Toys. Croc unslung his shotgun and went up the stairs, returning in seconds, nodding that all was okay. He repeated the action with the cellar and garage. Mad Max came in, her face aglow as if they were all on holiday. 2 watchers, one in a car, the other in an empty house across the yard. "No muss, no fuss," she said, as she always did. "Well, a little bit of muss," said Croc, right on cue. "Can we interrogate either of the watchers?" "With a séance, maybe." Toys nodded to the baby. "Do something with that." He preferred not to touch children, ever. Croc squatted down and picked the child up and bounced her gently. The baby began to settle at once, which pulled a surprised grunt from Toys. But then Croc brought the baby over and held her up to show her legs. There were cigarette burns on both legs and the bottoms of the tiny pink feet. Not new, weeks old, but badly healed. 2 of them were infected. Toys turned away. "Kitchen," he snapped. Mad Max dragged the 2 dazed and bleeding survivors into the kitchen and tied them securely with flex cuffs. The woman was mostly conscious and glared death at the 3 of them. Toys wasn't fooled. He saw the fear there, too. He pulled over a plastic chair and sat on it. "We're going to have a lovely chat," he said amiably. "You can save yourself a great deal of discomfort by not forcing us to go through the process of you pretending you're tough enough to endure what I'm willing to do. You work for Rafael Santoro, so you must know it never works. I knew Santoro. I've seen him in action. I know you are fixers. So be a useful little cow and just tell me everything." "Go to hell," said the woman, and tried to spit on him. Her attempt fell short. Toys sighed and drew a slender knife from his inside pocket. "Very well," he said. "Let's begin, shall we?" AOI Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 4, Tsushima Island, Japan. This is how it is for us. The DMS and now RTI. There is nothing, then there is way too much random information, like pieces from 20 different jigsaw puzzles jumbled together. Then some kind of dam bursts and the information floods in. So much that it's like getting caught in a surge when a levee breaks. I went into an empty interrogation room and sat down on a chair with my heels up. It's a trick. Putting the body into a posture of calm nonchalance sometimes tricks the mind into relaxing. Andrea was next door minding Kang and was apparently attempting to amuse her by demonstrating card tricks. Not that the woman was at all interested, but Andrea has some issues. Bunny came and leaned his big shoulder against the doorframe. He was sipping some kind of blueberry Korean soda. Bug called, and I put it on speaker. He and an ArcLight agent named Annie Han had found and interviewed Anal Tan, the woman behind the Punk Press video. After sifting through the bits she knew and the stuff we were learning, it was clear that a man named Adam, who was almost certainly the partner of Eve, had approached her with a hot tip. Adam had excellent bona fides from all sorts of underground whistleblower groups. Those credentials were probably retrofitted onto the right websites, said Bug. Some pretty sophisticated work, but Andy and I will be able to take it apart. He said Andy and I with an unusual amount of emotion. I've uploaded an identikit picture of Adam, said Bug, and we're getting a lot of hits. Maybe 14 different aliases in 24 places. Surveillance camera footage has him with a cute blonde. We figure that's Eve. Those images have been enhanced and shared with our whole network and with ArcLight. Both were last seen in South Korea, so they're here. He explained that Adam sold Anal on a story that he was in youth
Military intelligence, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Military intelligence and caught wind of something illegal his government was doing. He could not risk blowing the whistle himself because he would go to jail or have to run like Edward Snowden. So instead, he used his connections to find Pump Press and flattered Anil by saying no one else had the right blend of integrity and guts. Bug said that Anil Tan was very smart, but young and probably too optimistic.
She bought the story and went to the island with Adam, both of them in hazmat suits. Here's the thing that unplugged her from believing in this guy, said Bug. When they ran the video on the news, there was that bit of dialogue where an American sailor was talking trash about Kim Jong-un. And Neil said they didn't record anything like that. I guess Santoro's crew figured she would be freaked by that and sent Adam around to shut her up. He told me how she blew up her kitchen and burned Adam. A second identikit was made with probable burn marks. Is she willing to go on record with all of this? I asked. We finished recording a full statement half an hour ago, he said. Mr. Church has it already, and it's being shared with the 4 governments. We can prove Adam has never been in military intelligence or in any government job. He's a ghost, though, which is frustrating on one hand, because I know you'd like to have a long talk with him. But on the other hand, it sticks a pin in the American conspiracy theory. I think, as far as war in this area goes, we can all go take a shower and get a foot rub. Spectacular work, Bug. Should I preen? You should. Bug said he and Annie were going to get Anil out of the country. I suggested Phoenix House, and he said they were heading to the airport at that moment. Hey, said Bunny dryly, we won one. What's that make it? 1 for 2? Yay us. Bug ended the call, and Toys called a few moments later. Ledger, he said, in about the same way someone would say testicular cyst. There wasn't a lot of love between us. Toys, I said, giving it the same inflection. The baby? Alive. But he told me about borderline malnutrition, an unchanged diaper, and cigarette burns. He said that the father's body was wrapped in black plastic trash bags in a basement closet. I sat there very still and stared a burning hole through the wall. I saw a look in Bunny's eyes that was ugly and deadly, and probably a match for my own. We took 2 of the 4-person team, he said. Very calmly, I said, were you able to get anything from them? There was a sound. Could have been a laugh or a sob. Hard to tell. Toy said, I got everything from them. Hold on, I said, and conference Scott Wilson, Duck, and Church in on the call. Okay, the gang's all here, Toys. Give us all of it. He did. The people Toys interrogated were part of a group of 100 freelancers being trained to be fixers. It was possible that 100 was only a single training group. Santoro called it a century and had made some reference to a cohort and a legion. That was significant and scary. A cohort was an old Roman designation for a group of 6 centuries, which in turn formed 1/10 of a legion. We did not believe Santoro had managed to build an army of 6,000 mercenaries. Not saying it was impossible, but it was very unlikely, given the time needed to do it and what would be required to hide, train, equip, and arm an army of that size. No, but if he had 1 or more cohorts, that was bad enough. Worse than bad. The fixers said they worked for Kuga, but from what they told Toys, it seemed like Kuga was the name of the organization. If there was a person of that name, the fixers didn't know that for sure. They believed Santoro answered to someone or to a group, but that was above their pay grade. The Korea gig was some kind of client job, which seemed to verify what Nikki found out about the 5 Iron Men. It seemed obvious those 5 difficult individuals were our collective big bad. The fixers thought that there were other operations ongoing, but they were only told about their part of the Korea op. They knew about Adam and Eve, and Toy said he detected animosity and jealousy, because the blonde kids were teachers' pets to Santoro. They called him Daddy, and he called them his firstborn. They also gave us some locations. Recruiting centers near 4 different U.S. military bases, others in South Africa, Turkey, Iraq, Pakistan, Somalia, South Sudan, and Thailand. One of Toy's captives was involved in recruiting before graduating to field operations. They also gave up 2 training facilities, one in Yemen and one near Dryden in Washington State. And that was all. It was a lot, but the fixers did not know where Santoro was. They didn't know where the Cougar headquarters were. They had no idea if there was more to the Korea thing. "How sure are you about the Korea situation?" I asked. "Because it feels to me like there's another shoe to drop." "If there was more to give," said Toys, "they would have given it." He dropped out of the call, but I stayed on with the others. Wilson said, "We can act on all of this. If we move quickly enough, we might have a chance to cripple the Cougar network." "Do it," said Church, and Wilson was gone. After a pause, Doc said, "Well, boys, I don't know whether to gosh or wind my watch here. And I'm with my honey bunny in that I can't believe this whole thing is just going to peter out into a simple mop the floors and dust the shelves thing. One minute we're about to bend over and kiss our backsides goodbye, and next minute the President of these United States and the little psychopath from North Korea are acting like they just shared an intimate moment?" "How well you sum it all up," said Church. "You know what I'm saying, Deacon. If everything's coming your way, then maybe you're driving in the wrong lane." "I think we're all on the same page," admitted Church. "But if there is more to this, then we are absent the proof. What we know is that Cougar attempted a big play and failed. Perhaps it is a matter of overreach. Trying to incite a war with two of the world's great superpowers is bold. The fact that it very nearly worked says a great deal about the sophistication of our enemies. And their weaknesses," I said. "So it would seem. However, I believe Dr. Holliday has a quaint saying for that. Something about counting chickens," suggested Doc. "Now, Outlaw, as much as I like agreeing with you, take a step back and see what they accomplished. They killed hundreds of people with a brand new bioweapon. Maybe it was developed in that lab in Aleppo that you and your lovely band of cutthroats blew into orbit, but I don't believe so. I can see a lab that small being used for some kind of testing, but nothing you described speaks to something sophisticated enough for large-scale biological weapons research." "Which means the lab is still out there," I said glumly. "Gosh, I think Junie would spank me hard if I did that." Cute. "So, if the Korean peninsula isn't about to become a battleground, then we're talking some serious mission creep. Looking for that lab, and hunting for Cougar and Santoro." "Yes," said Church. "That has to be high priority, though whether it is an RTI case or not remains to be seen."
You, Top, and Bunny are the only active operators who have experience with Santoro and his former Kingsmen, and you can provide useful advice to other players on our in-house teams and to our friends. What about Harcourt Bolton? Is he Kunaga or not? Frankly, Colonel, I do not know. My gut says yes, but we do not have any corroboration of real substance. It's possible he is simply in hiding. It's possible he also works for Kunaga without being its head. We don't know, and we will have to find out." I sighed. "I'm going to interview the Kang woman," I said. "I'll tell her that her kid's alive and what happened to her. Maybe she'll have something to say. I know how I'd be if someone tortured my nephew and niece. She's an actual mother, and her kid is safe. She's out from under Santoro's control and might want some payback." "Go talk to her," said Church. "I'll see you in Oslo as soon as you clean up things there." The line went dead. "For the record, boss," said Bunny, "I think this one's ending weird too. AOI, Otera, the Blue Temple, Interrogation Room 3, Tsushima Island, Japan. The three of us talked with Soon Hugh Kang. When I told her that her baby was safe, she began to cry. When I told her what they'd done to her baby, she screamed. It took a while to calm her down. She jerked at the chains. She thrashed about, cutting herself, spit flying, eyes filled with madness. Andrea got up and wrapped his arms around her and held her, despite the violence, despite the attempts to bite him and headbutt him. He held her through the immediacy of that storm. Bunny and I exchanged a look.
We both felt enormously embarrassed and sad. The screams, like any storm, passed. She sagged back against the chair, dripping with sweat, tears running down into her nose and mouth, shudders like earthquake aftershocks rippling through her. I got up, fished a key out of my pocket, and unlocked her chains. Andrea stepped aside, and I squatted down and took her hands in mine. She stared at me in total surprise. "Soon, Hugh," I said gently. "Santoro and Kunada and the others are still out there. Adam and Eve are still out there. If there is anything you can tell us that will help me and my team find them, then you—" "I'll tell you everything I know," she cut in. Her teeth were clenched, her lips peeled back. "As long as you promise me you'll really kill them all." "That," I said calmly, "is the only plan I have." She told us everything. An hour's worth of unfiltered truth. She gave us better physical descriptions of Adam and Eve. She gave us the names of 9 other people at Fort Story who'd been compromised, and 6 here in Japan. She gave me locations for blind drops of money and equipment. She gave us the locations of 2 safe houses. She gave us everything she had. I put it into our network. Scott Wilson assured me that people would go out to investigate all of this. People, but not us. Tsushima Island, Japan. We spent a couple of days in Japan watching things happen and feeling moderately put out about the fact that we were no longer running the show. I called Church and Wilson and Doc about a dozen times each. Church was busy in Oslo, hosting meetings with the heads of state who needed their egos massaged. Wilson was there too, keeping those same world leaders from using the incident as proof that A, the situation in the region of the Korean Peninsula needs to radically change, or B, the situation in the region needs to remain the same. Wilson is rarely flustered, but the last time I spoke with him, he seemed ready to strangle kittens. I called Rudy about it and got a lecture about being a control freak. He did not use those words because he's too urbane and compassionate and civilized. No, he phrased it so that I didn't feel like a hurt teenager who can't get a date for the prom. His closing remark was, "The world has changed, and your role in it has evolved, cowboy. Try and take comfort from the fact that there are now many organizations ready to do their share of heavy lifting." It took great effort not to tell him to go away. After a suitable period of sulking, with plenty of good local beer to grease my cognitive wheels, I called Junie and told her what I was feeling, what Rudy said, and that I, in actual point of fact, was guilty of hubris. I was annoyed that useful, reliable, dependable old Joe Ledger wasn't the one being seen to save the world. Because Junie is immensely more mature than me, she did not give me any species of "I told you so." Instead, she told me she loved me and said that spending Christmas with Sean and the family in Maryland would do us both a lot of good. It was oddly sobering. I spent the rest of that day in a dry suit doing nothing more useful than scuba diving off the island. Tsushima has the coldest and most northern coral reef in the world, with all kinds of newly discovered coral species. There is a warm current that brings tropical fish into the area, and they were such an unexpected delight that I felt my heart lift. There is something both otherworldly and deeply grounding about diving reefs, especially those as untouched as these. Gorgeous, tranquil, and about 1,000,000 miles away from pain and bioweapons, from tortured babies and slaughtered families. Somewhere down in the blue-green waters, I felt something change inside my heart and head. Yeah, maybe I was guilty of thinking I was the one permanently on deck to save the world. And yeah, I could see now that this was far from the truth. I knew that now, even after all of my victories with the DMS and RTI, was still trying to redeem my soul for being unable to save Helen.
Among the coral and fishes, I found a measure of perspective on that, and a grudging acceptance that those terrible events long ago were not my failure, but simply beyond my control. I could not have saved her. Wanting to did not change that. Trying to be the champion of the world wouldn't change it either. I thought about the unknown woman on the island of frogs, the one I'd made a mental promise to. I could not save her either. Even if I caught and killed every single person who was part of the Cougar machine, she was still going to be dead. I was not a demigod capable of restoring life to the unjustly slain. I swam beneath the waves and tried to release the strictures of my pride that held on to the things I could never control. A few brightly colored fish, of a kind I did not know and couldn't name, swam with me for a time, and, one by one, peeled away, as if taking fragments of my darkness with them. I would tell Rudy about this. I would tell Junie. But not yet. Instead, I swam and was, in some small way, healed. Diver's Bathhouse, Tsushima Island, Japan. They tried to take me quick and quiet. I was naked as an egg, covered in soap and shampoo, alone in the shower stall. My dry suit was on a bench, and my tanks hung on a peg. The spray masked the sound of them entering, but I felt a cool breeze and turned to see shapes rushing me. 3 of them. Not big, but big enough, dressed in black, moving fast. There was a flash of steel, knives. Black-bladed commando-style field knives. You don't use them to go hunting unless you're hunting men. Fixers. Had to be. The lead guy slashed low and hard, trying to gut me. I twisted out of the way and felt the cloth of his sleeve brush my hip instead of the cold point of the knife. I turned the twist into a spin and chopped him in the back of the neck with my elbow, real, very hard. He staggered forward, and I heard him hit the wall, but I was going straight after the other 2. They were fast, and they had the advantage, but they did not know how to fight together. Most people don't, not even most killers. They both tried to slash at me at the same time, both trying to disembowel. If they'd thought it through and went high and low, they'd had me. Maybe. I slid to my left and chopped the closest arm and then shoulder-checked him so that he stumbled into his buddy. They were wearing sneakers, but not the right kind for a soapy-tiled floor.
They both slid, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. They both slid, and I helped them along by hitting the guy I just checked with 4 very fast, very hard palm shots to the ear. He screamed as his eardrum burst. I slapped my hand down against the wrist of his extended arm, pinning it against my wet thigh, and then used both hands to take the knife away from him. Now it was 2 armed thugs, 1 unarmed and injured thug, and me with a knife. Completely naked, sure, but with a knife. That is much better math. For me. For them, the math was terrible. They gave it a good try, though, pushing off the wall, coming at me again, trying to spread out and circle me. If I was an idiot, I'd have backed away and been killed, or charged them and been killed. Instead, I faked left and went right, sliding across the floor to engage the first man. He tried a throat cut this time, but I ducked under it and sliced the outside of his lead knee. The knife was excellent and honed to razor sharpness, and it cut through the hamstring tendon with shocking ease. He screamed and went down onto that same knee, while I checked my cut, reversed, and took him in the right eye with the point. Not deep. I didn't want to lose the knife to suction. I shoved him toward the others, but the soap on the floor made me slide backward, and for a moment I pinwheeled for balance. Then I dropped into a squat like a surfer on a wild board, reclaimed my balance, and dodged left to get to the outside of the 2 men coming at me. The one whose eardrum I burst dove down to try and take the knife from his crippled friend. But I chopped down with the butt of my knife, and the extra force slammed him belly and chin first onto the unforgiving tiles. I stepped on him and over and slashed at the thrusting arm of the third man, catching it with a shallow slice across the forearm, and then crashing into his side with my shoulder and chest. We crashed back. Since I knew that was the likely result of our impact, I rode the fall and used the confusion to half-roll onto his knife arm, pinning it between us. He dropped the knife, and very if he didn't reach down and grabbed me intimately. He grabbed very hard, and the pain sent 10 million volts of white-hot agony up through my stomach and into my heart. I screamed. I did not stop fighting to scream, though. Idiots do that. I used the pain to kick me into aggressive overdrive. I headbutted him, elbowed him across the temple, bit his nose, and when I could get my hand into position, I cut his very throat. He gurgled and collapsed back, vomiting blood and thrashing wildly. His really hand was still locked on me, and I had to cut his wrist tendons to free myself. I rolled off him, sick and dizzy, in time to see the guy with the burst eardrum come up off the ground. His chin was split and blood ran over his lower lip, but his face was twisted into a mask of hatred. He dove at me before I could get away, and we fell back hard, rolling all the way to the edge of the shower. He was about 20 pounds lighter than me, but he knew how to wrestle. He knew a lot of dirty tricks, and he tried them all. Twisting joints, sticking his thumb in the hollow of my throat, headlocks, an arm lock that would have shattered my elbow if I hadn't locked my frame, twisted my hips, and bit his calf. Yeah, I know a lot of guys dig that MMA mess. Those supposedly unbreakable holds, the floor pins, the mounts, oh please. If you're in a ring, with rules, with a ref, and you can tap out, then sure, it can be pretty intense. But even cage fights have rules. I, on the other hand, am not a sportsman. Never was. I tore a chunk out of his calf, then pivoted more and bit him intimately. Weird, sure. Worked, though. His scream hit the ultrasonic, and he lost the integrity of his lock. I took my arm back and then spent the next 10 seconds breaking everything of his that I could break while still leaving him alive.
One of his buddies was dead, the other was in shock with a pierced eye and blood loss and was maybe half in a coffin. This jerk still had a pulse, and I really wanted to have a meaningful chat. When I finished, he wasn't going anywhere. He lay there, quivering, too hurt to do anything but whimper. I crawled to the wall and used it to climb up, wheezing, gasping, my body on fire, my nerves shot to gosh. My gear bag was on a bench outside, and I grabbed my gun, crept to the exit door, and looked out. No one in sight. I went back and looked down at the three men. They were total strangers. The guy with the pierced eye looked Korean. The dead one was maybe Italian or some kind of swarthy Mediterranean. My wrestling partner was Caucasian. None of them were Santoro or Adam. The injured man looked up at me with terrified, pain-filled eyes. He looked into my eyes and saw something there. Maybe it was like looking into a magic mirror that showed him what the next few minutes of his life were going to be like. "Please," he begged. I smiled. "No," I said. Aboard the Soul of Piety, Kiel Canal River, Germany. Santoro set down his phone and looked up at the ceiling. "Did they get him?" asked Kuga, who was alert and impatient. "Is the son of a difficult person dead?" "No," said the Spaniard. "How many guys did you send?" "3. Good men. Excellent fighters." "You told me it would be a simple cleanup operation." "It should have been." They sat staring at nothing for a long time, each chewing on the bitter reality of it. "Next time, why don't you just throw some grenades at him? Ledger's a maniac, but he's one of the most dangerous people I ever heard of. Blow the really up next time." Santoro gave him a thin smile and said nothing. Bioterror, the Blue Temple, the Orb, Tsushima Island, Japan. "They were a cleanup crew," I said. "At least that's what my shower buddy told me. I am convinced it's what he believes." Church's hologram sat there taking small bites out of a vanilla wafer. Doc stood on one side of him and Wilson on the other, as if they were all in the same room. But Church was in Oslo, and they were still in Greece. "Did he give a list of other potential targets?" asked Church. "A few. Colonel Epps, the rest of Havoc Team, which, by the way, he called Echo Team, so we know that Kuga's network doesn't have ears inside RTI. "Thank God for small mercies," said Wilson. Church nodded. "Anything else?" He corroborated some of what the Fixer Toys, questioned told us. "A few new targets, and I've uploaded them to the TOC mainframe." Doc Holliday was grinning fit to bust. "And all of this while you were buck naked?" "Yes. Sorry I didn't take pictures." "Boy howdy, me too." "We have some news to share, Colonel," said Wilson. "Doc, if you would start us off." "Sure, sweetie. So, we sourced all of the parts in that drone, and yes, the computer systems were manufactured in China, but one of the key designers at the tech firm in question is Li Hong." "Hong?" I mused. "As in the Hong family who are tied to the 5 Iron Men?" "Nephew once removed," she said. "That's one thing. The next is some digging I had Nikki do about Syria. Even though the lab is all blown up, the equipment had to come from somewhere. Mind Reader Q1 just busybodied its way into Mr. Assad's computers, and in 2 shakes of a sheep's tail, we have all kinds of purchase orders and shipping manifests. Now,
Come to Oslo, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "Come to Oslo," said Church as he brushed cookie crumbs from his tie. "The turfisk is delicious." Oslo, Norway, in darkness. The woman woke in darkness, bound, bleeding, bruised over every inch of her body that she could feel. She lay there, feeling the damage, listening for any sounds, fighting for a sense of where she was. The pain in her head was so ferocious it crowded everything else out, almost. She felt movement before she heard sound. It made no sense to her. The floor on which she lay was moving, tilting, back and forth, very slowly but very steadily. She strained to make sense of it, but the darkness around her seemed to flood into her mind, and she was gone. For a while. There was no way to know how long she was out. Minutes? Hours? She did not think it was much longer than that, because the level of pain was about the same. Cuts hurt less over time. Deep bruises got worse. She ran a tongue around the inside of her mouth and discovered that several important teeth were missing. The gums hurt worse than any other part of her. That was when a small door of memory opened for her. The teeth. She remembered losing them. No, that wasn't right, and she forced her mind to be precise. She remembered them being taken from her, torn out, rocked back and forth in their sockets with pliers, and then pulled from the roots. She remembered the taste of her own blood. She remembered the screams that had tried to claw their way up from her lungs and out through her mouth. She remembered fighting them down, refusing them, refusing to gift her torturers with those screams, not with the lost teeth, not with the small cuts nubble between her toes, not even when they ground the lit cigarettes into her cheeks. She had not screamed once. Now, here in the fetid darkness, she wanted to let the screams out. She did not. The floor moved, and a sound, muffled and odd, snuck through walls to whisper in her ear. A slapping sound, soft, unemphatic. Water. I'm on a boat, she thought, and knew it to be true. But whose boat? Did that Spanish, difficult person, the monster, have a boat? Why had he brought her to it? Why was she even still alive? She lay there, testing her bonds, assessing the damage, inventorying her strengths, planning her escape, planning her revenge. D9 Conference, Radisson Izu Plaza Hotel, Sonja Hennies Plass 3, Oslo, Norway. The place looked like a miniature version of the United Nations. Flags everywhere, and not just those of the 9 nuclear nations. Other countries were in attendance as well, some as allies of the denuclearization process, some because they had nuclear energy programs and their centrifuges and waste would be topics of discussion. 31 countries in all. Every hotel in Oslo was crammed with dignitaries, the press, anti-nuke protesters, more press, government officials, and, yeah, more press.
Havoc Team was there as event security, meaning we were supposed to be in the employ of the Norwegian government. That was some of the combined sorcery of Scott Wilson and Mr. Church. They made quite a formidable team. We were dressed in standard upper-level security clothes, black suits, white shirts, dark ties, wires behind our ears. We were armed, but with Snelling dart pistols loaded with Sandman. The conference was scheduled for the big convention room at the Blue Plaza, which is also where all of the heads of state and their entourages were booked. They filled the entire 678 rooms, with some of those suites set aside for op centers, security team staging, very select ticketed press, and a few high-profile guests. You had to know God personally and be able to show vacation selfies with him to get into that place. Even Top, who was notorious for his disdain of most security setups, kept grunting his approval. "You sound like a boss hog, old man," complained Bunny. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Top gave him 2 seconds of a withering look. "You know, farm boy, it is actually possible to kick a 2x4 up someone's backside if you try real hard." Andrea snorted and offered a fist to Belle for a bump. She stared at it, shrugged, and bumped. We walked the crowded halls on the conference level. It seemed like every third person we saw wore the same kind of clothes we did. They gave us the same uninformative stares we gave them. They teach that at tough guy school. "Scusami, Colonello," said Andrea quietly as we rounded a corner and walked past an ornate stairwell that looked like a piece of art. "But do we actually have an assignment?" "Not as such, no," I said. "We are vagabond thugs," Bunny said. "Not sure I've ever seen this much security," asked Top. "Not even a little. Even my virtue feels protected." Top grunted. "You think this is security," said Andrea. "You should see how they guard the Pope's restricted collection." "If something happens," said Belle, pointedly ignoring Andrea's comment, "what actions do we take? Who owns the trigger pull?" I snorted. "Scott Wilson has been pulling his hair out all night trying to figure that out. Short answer is, we are, at best, support. The badges we have are legit, but each world leader has his or her own people, and we do not want to get between them and any bad guys. I don't want us to be the collateral damage on somebody's after-action report." "Hoo-ah," said Top. "Who really ah," said Bunny. "Colonel Ledger?" I turned to see a thin man hurrying toward me. One of the many Norwegian officials who was there to massage overblown political egos and keep things chugging along. I fished for his name, and pulled it out of nowhere. "Mr. Mahler," I said. "What can I do for you?" He leaned close and lowered his voice. "Colonel, I've been asked to escort you to a small private reception." "Now? Isn't the conference starting soon?" "This, will not take long, and I believe you will find it rather interesting." Mahler had a soft, high-pitched voice that, for some reason, reminded me of how a ferret might talk. "Your associates are free to wait here or continue patrolling. Now, sir, if you please." I gave Top a nod and followed Mahler through a guarded doorway and through a series of service hallways to another door that was even more heavily guarded. My ID was checked and my retina scanned. Then Mahler ushered me into a small conference room crammed with a dozen people. Security, translators, Scott Wilson, Mr. Church, and the 4 heads of state for China, North and South Korea, and the United States. They all looked up as I entered. It was one of the strangest moments of my life. The President of the People's Republic of China was closest to me, and came over to offer his hand. His translator came with him, but the President spoke in very good English. "Colonel Ledger," he said, "I will be frank. Your name is well known in certain circles within my government." I said, "Okay." His dark eyes searched mine, and he wore an enigmatic half-smile. "There have been quite a few times when my countrymen had cause to curse your name. There are many of my generals who wanted to make a special project out of you." He gave the words an emphasis that left no doubts as to, "As of right now, sir, I have no one in China on my list. However, if future actions require it, they'll hear from me in ways they won't like." His smile flickered, then firmed up. "Then we understand each other, Colonel." "I hope we do, Mr. President." He offered his hand again, and we shook. After that, the President of South Korea thanked me and clutched my hand like someone who'd been saved from drowning. He shook my hand, held on, and leaned close. "If you ever need a friend in my country, Colonel, you reach out to me personally." When he released my hand, I could feel the stiffness of a folded piece of paper against my palm. I quietly slipped it into my pocket. The next 2 meetings were surreal. Kim Jong-un was a short, round young man who spoke with great diction and clarity via a translator, though I could understand him quite well. He made a mini-speech that, to my surprise, steered clear of political rhetoric. Instead, he vilified the 5 Iron Men, the Kuga organization, and lamented the unfortunate death of the Frog Island villagers. He did not mention Colonel Ho, however, which kind of annoyed me. Kim was, by all accounts, a psychotic dictator. And yet, when I looked in his eyes, I saw a great deal of fear, as if he was trapped in the role he played. For about a second, I felt a tendency to buy it and to carve off a slice of sympathy, but I couldn't manage it. I'd read too many reports about the inhumane conditions in North Korea, the murders and disappearances, the starvation of people, and more. No, he did not get a pass. I shook his hand because Mr. Church was watching and gave me a tiny nod, but I didn't like it. When I turned away, I wiped my hand on my trouser leg. And that left me with the President of the United States. As I told the Chinese president, I was not political. I'm neither left nor right. I'm an idealist and a humanist, but if all politicians suddenly vanished into thin air, I would shed very few tears. I did not like this president and wasn't a huge fan of any of his predecessors. However, there was bad blood between us because his policies and stubbornness helped the Russians do a great deal of harm to us during the Deep Silence case. It doesn't matter one bit that he later claimed that his intelligence people did not properly warn him of the dangers. The captain of a ship is the one who takes the blame, any ship, anywhere. All that said, he offered me a very gracious and effusive thank you. And when he was done talking, I shook his hand too. Have I mentioned lately that it's a weird gosh world? Church walked me out. In the hallway, we stood out of earshot of any of the guards. "That looked like it hurt," he said. "Not sure I'd help any of them if they were on fire." "You have no future at all in politics, Colonel." I grinned. "Well, thank God for that." In darkness. They had tied her well, but not well enough. She vaguely remembered someone else in the room with the Spaniard. A beefy man who looked like a thug straight from Central Casting. A smiling mouth and soulless eyes. She was sure he'd been the one who tied her up. She could remember his hands on her, touching her in a way that was deeply disturbing. Had the Spaniard snapped at him for that? Rebuked him? There was a fragment of that in her recollection, though it seemed strange. As if torture was okay as long as there was a point to it, but random abuse was not. The thug had said, "Why are we bothering with her at all, boss? She's chum for the sharks, right?" "Not yet," replied the Spaniard. "You think she's going to stop acting like a difficult person and talk to us?" "Everyone talks eventually." There was a small, terrible pause before he repeated one word. "Everyone." They cut her loose from the chair, and she tried to fight, but did not know if she did any damage. She had no memory of what happened. Instead, there was a huge furnace of pain on the back of her head. Memory, like consciousness, had been bludgeoned out of her. The thug had tied her well. He had not done it expertly, though.
He'd tied her the way people do when they think the other person is helpless, as if the victim has no nerve, no imagination. In the darkness, the woman smiled. She worked her wrists against the bonds, letting the rope cut her, making fists and flexing her muscles to make her bleed. Blood was useful. Blood, after all, was liquid, thick and viscous, and in its way an excellent lubricant. In her darkness, she smiled as she worked. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo. Havoc team had split up and was wandering the halls. Top and Bell were one level up, and Bunny and Andrea were on the ground floor. When I checked in, I found, to my great relief, that everyone was bored because no very thing was happening, which is exactly what you want to happen. Of course, it wasn't surprising. The security here was on par with the other big summits like G8. Lots of thugs like me in suits, lots of undercover operators, lots of uniform types. Over the loudspeaker, they began calling people to the big exhibit room where the opening remarks and introductions for the summit would take place. Masses of people began moving toward stairs, escalators, and elevators. I told Bunny I was coming down to the lobby to begin an upward floor-by-floor sweep when I saw someone on the far side of the big central stairwell. A woman dressed in the coveralls of hotel maintenance staff and carrying a small toolbox. Slim, pretty, young, and blonde. I stopped and stared at her. She seemed to turn away as soon as I looked in her direction. "No freaking way," I breathed. Then I was moving, going the opposite way of the crowd, fighting to swim upstream through hundreds of people. Was it her? I couldn't be sure at all. It was only a glimpse. How could Eve even be here? Why would she be here? With all this security, how was it even possible? My uncertainty tore what I'd seen to shreds. Doubt kept me from yelling, from calling it in to the house authorities. Instead, I tapped my comms unit. Outlaw to Havoc. I'm on the mezzanine level. Possible sighting of target Eve. I gave them a quick description of the woman I'd seen. Because of the density of the intervening crowd, the tiny camera on my lapel got nothing. Bell asked, "What is the confidence in the target?" That was a good question. 50%, I admitted, maybe less. Look anyway. I got a chorus of hoo-ahs, but as the seconds ticked by and gathered into minutes, none of them saw a very thing. Great. Now we can add paranoia to being arrogant. And crazy. I was batting 1,000. In darkness. She tried for hours. How many hours was impossible to know. 2? 3? The thin rope sawed at her, tore at her, filling the black room with blood smell, with fear smell, and anger. There was every chance someone would come before she worked loose. There was a very good chance her attempt to slip out would fail. There was no chance she would give up. She lay there, in pain and darkness, curled in a pool of blood and her own urine, her breath rubbing like hot sandpaper in her throat. She did not curse or complain, even to herself. That was not who she was, because none of that would contribute one iota to getting free. All it would do would be to admit defeat. She never admitted or even accepted defeat. Even now, she worked and worked. Suddenly, the rope slipped halfway down her hand, over the bloody bulge of her thumb, and Major Mun Ji Woo was free. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo. Nobody saw a thing. I didn't, even though I went down all of the halls and peered into suites and conference rooms and closets. There was no trace of the slim blonde. Until there was. Suddenly she was there, 30 feet from me. She had her toolbox and came out of a hall, walking in my direction. As she approached, she reached into a loose pocket and began pulling something out. I could have shot her. I could have made a scene, flashed a badge, started a panic. 30 feet was a forever distance if it was a gun.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I ran at her. No shouting, no waving my own pistol. I reached her in 9 very long strides and was suddenly up in her face, my hand clamping onto the wrist. "Don't," I said. The woman yelped from the pain of my grab, flinching back, but I held her and shifted to use my book to block what was happening from the crowds who now stood watching the opening ceremonies on big-screen TVs mounted on all the walls. "What are you doing?" she cried in Norwegian. The door behind her opened and 5 other maintenance people came out, each carrying an identical toolbox. 4 men and a brunette woman, all young. They saw the woman and my grip, and they stopped and frowned. I looked like security, and they suddenly looked confused and scared. "What's going on?" asked the oldest of the men. He was maybe 30 and had pockmarked cheeks. "What is this?" I ignored him. To the blonde, I said, "Take it out using 2 fingers." She blinked and then gingerly removed a cell phone clutched between thumb and forefinger. It was vibrating. I took it from her and glanced at the screen display. It said, "Mom." I released her and stepped back, holding on to the phone. My lapel cam was now feeding her face to MindReader, and almost at once I heard Bug's voice in my ear. "Outlaw, be advised, that is not Eve. Detainee is Hilda Wennersign. I have her whole history right here. School ID, driver's license, hotel security clearance. It's close, but it's not her." "I need to see IDs," I said, also in Norwegian, pitching it with an edge of command to make them think I was more important than I am. It worked. They all produced picture IDs. Bug verified all of them. The man, who turned out to be the supervisor, said that they were told to report to the press mom to fix a speaker issue. I called that in, got verification, and then let them go. I felt more annoyed than foolish, though it is always better to check than not.
I saw more maintenance people, another 2 men, one with a brown buzz cut and the other with a lumberjack beard and wireframe glass, a chunky black-haired woman, and a redhead hurry in the same direction. All 4 of them glanced at me, or at least in my direction, but they seemed to be casual glances. I saw them glance at other people too. They were too far away for me to stop, and I did not see the point. My spider sense was still tingling, but now everything wanted to trigger it. Outlaw to havoc, I said when I stepped into a quiet corner. Situation negative. Continue foot patrols. Stay sharp. On the TV monitors, the Prime Minister of Norway was making a speech and smiling, as if the world was a big, happy place. I hoped very much she was right. In darkness. Major Munn lost no time. Once free of her bonds, she felt around the room in which she'd been held and discovered stacks of folded material. It was sticky and smelled of salt, and that told her she was in a sail locker aboard a large boat. The patty cake slaps against the hull, and the relative stability of the floor suggested the boat was moored, possibly at a dock. She pressed her ear to the wall and heard sounds. The natural creaks of a watercraft. A faintness of conversation that was strangely muted. TV, or perhaps a radio. There was no door handle inside the locker, but she traced the outline of the door itself, found the hinges. That was good. Hatches of this kind had doors that opened out. Munn had decisions to make. On one hand, she was stiff, sore, weak, and injured. On the other hand, if the boat was moored, there was a better chance of escape than as she waited and the thing set sail. No, the smart risk was to make a break for it now. Before that, though, she felt her way through the room again, looking for some kind of weapon. The sails were too big, and the nylon rope threaded through the grommets too sturdy and long to be of practical use. So she scooped up the bonds they'd used on her. By untying the knots, Munn found that she had 2 6-foot lengths of medium-strength nylon rope that was soft and flexible. She smiled, because she could do a lot of damage with that. She wore only her underwear, functional panties. Munn coiled the rope around her waist and tucked the ends into the waistband of the pants. Then she groped her way back to the door. Her head hurt horribly and in a way that suggested she probably had a concussion. That would mean once she was through the door, there would be disorientation and light sensitivity, maybe dizziness, and more of the nausea that was a constant. Those things were factors to be weighed, but she did not accept them as limitations. What was required was to adjust her expectations of her physical skills, and then use what she had. Munn was a practical woman, and she'd been injured before while on missions with Kingdom. The door, when she pressed against it, felt pretty tight, which meant it was a good locker that had been well installed. The actual panel of the door was a piece of particle board built into a pine frame. The panels were thin because interior lockers don't need to be strong. Munn gave it a few experimental pushes with the flats of her hands. There was give in the center. Good. She dragged the stacks of sails over and made a thick and very heavy backrest. Then leaned against it, braced her hands on the wall and deck of the locker, raised her right foot, took a breath, and then exhaled as she kicked. The door held. She kicked again. A third time. On the fourth kick, the center panel of the door did not break. It simply popped out of the frame and fell flat. Weak light splashed into the locker, but Munn had a hand up to shield her eyes. She took just a moment to allow her eyes to adjust, and then she crawled out. The door was small, but so was she. Munn found herself in a long, narrow corridor of what had to be a very large craft, probably a motor sailor, private. There was no whiff of military about it. She could smell a faintness of bilge water, and also coffee. She tensed, straining to hear for anyone coming to investigate the sound she'd made. There was nothing. No yells, no footsteps. Munn got slowly to her feet, fingertips touching the walls to steady herself as she assessed balance and dizziness. The deck wobbled, and the corridor took a few lazy half-turns, but then her head settled down. She removed one length of the rope,
tied a thick knot on one end, and wrapped the other end around her hand and wrist. One experimental flick produced a nasty whip crack, not loud, but with vicious force. Thus armed and smiling the coldest smile she owned, Major Munn went hunting. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. I found Top and Bell on the floor where the big show was unfolding. Top has the ability to look like just another guy when he wants. It's a shift of body language and a pulling in of his considerable personal power. He manages to look shorter, less muscular, and far less alert than he actually is. Bell, on the other hand, looked like a very hungry panther. People tended to walk around her rather than expecting her to get out of their way. And, to my amusement, I saw that Top was using that as a distraction. He walked a dozen paces to her left, and as people passed to one side of her, he got to see them while they were distracted. I indicated a quiet spot near some potted ferns, and we drifted over. Just some folks taking a
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I can't promise there won't be deeply ugly holiday sweaters and corny Christmas movies. The kids are addicted. He smiled, even though I saw some pain in his eyes. Long as I'm not an inconvenience, believe me, I'm going to need some grown-ups to talk to. And Junie would cry if you weren't there. Top nodded, pleased. I knew better than to ask Belle. She'd volunteered to be duty officer at the TOC. Christmas was not her thing. The Prime Minister was about to begin introductions of the world leaders, each of whom would make a short, prepared speech. Then there would be a reading of the denuclearization proposal, followed by a break, and then breakout sessions to wrangle over finer points of negotiation. I kept looking for blonde heads. Yeah, in Norway. Like looking for sand in the Sahara. Bug, I said, go through the security cameras again. Run everyone's face through the software. There are a lot of people there, outlaw. Cry me a river, I told him. In darkness, Major Munn ghosted along through the hold and up the companion ladders. She checked staterooms and closets, finding no one. She did, however, find a cupboard with a stack of extra life jackets, each of which was stenciled with a name, the Soul of Piety, and a port of registry of Vancouver. Was she in Canada or still in Korea? Her memory was faulty from the blow she'd received. Traumatic amnesia. Munn was sure she'd lost time, but how much? When she'd awakened, her body had been very sore, but as if she'd slept for a long time. Something occurred to her, and she checked her arms and thigh, and there it was. A pinprick inside her left elbow, a needle mark. They'd not only beaten her, they'd drugged her. For how long? And where was she? A voice called out, startling her, and Munn whipped around, ready to strike, but no one was there. "Gonna get my smokes," said the voice, and she realized that the acoustics bounced the sound to her, but the speaker was still in the corridor. She heard him coming closer, the footsteps quick but heavy. Munn faded to one side of the open doorway, slipping behind a yellow rain slicker hung on a peg. A man entered the room. Big, 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, very fit-looking. He wore khakis, a t-shirt, and a weapon belt with a holstered pistol and sheathed fighting knife. He passed by her and went straight to a duffel bag on the floor below the porthole. He bent over to unzip it, and Munn made her move. She brought the heavy knot overhand and down as fast and hard as she could, and hit on the base of the skull. The rope was not a killing weapon, but Munn knew how and where to hit. The sudden shock of the blow drove the man to his knees, and then Munn was moving. She looped the slack of the rope over his head, stamped one foot between his shoulder blades, and pulled with every ounce of desperate strength and speed. The 110 pounds of body weight would not have mattered much in a stand-up test of strength, but it was a lot of dead weight to suddenly jerk the slack of a nylon rope against a windpipe. She heard the hyoid bone crack like a wet eggshell. The man flopped down, clawing at his throat, turning a hideous purple as he tried to drag air past an impenetrable obstruction. Munn darted forward and whipped the knife from its sheath, jerked the dying man's head back, and cut his throat. She let him drop so that his body blocked the spray of blood. Munn wasted no time. The gun belt was too big to bother with, so she tied the rope around her waist, snugged the knife between it and her hip, took the pistol and a spare magazine, and left. The hall was empty. She ran, barefoot in the direction the dead man had come. There was a TV on somewhere, and Munn heard the measured tones of someone giving a speech. At the end of the hall were 3 steps up to a lounge. 2 men sat on a big couch watching someone in a suit talking from a podium. There was no one else in sight, and the men were relaxed. She shot them both in the head from 6 feet. Then she found cover and waited for someone to come and investigate the noise. No one came. Munn searched the entire ship and found no one. The craft was anchored about 300 yards from the shore of a broad river. It was bright daylight. Back in the lounge, she began scrambling through papers, looking for some answer to where she was. She found a wrench and smashed open a locked side room, and in there she found something that took her breath away. The room had a work table on which were laptops, a high-end graphics printer, other devices used for affixing holograms to plastic, to attach security chips, and a laminator, and a whole pile of security badges, duplicates, discarded failures, and some that looked ready to use. On the upper left of each card, faded to be a background graphic, was a letter and a number, D9. Munn stared at the badges as she felt her ice turn to snowmelt. Then she raced off to find the radio or a phone to call this in to Kingdom, to warn everyone of what was about to happen. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. Bug got back to me while the third of the 9 world leaders was nattering on about international brotherhood, a shared desire for peace, and the spirit of cooperation. On the one hand, I was all for those concepts. On the other hand, I was too cynical to believe any of it, at least in this circumstance. This same president had 2 days ago accused the leader seated next to him of some truly vile human rights violations. So they were selling the usual pack of platitudes and lies. Mind you, if the 9 nations actually did reach a true binding denuclearization agreement, I'd give them all foot massages and sloppy kisses. But I've never known politics to move at the speed of common sense or simple truths. "What have you got, Bug?" I asked, once more stepping away from the crowds. "We hijacked the feeds from the hotel's security cameras and, the private body cam feeds from most of the teams on site. I won't tell Santa Claus you've been naughty." "We found a couple of anomalies, which we'll sort out," said Bug, "but one bothers me. When you were talking to the blonde gal, there were other maintenance around, the ones who stopped with her and more. I saw them. What did you find?" "There's one we can't match to any staff records. She had black hair, a little heavy." "What about her?" "The facial recognition software kicked out a possible match with the gal we're calling Eve. Not a high percentage, though, 47%. I mean, she could be wearing a wig and padded clothes. Padding could be just that, or body armor, or something else." I tapped the comms earpiece to bring the rest of Havoc onto the call. "Scout," I ordered, and we all put on aviator glasses with a subtle tint. The left temple piece was a Bluetooth receiver that sent data and images to one lens. The surveillance photo of Eve was there next to the blurry image of the black-haired woman. The computer began pinging corresponding facial orientation points and measurements. "Close," said Andrea, "but I would not bet my retirement on it." "Let's find and detain her," I said. "Sweep the building. Bug, see if you can pick her up on the camera feeds." "Been looking, but so far, nothing." "Starting to get that itch between my shoulder blades," said Top. "Right there with ya," I said. "Let's find her. In the meantime, Bug, pull up the maintenance logs. The woman I spoke with and her friends were heading to the press room to—"
He said that Major Munn is alive and contacted him via satellite phone. She was held as a prisoner aboard a motor sailor, the Soul of Piety, which is currently moored in the Kiel Canal on the River Elbe. She described one of her abductors, and it is a perfect match to Rafael Santoro. The others were fixers. She got free, eliminated 3 fixers, and called it in. That's great, but the River Elbe? Why is she even in this part of the very world? Outlaw, that's the critical thing. Munn found equipment and samples of identification badges and a contact lens maker which can imprint new retina patterns. This is high-end stuff. And, Outlaw, the passes are for the D9. I finished. Gosh. And then everything hit me. All of it. In a microsecond, all of those jumbled puzzle pieces flopped down on the table and fell into place. The lab in Syria. The poor bastards in the glass cages being sprayed by some chemical mist. How crazy they went. What I'd first thought was fear and anger and a desperation to escape that hellish lab now meant something entirely different. The flies at the cafe in Turkey were the same as those on the islands. An aerial drone delivery system. That's why the customers went nuts. They weren't Santoro's men, they were civilians turned into weapons. I looked around, seeing everything as if with new eyes. There were no bugs in a place like this. A single fly would be noticed. Everything was clean and sanitized and prepared for the presence of 9 world leaders. They wouldn't tolerate flies in here. I looked in the direction of the service hall. The maintenance crew had gone to fix the air filters. The big hall was right around the corner, 60 feet from where I stood. Pieces falling into place, created a much bigger picture. Air, mist, a delivery system appropriate to the venue, flies for an island or a small cafe, but for a place with high security and filtered air? Suddenly I was running. "It's airborne," I yelled. "Wilson, clear the conference room. It's the air filtration system. Shut it down." Gosh, shut it down. They have an airborne version of rage. I barely had those words out when all of the lights, everywhere in the hotel, went out. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway.
My run turned into a blundering collision as people did what people do. They panicked. There was reflected light from the big glass windows, but it was around the curve of the hall behind me, leaving everything in front of me in roiling shadows. This room had been chosen partly because there was no direct window access, no vantage point for a sniper to shoot through the glass. As I pushed and yelled and fought my way in the direction of the big room, "Where the hell are the security lights?" I bellowed, but all I got was static on the comms unit. Another very jammer. I heard other security people yelling into their sleeves or lapel mics in a dozen languages. Reporters and others who'd gathered in the hall to watch on the monitors were yelling and demanding explanations. There were grunts and exclamations and a sharp yelp of pain as someone fell or was stepped on. It was the Tower of Babel in near total darkness. Then some pale battery-operated security lights came on. None very close to the conference room doors, though. Were the closer ones sabotaged? Of course they were. We were in a no-coincidence zone. Small lights flicked on, people with cell phones and some presence of mind. I could just make out the closest door, where 4 agents were clustered together to block the entrance with their bodies. They had not yet drawn weapons. "PST," I snapped, using the shorthand for Polita Securitetjeneste, the Norwegian police security service. I held the badge up and one of them peered at it and me. "What is happening?" he demanded. "Power is out and all radio communication is down," I said. "Cell phones will be down too. It's a jammer." His hand flashed to the butt of his pistol. "Is this an attack?" "I think so. Get the Prime Minister to safety. We need to pass the word to the other security teams. Get me inside, now." The man turned and pushed past his comrades. He pulled the door open and I followed him into the big hall. Inside it was a little calmer, and there were flashlights and cell lights. The world leaders were down, pulled to safety and surrounded by their teams. Supervisors were yelling to the crowd to settle down, to remain in their seats. It was a shelter-in-place solution for what everyone in there probably thought was a bad and very unfortunately timed technical glitch. The news people had the brightest lights, driven by power packs on tripod-mounted cameras. These played on the 9 clusters of world leaders. "Outlaw! Outlaw!" yelled a voice, and I half turned to see Top and Bell come hustling through the same door I'd used. I hurried along the side aisle, following the guard. I held my badge up and yelled the security crisis evacuation word for the day: "Longship, longship, longship." The security team leaders immediately went into action, rising, yelling orders, shaping each exit huddle, and pushing them toward their assigned evac routes. A scream, huge, towering, shrill, and filled with madness, tore its way across the big room, and even in the midst of evacuation, everyone turned. By the side wall, a Pulitzer Prize-winning internationally famous reporter for BBC News grabbed a shoulder-mounted news camera from her assistant, swung it into the face of the senior political analyst for Al Jazeera. It was a murderous attack, savage and fast, and the analyst's face broke apart in a spray of blood. That's when I saw the vent above where the BBC reporter stood. In the glow from all those small lights turned in that direction, I could see the millions of tiny droplets of mist shooting into the room at high speed. Gosh, I hated to be right. All around the reporter, people began twitching, growling, snarling, howling. They turned on one another, baring their teeth, grabbing anything they could: cameras, microphones, pens, clipboards, or used their bare hands and snapping teeth. The room became a madhouse of murder and death. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. I saw the security huddle around the Chinese president moving toward the left stage exit. 2 of the guards rose up, guns in hand, and led the way, while another pair faced the rioting crowd. They were making good time, and covered their leader so well I couldn't see him at all. The other groups were shifting toward the sides, all of them looking like bizarre turtles.
until one of the PST officers ran onto the stage, drew his pistol, and opened fire at the Chinese guards. 6 fast shots, and both of the guards in the lead crumpled backward, blood splashing their team members and their huddled principal. The knot of Chinese guards, as a unit, flinched back, confusion colliding with training. Then the Norwegian fired directly into them, trying to get the president. One of the Chinese shot him but missed because of jostling, and a second later took a round in the throat. By then I was at the rostrum, put a hand on it and vaulted up onto the stage, pulling my own gun. The Snellig wasn't lethal, but it was fast, and I yelled at the Chinese, telling them that I was a friendly, as I fired 2 shots at the Norwegian. He went down. Top and Bell spun and put their backs to the stage, facing the crowd. They were far enough away from the wall vents that most of the people around them were not infected by the rage protein. But a Pakistani reporter suddenly pulled a pistol and began firing indiscriminately at the huddled groups on the stage. I cut a look at him and saw no trace of madness in his eyes, no face of rage. "Fixer!" I yelled, and Bell swung toward him and shot him with a Sandman dart. As if that was a call to arms, gunfire erupted all through the room, and it seemed like everyone was shooting at everyone else. Security guards of different nations opening up to kill other guards in an attempt to get clear shots of the world leaders.
There was no way at all to tell who were good guys and who was a bad guy. A third of the room was tearing itself apart as the vents continued to spew rage onto the crowd. Top and Bell were turning and firing, and there was no way to know if the targets they dropped were fixers, people driven mad by fear, or victims of rage. I thought about how much ammunition we each had. 1 magazine in our guns, 2 extra mags. That was it. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I spun in place, looking at the 9 huddles. More gunfire was coming from off stage. Both sides. Guards went down, the huddles shrunk. The fixers clearly wanted the world leaders to stay in the hall. Above me I heard a metal clunk and a sharp hiss and looked up in horror to see dense vapor begin shooting from a vent directly above the stage. "Cover your mouths," I roared, first in Chinese because they were closer, and then in English, Korean, and every other language I could manage. "Get out from under the vent. They're spraying a bioweapon. Move, move." I fired at fixers and shoved security people. I could see the American president hunkered down, Secret Service body blocking him. He looked terrified. Couldn't blame him. I was scared out of my mind because everything was falling apart and I did not see a single path to safety. The fixers backstage were kneeling behind some equipment cases they'd pushed into place to act as a shooting blind. If the huddles stayed where they were, they would be torn apart. If they moved, they'd be sprayed by the rage. Abruptly, one of the guards from the Indian huddle stood up, pressed the barrel of his gun against the temple of the man next to him, and fired. The bullet took off the top right corner of the victim's head and then punched into the cheek of the guard next to him. Things went to a mess from there. The gunman wasn't a fixer. His insane and inarticulate howl told the awful truth. He was driven out of his mind, beyond sanity, and had become a creature of pure rage. I shot him with Sandman, and he went down, but then I was staggering back from a mule kick as 2 rounds hit me center mass. The vest saved my life, but the impact knocked the air from my lungs and drove me to the edge of the stage. I pinwheeled my arms for balance, and only by dropping into a low crouch did I keep from flopping down into the screaming crowd. Even then I tottered, and then something caught me. I twisted to see Bunny there, propping me up. Andrea was behind him, and soon the 4 Havoc team members had formed a defensive half-circle hard against the edge of the stage. I crouched above them. "We don't have this, Outlaw," yelled Top. "There has to be a shutoff switch somewhere," said Andrea. "We need to turn the whole air conditioning system off, or this will get through the entire building." "The power's out," growled Bunny. "There has to be a battery backup." "Maybe I can—" "Havoc!" roared a voice, and I turned to see 3 fixers stagger out from stage right. They were stumbling, bleeding, dying, and they fell as Mr. Church came striding out. He had no gun, but was instead armed with a short piece of pipe. God only knows where it came from. Church waded into the other fixers, and for a moment I just stared. I've rarely seen the big man in action, and it was awesome sight. He is much faster than you'd expect a man of his size and age to be, and he moved with an almost clinical precision. Nothing wasted, nothing flashy. His movements were quick, brutal, and constant. Wilson was right behind him, a Snellig dart gun in his hand. Wilson was bleeding from a bad gash through his right eyebrow and cheek. "This way!" yelled Wilson, but then he took one step too far onto the stage and the mist got him. A drift of particles dancing in the air, sucked in after he cried out to try and show the way to safety. There was one frozen moment when I could see his face change. The eyes went empty for one blink, and then they filled with something hot and red and wild. He turned and fired his gun at Church, and although it seemed as if the dart struck the big man in the chest and side of the neck, Church did not drop. Instead, he stepped into Wilson, quickly twisted the dart gun from his hand, and shot Wilson in the cheek. Bell had climbed onto the apron of the stage and was firing over the heads of the huddles towards the fixers on stage left. Bullets burned around her as she drew their fire, but her accuracy was chilling. One after another of them dropped. "Donnie Darko, Pappy, jackpot," I shouted. "Focus on the infected. Stop them before they can hurt people. I'll see if I can find the shutoff." "We're running out of time," warned Andrea. I looked for the best route out of the madness. It was a tough call because we needed shooters in the gunfight, but at the same time we were there to protect the innocent, which meant stopping the flow of rage throughout the crammed hotel. At the moment, it looked like we were going to fail in both fights. Church began grabbing guards in the Chinese huddle and propelling them toward stage right. "It's clear behind me, all the way to the safe room," he bellowed. "Get your president to safety. Go, go." One of the guards began twitching and abruptly swung on Church, but then the man fell, and I have the wrong angle to see what Church did to him. Whatever it was very fast. "It's rage," I hollered in Church's direction. "Cover your mouth and nose." Church nodded and plucked his pocket square out and pressed it to his face. I heard him telling the survivors of the Chinese huddle to do the same. They used ties and sleeves. The president buried his face in a handful of a guard's jacket. Would that be enough? I hoped so. The rage protein was a vapor, so unless it got into a mucous membrane, it shouldn't be a danger. Eyes, though, they were a vulnerable spot, but there was nothing we could do except try not to be sprayed there. The situation was this. The 9 huddles were on the big stage. The stage left exit was blocked by a fixer fire team, but their angle was bad for wholesale slaughter because of how far off stage they were. Only when someone tried to escape did they come into a merciless line of fire. The right-hand exit was clear, but to get there the huddles would pass under the spray from one vent. Offstage, the riot was expanding as the bioweapon poured from vents on all the walls. There was a relative safe zone in the orchestra pit, but it was already overcrowded. Infected people were hurling themselves into the crowd, with 3 of Havoc fighting them back, using a very limited supply of Sandman rounds. To confuse the math even more, this was the ultimate diplomatic nightmare. The security teams were critically aware that everyone around them represented a foreign government and, given this was a summit on nuclear weapons, a well-armed government. Shoot the wrong person, no matter what the circumstances, and the fallout would be devastating. So, how does a guard keep his principal safe in that kind of circumstance? You tell me, because no one has ever trained for something like this. There is no response protocol for this on file.
More gunfire crackled behind me, tearing the edge of the stage into a storm of flying splinters. I dove toward the American huddle and drove them down and back. I scrambled up, whirled, and saw more fixers coming in. I recognized them as the second maintenance crew from earlier. The tall man with the beard, the black-haired woman, and two others. They fired at the stage, bullets tearing into the guards, who tried to return fire but did not know where to shoot. I realized who they were, of course, even with the disguises. Adam and Eve. Hatred and hope surged up together in my chest. I wanted to end both of those psychos, but at the same time, they might know how to shut the sprayers off. Before I knew I was going to do it, I was in the air, leaping from the stage, landing running. Adam and Eve laughed, actually laughed, and whirled around, fleeing before me.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Adam tore off his fake beard and flipped it arrogantly in my direction. Like a fool, I chased them. D9 Conference Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. As I charged toward them, one of the others, a red-headed woman, went down as Eve shoved her into the path. Eve and Adam turned and ran. The fourth fixer tried to hold the door, to block me, to gun me down. I shot him in the face, and one of the Sandman darts hit his eye. He started to shriek in agony, but then the drug slapped the scream from his mouth and dropped him. I vaulted his body, but stopped at the doorway, crouching for a fast look, and immediately jerked my head back as a bullet chunked into the frame an inch from my eyebrow. I flung myself forward into the hall, rolling like a log low to the floor, turning, bringing the gun up, but my quarry was already running away. They ran fast, shoving people aside. Eve shot 2 people and jerked them backward to block pursuit. I ran zigzag, shamelessly using people as cover. I could not let the blondes take me down. We ran through a crazy darkness filled with indistinct moving shadows, some of them painted with stark blue light from phones, throwing goblin shadows on the wall. It was a fun house in some deeply twisted nightmare version of an amusement park. Nothing was real. And it was so strange, so deeply frightening, that something as orderly, well-managed, and planned out as this summit could be torn to pieces so quickly. Control the lights, jam communications, rig the sprayers in the vents, and start a wave of violence. The summit had only been announced 4 months ago, so for this to have come off so smoothly, it spoke to an organization that was huge, subtle, well-funded, and tightly run. Kuga, the plague. Yes, very much that. So, if Korea was a job for the 5 Iron Man, who was the client for this? Was it Putin looking for payback after he got spanked during the Deep Silence case? Or was this Kuga making a statement? Look at us. Look what we can do. Look at how powerful Hell's Concierge truly is. My gut said it was the latter, a statement piece that would never be forgotten. Even if the world leaders all survived, this would be talked about for 100 years. This attack, the rage disease launched against 9 world leaders, was the most audacious plan I've ever heard of. It would hit the global economy like an asteroid strike. Governments might fall. Blame would be hurled around before sense and sanity prevailed. The Korea thing had been bad enough and could have started a war, but this was the big play. This was an incalculable disaster, and we hadn't seen it coming in time. I felt like a fool, an imbecile. The pieces had been right there. Why hadn't I taken a better look? Gosh, was all of this because of my arrogance? Because of my lack of vision? If so, every drop of blood was on me. Every ruined life, every crack in the globe was mine to own. Adam kicked open a door to a side corridor with me only steps behind. I bashed through, firing as I went. It was nearly pitch dark in there. My last dart missed Adam and hit a confused security guard who was blocking the exit door on the far side of the room. He dropped onto his face. Adam lost a half-second glancing at him, and that was enough time. I threw the Snellig and hit the back of his forearm. His gun went spinning and struck Eve in the mouth, splitting her lip. She was closer to me and tried to bring her gun around, but I looked a long reach for a brutal overhand right and caught her in the side of the biceps with enough force to send her gun spinning through the air like a flying saucer. Eve wasted no time being surprised. The fatsuit disguise she wore did not slow her down one little bit. She came at me, quick as a cat, snapping out a kick intended to knock my kneecap loose. Very hard, very fast. I jerked my leg up and counter-kicked her with a ball of the foot to her hip that sent her stumbling back. As if they'd choreographed it, Adam jumped past her, slapping a hand against her shoulder to stabilize her as he came at me from a quarter angle. He threw huge hook punches, big ones, that he swung from the floor, pivoting to put maximum power into right and left fists. I'd seen this kind of thing before. If you're smart, you build a cage of muscle and bone and try to ride it out. Try to be clever and counterpunch, and you're likely to catch a good one. He was fast as a snake and strong as a bull, but I tucked my head down behind my shoulder, kept my fists against my skull, and gave him nothing but elbows and the edges of bones to punch. As soon as the flurry began to slacken, I drove at him, using my forearms to shove Adam back. Then I gave it to him with a bit more precision. A lot of quick injuries in different places can make a person feel like they've been tumbled into an industrial dryer filled with rocks. I stamped on his foot, thumbed him in the socket of his throat, popped a cupped palm against one ear,
drove a single knuckle punch into his left sinus, whipped him across the throat with a backhand blow of my fingers, and hooked him a heavy one in the floating ribs. He stumbled and dropped to his knees. As I'd hit him, I'd shifted around to try and put him between me and Eve. That saved me, because she had one of the 2 fallen pistols. She brought it up fast and shot from the hip, but I shoved Adam toward her. Her bullet took him in the mouth. The big hollow point exploded his white teeth and shredded his lips and blew a hole the size of an apple out of the back of his skull. Blonde hair, pieces of bone, gray brains, and bright red blood splashed my thigh and hips as the slug exited and burned past me. Eve stared in absolute, uncomprehending horror. And then she screamed louder than I've ever heard anyone scream, a rising wail of total horror that was filled with unbearable loss. Still screaming, she swung the gun toward me, her finger jerking on the trigger, firing wildly, bullets filling the air. I dove in and down and forward and tackled her. The last round hit me on the side, slamming the Kevlar and then ricocheting off to hit Adam's corpse where it sat slumped against the wall. Eve was freaking out, torn apart by grief and shock and hate. She hammered at me with the butt of the pistol and caught me over the ear, dimming the lights for a moment. But I didn't let that stop me. I bashed the gun aside and hit her in the stomach about as hard as I've hit anyone in my life. I brought the punch up from the floor, pivoting for maximum velocity and depth of penetration, and the blow lifted her completely off the ground. She collapsed down on kneecaps and elbows, gagging, trying to breathe, and then vomited violently. I staggered to my feet, picked up the
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Perhaps if she hadn't spent so much time proving to her victims that everyone breaks, she might have held out longer. But even in the dim light, Eve looked into my eyes and saw ugly things.
She saw her own future and the horrors that were promised by the monster in me, which in that moment was bigger and less human than the one in her. Her hand fluttered, and at first I thought she was reaching for a gun in the oversized clothes she wore. I slapped her hand away and reached into the pocket, and there, nestled against the fake blubber, was a metal box. I removed it and recognized it as the same kind of jammer the SEALs had used on Yan Piong Island. I snatched it from her, letting Eve slide coughing and spitting down the wall. There were several small switches below a row of red lights. I flipped them all and saw the lights go green, then winced as voices began yelling in my ear. "Havoc! Havoc! Havoc!" I growled. "Havoc actual! Jammer is down! Repeat, jammer is down!" "Hooah!" called Bunny, but behind him I could hear more yells and shots. "Bug!" I barked. "We need the lights on!" And "We're in," he said quickly, and the room was flooded with fluorescent light. "I need those freaking vents shut down," I barked. "The entire air conditioning system, shut it all down." There was a pause as tight as a fist, and then Bug gasped. "Shutting it down now, but gosh, Outlaw, the blowers are still functioning. They must be connected to some other power source, something I can't get to remotely." "Can't use that answer, Bug. Find me something. If you can keep that jammer off, I can keep the lights on. But you're on your own with the blowers. Sorry." I dropped the jammer and stamped down hard enough to burst the device into fragments. It gave a single puff of smoke and then died. With the lights on, I was able to find Adam's gun and his 2 extra magazines. I took the sleeping guard's weapon too. I looked at Eve, laying in a weeping pile, then went over and crouched in front of her. I placed the barrel of one of the guns under her chin and, despite resistance, made her raise her head and look at me. "How do I stop this?" I demanded. Eve shook her head. I placed the barrel of the pistol hard against her kneecap. "I can make this last," I said. "You know that. So, tell me right now, how do I stop this?" Each blower is self-contained, battery-operated. You'd need to turn them off individually." I gaped at her, my mind racing on to process that and at the same time figure out how to stop the machines while taking fire from Santoro's crew. "How many fixers are in this building?" 30, she said, tripping over it. Gosh, that was a lot. It was going to take so much to figure it out, to find the infiltrators. "Are they all fixers, or are some of them under your thumb?" They're all fixers, a strike team." I leaned closer and spat the next question. "Where is Rafael Santoro?" She stared at me, but said nothing. Her mouth firmed in the way that told me she'd endure a lot before giving him up. I didn't think it was fear of the Spaniard. No, this was deeper, more ferocious. It was more like love, like a family thing. He was what they called him, Daddy. Gosh, who is Cougar? I asked. Is he Harcourt Bolton? There was a flicker on her face, a brief appearance of a line between her brows. Confusion, I think. No trace of recognition of that name. Where is Cougar? She licked her lips. Everywhere. I gave her another thump. Not the best time to be mysterious, kid. Where? I don't know. We only really ever see Daddy. Is he here? Is Santoro in this hotel? Eve did not want to answer. She tried not to, but the killer was asking the questions, and she could see him in my eyes. She nodded. Where? I asked. I don't know. He doesn't tell us where to find him. He finds us. I pressed harder with the barrel. With my other hand, I tore off her black wig and saw that a slender wire mic was hidden by the hair. Is there a team channel? She nodded. What is the stand-down order? Her eyes shifted away. Some reserves of courage seemed to rise up in her, but she shook her head. Really, you, she said, spitting the words at me. I warned you, I said, and shot her through the knee.
Her scream tore the air in half, rising to the supersonic. I placed the barrel against the other kneecap. That was as effective as a slap across the mouth. She stopped screaming and sat there, shaking, sweating, bleeding, terrified, staring at me. What is the freaking stand-down order? Eve did not want to give me the code. For whatever such stubbornness or loyalty or stupidity is worth, she did not want to give it up. And yet, D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. I didn't waste a Sandman dart or another bullet on her. I left her there to bleed. If she bled out, then what a very shame that would be. Bug, I said as I moved into the hall. People were running and yelling. Some crouched down, but the rage pathogen did not seem to be out here. Small mercies. I have one of the Fixer's comms units attached to a booster unit. I need you to access their system and send the following message. Icarus Falls. Repeat that back? Good. I'm plugging the comms unit into my Q-box. The Q-box was a device the size of a deck of playing cards, with various kinds of ports on 3 of the 4 sides. The unit I found in the wig had a standard double-end cable, and I plugged that in. An encouraging little green light flicked on. Got it, Outlaw, said Bug, but whoa, there's some serious protection here. Firewall and encryption. I don't care if it's guarded by dragons. Kick your way in and send that code. Eve said it was not a surrender order, but instead directed the strike team to exfil by any possible means. That was fine, better than what was going on. It would give me a chance to pull people away from the sprayers and maybe enlist some of the security personnel into protecting the uninfected and corralling those driven mad with rage. Bug, get Bedlam and Chaos teams in here. We're going to need a lot more Sandman. Be advised, Outlaw, that the hotel went into hard lockdown when the power went out. It's all on a private generator, and we have heavy seals on all the exterior doors. Bedlam is trying to breach the door, and Chaos is being airlifted to the roof. What about the vents? I asked. Can you shut down the blowers? The AC is down, but Pappy confirmed the stuff is still blowing out at high speed. Unless you can access each vent and manually shut the units down, we may have to wait until their canisters are empty. Then send the shutdown code and get those fixers out of here. Working on it. Whoever wrote their security software is good, really, really good. I said some very ugly 10-letter words and ran for the main hall. A bleeding reporter staggered into my path and thrust a microphone toward me. Sir, are you state security? Can you give us an update on...
Heaps of unconscious people explained why they no longer had darts to fire. Those same darted people created a crude barrier that forced the attackers to come at them through a choke point at one end. And come they did. As the infected came in, the 3 fighters took turns tripping them, spinning them, clubbing them down, occasionally breaking a leg or an arm. Writhing infected were all around them. Bunny kept grabbing them and tossing their bodies onto the barricade. It was brutal work, and I could see that they were tiring. No one could maintain that kind of fight for long. I raced down the central corridor, bashing people out of my way. "Havoc! Havoc! Havoc!" I yelled as I vaulted the barricade. I pressed my Snellig and 2 magazines into Top's hand, then climbed up onto the stage close to the left side, out of line of the shooters. I saw, to my amazement, that one of the huddles was the American president. He should have been second off. Then I saw that every man in his Secret Service detachment was injured, some badly. I could read what happened. They tried to get out and took a full fuselage, then retreated to the dubious safety closer to the rostrum. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone enter the room from the door I just used. He was dressed in maintenance coveralls, a short, slender man who moved with the oiled grace of a panther. He stopped, looked across the melee at me. We made eye contact. He smiled. Santoro. Right there. If anyone knew how to stop this, it would be him.
If anyone knew what else was coming, what new horrors the Cougar organization was about to unleash, he would. And I needed to make him tell me. I began to shout his name, but then his hands came up holding a Colt Canada C7 assault rifle. It was not pointed at me, though. He aimed it at the stage, not at the huddled world leaders. No. He opened fire on full auto at Mr. Church. I bellowed a warning, but not in time. I saw Church stagger, his clothes popping as the bullets hit him. Blood slept the curtains behind him and splashed Bell. Mr. Church fell. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. I ran, screaming in fear and fury and despair, straight at Santoro. I fired at him until the slide locked back, but he was moving, dodging and turning the way good soldiers are taught to move. He was trying to swap in a new magazine, but someone blundered into him and the mag went flying. So instead, he threw the weapon at me with great force and accuracy. I clubbed it aside with my empty pistol. Santoro ran for the exit, bashing people aside, hitting them with crippling blows and flinging them behind him to hamper pursuit. A Fox reporter staggered toward me, clutching a shattered nose. A Pakistani reporter dropped to her knees in front of me, eyes bulging as her desperate fingers clawed at a smashed throat. I had to shove her aside and stop the murderous madman. This was not a time for mercy, it was a time for murder. Santoro burst into the hallway and kicked the door shut in my face. I was moving so fast there was no time to stop. It was like hitting a brick wall. I rebounded, staggered, nearly fell, caught myself by grabbing the shoulder of a screaming dignitary. "Sorry," I said, but then the man lunged for my throat with his teeth. Really? I backpedaled and swung a heavy right to smash the heel of my palm against his ear. The blow sent him sprawling into the arms of another infected. They fell thrashing and snarling to the ground. I jumped over them and kicked the door, expecting it to be locked or braced. It flew inward so quickly I almost fell on my face, and that fall saved my life as a blade sliced through the space where my eyes had just been. As I hit the ground, I rolled sideways and kicked up with both feet, catching Santoro in the knee and stomach, and sent him reeling backward. He hit the edge of the doorway and used the jolt to reclaim his balance. I rolled away again to avoid a stomp that would have crushed my throat. I kept rolling, and then on the fourth turn I crunched my body and was on fingers and toes. Santoro was too smart a fighter to charge, and shifted hard left, dropping into the springy crouch of the master knife fighter. I pushed back off my hands and grabbed for my Wilson rapid response folding knife, which was clipped to the inside of my right pants pocket. A sharp snap of my wrist locked the 3.5-inch blade into place. My knife's total weight is less than 5 ounces, which reduces drag. I could use it at my normal hand speed, and I am a very fast fighter. We faced each other, eyes meeting, knowing each other. We'd fought once before, years ago, aboard the Sea of Hope. I'd never fought a tougher opponent, and even with Ghost's help, the little bastard nearly killed us both. There was that one moment of stillness and awareness. Then he came at me with a flurry of vicious cuts, fake stabs, followed by shallow slashes and devious feints that drove me back 6 full steps. I cut left and then jumped right and tried to take him with a deep cut on the back of his knife arm. But all I got was sleeve. "The deacon is dead," he said as he circled with me. "That alone makes today a beautiful holiday, a sacred day." He was trying to bait me, to make me angry enough to do something stupid. And when you go back to Harcourt Bolton to brag, will he pat you like a good puppy and give you treats? I looked for surprise or recognition, but he was too good a player and gave me nothing. "You should have stayed in America," he said. He faked a lunge to try and make me go for a countercut. I fake flinched and snapped a shallow kick, hoping he'd try and cut my leg. It didn't work any better than his fake. We were too evenly matched for those kinds of tricks. Mind you, part of me was in shock, maybe starting to grieve for church.
I could not imagine the world without him. Certainly the RTI needed his vision, his strength, his guidance to do the kind of work we were there to do. The world needed him. And he was family to me, though we would never say such things aloud. There was the family, which was made up of trusted allies in our war, but he was family on a deeper level. If he was dead, I don't know how we could survive it. Maybe we wouldn't. But those thoughts were in the back of my mind. The cop and the modern man could handle the potential loss. The killer had work to do, and he wanted this man's blood. He wanted to tear the heart from Santoro's chest and chase the light from the Spaniard's eyes. Santoro fainted, double fainted, and came in with unbelievable speed, ducking low and slashing at my leg from an unexpected angle. His blade was razor sharp, and suddenly there was a line of fire across the outside of my right leg. If I'd tried to backpedal, he'd have gutted me. So I closed with him, slamming chest to chest with him, using my greater weight and the angle of my upper body mass against his slimmer, shorter body to jolt him backward off balance. It earned me a second slash, because even off balance he was that fast. However, the angle was wrong for a lethal cut, and his blade merely gouged my hip and sliced through the Velcro holding my vest on beneath my shirt and suit coat. I headbutted him and slashed him across the throat, but he brought a forearm up and took the cut there. I felt my blade hit bone, but he was moving the arm, and his balled fist caught me on a nerve cluster at the end of my wrist. My hand went numb, and I lost the knife. He tried to stab me, to end it right there, drilling his knife upward under my chin, but the proximity of our bodies foiled the thrust, and instead his blade caught in my lapel. I headbutted him again, and he staggered back without his knife. I heard it tinkle to the floor. Then he kicked me, and I twisted to take it on the hip, saving myself but getting knocked back against a row of chairs. The mad screeching of the infected was rising in volume, drowning out everything except the gunfire.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice, technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I straightened, feeling an alarming weakness in my injured leg.
He'd gotten the muscle. Gosh. We were both bleeding now and unarmed. He flicked a glance at the stage and the exit. Bell was kneeling over Church, firing and firing. Was there less return fire? I couldn't tell. What's the point of all this? I demanded. What's the very win here for you jerks? Since when are you political, Raphael? He laughed. Political? I spit on politics, he said, and did. Then why? At least tell me that. His dark eyes were filled with a strange light, and he frowned, as if surprised at the naivete of my question. Does there need to be a cause? Does there need to be an ideology? You went to war for the goddess. I waged war for the 7 kings, he corrected. My love for the goddess was separate. As for this, he waved his good arm at the crowd and the stage. This is business. A happy, peaceful world does not need people like me. This world does. Business, I said, inching to my left, favoring my good leg. That's all Kuga is? A really businessman? Of course. What else? How are you naive enough not to grasp that? All this damage, all this pain. Jesus Christ, I said, what is really wrong with you? He did not answer. Instead, he rushed at me, lunging, pivoting, attempting a Muay Thai kick to my bad leg that would have dropped me. I knew it was what he'd do. It was the best possible move, and he counted on his appalling speed to sell it. I sucked in my gut and skipped both feet back like a matador avoiding a low slash with a bull's horn. And as the foot missed by a millimeter, I drilled a punch into the side of his calf, into the meat, packing all of my 215 pounds of muscle, all my fury and heartbreak and fear into that blow. He cried out in agony and dropped down at my feet, but even hurt like that, he was a scorpion at heart. He'd fight as long as there was breath in his body. He used his slashed forearm to chop my bad leg, buckling it. I tottered sideways, fighting for balance. Then he piled on me, smashing me across the face with his bloody forearm, obscuring my vision. Unlike Adam, who tried to smash me to pieces, Santoro was much smarter and more skilled. He tried to do to me what I'd done to his apprentice, and rained down awful blows to fragile targets. He straddled me and hit. He smashed my nose and split my lip and hammered my left eye socket apart. I could feel my face burst apart, feel bone cracking and cartilage crunching. I felt 2 teeth break. I was blind and I was losing this fight. In my head, the killer roared in mingled fear and fury. The thing about beating someone like me to death is that you have to take their heart to make it work. One slip, one missed blow, one inadvertent mercy because of choosing the wrong target was a doorway for counterattack. He had a moment's advantage where he could have, and should have, killed me. He could have used the punch that knocked out my teeth to crush my throat. He really should have. But he wanted to make it last. He was trying to hurt me before he killed me, to defeat me because I had defeated him. That was his mistake. I tucked my chin and turned to one side and took his next punch on my cheekbone. I could feel his knuckles shatter. I spit my broken teeth into his face, bucked my hips, and rolled sideways, slamming my left hip against the inside of his right leg. The leverage toppled him sideways, and I gave his body a vicious twist, driving that same hip into his lower body. I did not need to see him. We were touching, entwined in a sick embrace, and I could extrapolate where every part of him was. I delivered a powerful, crushing blow to a vulnerable area. He howled as loud as Eve had screamed. I caught him by the hair and rammed his face into the floor, once, twice, again and again, breaking him. For Church and Colonel Ho, for everyone on those islands, for every dead child and family, for the blood of my friends, and for strangers whose names I would never know. I blinked my eyes clear and saw the ruin of him. I pulled what was left of him close to me, so that my bleeding mouth was against his bloody ear. "Die, you evil little jerk," I wheezed, and slammed his face onto the floor again. Suddenly, the air above and around me was filled with gunfire. Bullets tore stone chips from the floor and walls. One ricocheted off the marble and struck me hard in the floating ribs. I fell sideways, losing my grip on Santoro. At the far end of the corridor, I could see a group of fixers running toward a service exit. Others joined them, a mass exodus. Bug must have cracked a system and issued the shutdown code. The rats were fleeing the sinking ship. But there was more gunfire behind me, and I wheeled drunkenly around to see a squad of men and women in dark suits running in a cluster, firing past me at them. I pawed blood from my eyes and saw that the person in the lead was Steve Duffy, my old Echo Team sniper, which meant this was Bedlam Team, and the very cavalry had arrived. Something splashed me in the face, and I recoiled, spitting and cursing, and looked right up at the liquid vapor spewing from the vent on the wall 3 feet above my head. As I stared, the spray twitched, dwindled, and then died as the tanks concealed behind the vent went dry, empty, done. I turned to see that most of the other vents had already stopped. I saw Santoro crawling away from me. He was laughing. I laughed too. Except it wasn't a laugh. What came from my mouth was a full-throated roar of pure, savage, intense rage. D9 Conference, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Oslo, Norway. My vision changed from clarity to crimson distortion. I saw monster shapes all around me, leering, slavering beasts who wanted to kill me. They came at me with fangs and black talons. There was a black knot of fear deep inside my chest, but it was buried beneath 1,000 layers of fury. There was no Santoro, no Eve, no Kuga, and no fixers. No Bedlam Team either. There was no Church or Bell, no Top, Bunny, or Andrea. No presidents or guards or press or civilians. I staggered into a big room, to where people were fighting. It made me happy. It made me mad. I should be doing this. All of it. The stabbing and biting. That was mine to do. Mine. All there were, everywhere I looked, were people I hated. No, more than hated. Despised with every fiber of who I was. It was a loathing that tunneled down into my DNA, into my soul. I saw a big man on the stage. Familiar. I knew him and hated him more than all the others. He was bleeding from gunshot wounds, but still sitting up, still firing a gun. The jerk. I despised everything about him. He needed to be stopped. He needed to die. I ran toward him. Something was wrong with my leg. I couldn't run as fast as my hate.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan.
Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotional strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Even the familiar faces of friends had loathsome monster masks superimposed. As I stared, though, the freak masks faded and faded. I lay on a couch in an empty office, zip-cuffed, heavily bandaged, an IV drip hanging from a pole. Too much pain to catalog. Shadows in my mind. A clock on the wall insisted it was the wrong time of day. It said that it was evening, but how was that even possible? "Hey," I called. No answer, so I yelled it. Yelling hurt my mouth. It hurt everything, my soul. There were footsteps outside, and then the door opened. Violin stood there, tall, lovely, intense, her long hair falling loosely to frame her patrician face. Eyes filled with concern. "Hello, Joseph," she said. Hello, Violin?" She came in, pulled a chair over, and sat next to me, searching my face. "Is it you in there?" As opposed to, "Oh," I said, and that quickly I understood. Rage? Oh, yes. They tell me you got it full in the face. Gosh, please tell me I didn't kill anyone. She smiled and shook her head. You tried to stab Belle. She had a dart gun. Is she okay? She is, though I think you should buy her something nice for Christmas. My words were slurred from pain, swollen tissue, and 2 missing teeth. And church? I remember seeing him there. Her smile dimmed. Saint Germain is alive. You never reached him. He has been medevaced out, though. He was shot in the thigh, lower back, the chest, and left arm. A lot of blood loss, but he was still fighting the whole time, still protecting the presidents when Chaos Team found him. She laughed and shook her head, making her hair sway. I don't know what it would take to actually kill him. Guess his body armor saved him, I said. We have pretty good stuff, I said. Violin laughed. He wasn't wearing body armor, Joseph. He is simply lucky. Strangely, consistently lucky. He has been taken to a local hospital where, no doubt, he has friends among the doctors and specialists there. He'll live? Oh yes, Josephie, he'll live, she said, her smile enigmatic. I know for a fact he has been hurt much worse than this in the past. I looked at her. How much do you know about him? About his past? Maybe who he really is? Or what he is? Her smile faded, except for a tiny Mona Lisa curve. He is a good man, Joseph, but make no mistake, he is a man. He's no angel or demon or anything else. People tend to mythologize about him, but he is flesh and blood. I said nothing, mostly because I knew she was lying, but not which parts of what she said were a lie. So instead I raised my cuffed wrists. Mind? Violin drew a slender blade from inside a sleeve and cut me loose, then helped me sit up. My exploring fingers found a turban of gauze wrapped around my head. I could see brown antiseptic goop around the cuts on my hands and a red-soaked dressing on my thigh. When I tapped my pocket, I found a Ziploc baggie with my 2 broken teeth in it. I could use an aspirin. I'll see what I can arrange, she said. You're on the list for the hospital, but they've triaged you as lower priority. There are a lot of badly injured people here. My team was outside when this all happened. The hotel went into full lockdown, and it took considerable time to get in. We were able to assess the situation thanks to intel from top relayed through Bug. My people took down a number of fixers attempting to leave and helped havoc with controlling the infected. I rubbed my eyes. They were grainy and blurry, and the room was a bit too bright. I think I have a concussion. I'd be surprised if you did not. There was a lot of noise beyond the closed door. People dealing with what happened. Did we win? She smiled. They won't give anyone a parade, but yes, Joseph, we won. What's the butcher's bill? Her sigh was long and slow and weary. It's bad, Joseph. It's very bad. At the beginning of the conference, there had been a total of 3,019 people in the hotel. Diplomatic and presidential teams, hotel staff, press, security, and others. Of those, 91 had been sprayed with rage. Between the fixers' gunfire and the attacks by the infected, there were 137 dead and almost twice as many injured, 11 critical. Of the 9 world leaders, 7 were unharmed, 1 had been injured in the hand by a ricochet, and 1 had been bitten on the face by one of his own guards. Almost every member of the 9 security teams sustained injuries, and a third had died protecting their principals. There was a knock on the door and Scott Wilson came in, looking tentatively at me and my uncuffed hands. "He's fine now," said Violin. She bent and gave me a light kiss on the top of the head, patted Wilson's shoulder, and left. Scott sat in her chair. He gave me the rest of it. Once the jammers went back on, some of the people inside had started using cell phones or press cameras to record the incident. They didn't help people or try to find safety. They grabbed the story instead, for their networks or, in many cases, for their own social media feeds. Stuff like that can make you hate people. But, as Wilson explained, it did some good. Wilson controlled the message and was able to use the network of contacts he and Church maintained to make sure the right story got out. There had been a terrorist attack on the D9 summit. The terrorist organization called itself Kuga and was believed to be a criminal rather than ideological group. Kuga used a bioweapon that caused violent outbursts on the crowd. They also had active shooters there to attempt assassinations of all 9 world leaders. Only the combined efforts of the well-trained and thoroughly professional security teams of the 9 nations and the host country of Norway prevented a disaster from being even worse than it was. There will be speeches and medals, Wilson told me. None of the 9 presidents was seen to be acting in any cowardly way. All of the security personnel looked like heroes. And the fallout? Don't expect another nuclear summit anytime soon, he said glumly. So, after all this, gosh, from Syria to Korea to here, Kuga wins? Wilson gave an eloquent sniff. Very Eaton. If his goal was assassination, then no, he said slowly. However, if it was to stop the D9 summit, then yes. We don't know which, though, I said. No. Quite frankly, Colonel, this feels a bit like Pearl Harbor, a sneak attack that lets us know we're at war with an empire. Gosh, if you were hoping for a big dramatic finale, this is not that. We won, but only on a sliding scale. It was pretty clear they wanted to assassinate as many of the 9 world leaders as possible, 10 if you count the Prime Minister of Norway. They failed in that, and may actually have strengthened the unity of those nations. So, if we view it through that lens, this is a great victory. But it is a battle won, not a war. Santoro told me that this was all just business, I said. The bitterness was clear in my voice, slurred speech or not.
Sergeant Duffy said he saw 2 fixers helping him out of the hall but couldn't get to him. Santoro is gone. So, by the way, is Eve. We did manage to arrest 3 fixers, and they are being interrogated, but it doesn't appear that they know enough. He went to the door and paused. Kuga is still out there. So now we begin preparing for what comes next. The war is the war, I said. He studied me for a moment, nodded, and left.
The Ledger Country House, Robinwood, Maryland, December 24th, 11:41 a.m. The war was the war, but it was over for me, for now. Because of my exposure to rage, and because neither Doc nor John Seymour knew if there were any lasting effects, I was put on administrative duty. But then a message came from Mr. Church to tell me that I had the holidays off. I called the private hospital where he was recovering from surgery and was surprised to be put through. "Hey, boss," I said, "how on earth are you?" "Alive," he said. "And you?" "Alive." I cleared my throat. "Look, with you on the sidelines, maybe it's better that I stick around the TOC for a while, just to, keep the search going." "Colonel," said Church, in a tone that held no hint of wariness, injury, or weakness, "the world is quite capable of turning without you constantly needing to push." "Ouch," I said. "Go spend Christmas with your family," said Church. "Give them my love." Before I could say anything else, the line went dead. I'd made that claw from my own hospital room. I was covered in stitches and staples and tape and looked like a reject from a Frankenstein movie. They were going to fit me with a bridge to replace the missing teeth. The concussion was still ringing my chimes. My face was the color of a ripe eggplant. But it was Christmas, and nobody wanted me to go shoot anyone. Not at the moment. Which is why I was in a car with Junie, driving down country lanes in Maryland. The leafy trees were all bare, but the pines were a rich, dark green under a sky littered with cotton candy clouds. Ghost sat on the edge of the back seat, his big white head leaning forward onto the armrest between Junie, who drove, and me. Ghost's eyes drifted to me over and over again in the hope that something yummy would magically appear in my hand, as it often did. "He's going to get fat," scolded Junie. "He's not fat, he's big-boned." We drove. Since my return from Oslo, she and I had spent a couple of nights doing little more than holding each other. Frankly, because I was incapable of anything else. There were days filled with deep conversations and long, comfortable silences. She knew that I was working things out. Junie is one of those rare people who knows when talk is good and when silence is better. In the big rental SUV behind us were Rudy and Cersei, their son, and Top, and Banshee, their Irish wolfhound. Two of Banshee's puppies, who looked suspiciously like Ghost, were in the back. Both cars were filled with wrapped presents. Bunny was back in California with his fiancée Lydia, who was 6 months pregnant. Belle was in Egypt with Arclight, and I have no idea what they were doing. Andrea and his husband had taken their daughter to a little villa in Tuscany. Bug and Annie Hahn were, I was surprised and delighted to hear, holed up in a swanky bed and breakfast in Santorini. Poor Scott Wilson was working, running the ever-expanding global search for anyone connected with the Cougar organization, and making inroads. Hitting a lot of dead ends, too. He had not yet established that Harcourt Bolton was Cougar. We all believed that, but there were too many mysteries. Some pieces that were left out of the puzzle. One interesting turn of events was that Major Munn had applied to RTI. I hadn't yet met her, and wanted to. She seemed like a good fit for us. Munn wanted to be part of any hunt for Rafael Santoro, no matter where it led. That, though, was for another day. It was Christmas Eve, and there was even a chance for a white Christmas, corny as that sounds. Corny seemed really appealing at the moment. On the car radio, Josh Groban was singing "Oh Holy Night." Corny, too, but kinda nice. "Here we are," said Junie, turning off the road onto a winding drive. The house looked cheery and right out of a Christmas card, down to the green wreath on the red-painted door. A FedEx truck was parked on the far side of the crushed shell turnaround, and I saw the driver trudging toward it. He wore a huge white costume beard and a Santa hat with a bouncing pom-pom. In the doorway, I caught a glimpse of Sean holding a big box. He saw us coming, grinned, and hurried to take the box inside so he could come out for handshakes and hugs. The FedEx driver, a smiling little guy with mirrored sunglasses, gave us a cheery wave and a huge, pleasant smile. He had one of those port wine skin discolorations, a fire mark, my grandmother called them, that was every bit as dark as my bruised mug.
Junie tooted at him as he drove away. We parked, and I got out, careful of my leg, which was healing but sore as gosh. Ghost bounded ahead, but stopped on the bottom porch step, sniffing at something. As Junie and I approached, I saw that it was a folded piece of paper. "Drop the delivery receipt," I said, and picked it up. When I opened it, I saw that it wasn't a receipt at all, just a note written in flowing and elegant scripts. "You have taken something of mine. Now I will take something of yours. Merry Christmas." My blood went instantly cold. I turned to see the FedEx truck hit the blacktop and accelerate away with a scream of tires. I turned back, seeing in my mind the big box Sean had carried inside. It looked heavy. The Santa wore a beard and glasses, not a fire mark discoloring him, but facial bruising. I opened my mouth to scream my brother's name, and the house blew up. The world was a white too bright to look at. Then it turned orange, and I felt it burn me. After that, it was all painted in featureless black. Then red, a dark red that smelled of copper. I blinked, and the red was everywhere, in my eyes, on my hands when I lifted them. When I turned my head, I saw Ghost lying there. His white coat was red, too. He was panting weakly, eyes staring at nothing, tongue lolling. I turned my head the other way. It hurt to do it. There was something wrong with my neck. Junie lay there, only a few feet away. Might as well have been the far side of the moon. She was also painted red. Her mouth worked like a dying fish, gasping, trying to speak. There were pieces of wood splinters thick as my little finger, standing up from her chest and stomach and thighs. I saw her turn to me. It took 1,000,000 years. Her hand twitched. It crawled toward me like a broken spider. I made my hand move toward hers. Our fingers met, entwined, locked. We held on to each other. Beyond her was the house. No, that was wrong. There was no house anymore. There was nothing but a place of broken stone and burning wood. The arms of the fire reached all the way into the sky. I tried to say the names. Sean, Ali, M, Lefty, Dad. Tried to speak them, but I had no voice, and those names weighed too much. The fire swirled upward, taking their souls away from me. Somewhere, millions of miles away, I heard a muffled sound. Car doors slamming, voices calling, yelling. Top, Rudy, Circe, screaming. I heard my own voice screaming the loudest. I don't remember all of it. They say that, even burned and bloody, with 8 broken ribs, a broken nose, lacerations everywhere, I kept Top and Rudy and 4 firemen busy trying to keep me from entering the conflagration of my uncle's house. They say that helicopters came to take Junie to a hospital for emergency surgery, and an ambulance took Ghost away for the same. They say that I broke away, snatched Top's gun, and ran down the road screaming Santoro's name. Top had to drop me with a Sandman dart. They say that there is justice in the world, and that the good guys always win in the end. They say. Doctors repaired the parts of me that could be fixed. Rudy did not try to tell me everything was going to be okay.
He's not that unkind. He told me he would be with me, and that he would help me. He wrapped his arms around me, and we wept together. Even Circe joined us. So many tears, but no way to douse the flames that would burn forever. Mr. Church flew in and sat with me by Junie's bedside, his hand resting on my forearm. For hours, days, watching machines beep and ping, watching digital readouts insist that she was alive. She hovered there on the edge for so long. But then that remarkable strength of hers won out, and she came back to me. By slow degrees, she came back. When she was able to open her eyes and speak my name, just that one word was filled with more sadness and awareness than the world could hold. Church, swathed in bandages, was wheeled out and left us alone.
And in our privacy, Junie and I let the world break around us. People had to sift through the charred debris to find my father, my brother Sean, his wife Allie, the 2 kids, and the unborn baby. Doc Holliday took care of the identification with DNA sequencing. No one was cruel enough to ask me to look at what was left. Jerry Spencer arrived and took over the forensic collection. Whatever he found was shared with Wilson and Church, not with me. There are no ledgers left. My family line ended right there. Junie can't have kids, which means we won't have any. The ledgers are done. Because Sean was a cop and Dad had been the mayor of Baltimore, the funeral was immense. Thousands of people. A motorcade of flashing lights more than a mile long. Folded flags and guns fired in volleys. Pipers in kilts playing Amazing Grace. Top and Bunny made sure that the press did not get within a quarter mile of the church. I sat in the front row with Junie, who was still in a wheelchair, beside me. All of Havoc Team was there. Rudy and Cersei were there. Major Munn and Colonel Epps were there. Violin and Lilith sat behind me, and both of them put hands on my shoulder when I began to lose it. Other old friends, colleagues from my own days as a cop, former DMS agents, Bug and Annie Han, so many others. I have no idea what the minister said, or what any of the people who came up to speak said. Bunny helped me up to the podium, and I stood for several long minutes as silence owned the church. Then I shook my head, and he let me lean on him as he took me back to Junie. We buried them in a row. 5 neat headstones. 5 futures stolen. 5 holes in the world in the shape of my family. What do you do when they turn off all the lights? All of your lights? I asked myself that every day. As I healed, as I threw myself into rehab and reclaimed my strength. I took that question with me to the dojo and the firing range. What do you do when they turn off all your lights? On a cold day in mid-February, I sat with Church in his office at Phoenix House. I knew he was looking for Santoro and Kuga. He was looking harder than anyone has ever looked for anyone. All of the resources of Rogue Team International, the field agents, the Mind Reader team, our network of allies around the globe. They were not looking hard enough, because Santoro's head was not on a spike. Neither was Kuga, whether he was Harcourt Bolton or not. Church and I sat there saying next to nothing for a long, long time. Then he said, "Whatever resources you need, whatever clearances, whatever freedom of action, Joe, you will have them." Joe, not Colonel Ledger. I nodded and got slowly to my feet. So much of me hurt, and so little of that pain was from the injuries. Burns heal, bones knit. I took my pain and stood looking out the window. I didn't say a very word. My hands hung at my sides, and every now and then my fingers twitched as if aching to close around guilty throats. Church said, "Good hunting." What do you do when they turn off all your lights? You learn to use the darkness. No, that's not it. That's not enough. Not for me. Not for my family. Not for all the families who lost people to these terrible people. What do you do when they turn off all your lights? I'll tell you. You become the darkness. Okay, I am ready. Please paste the content you want me to rewrite.